Chapter 109. The small commotion only attracted the attention of a small portion of the people in the Rising Sun restaurant. The young master of the Rising Sun led Gu Fei straight to the second floor. Gu Fei found that even on the first floor, there seemed to be many Xianxia exchanging toasts and talking loudly. There were many Xianxia in this important town of the south that traveled north and south. When Gu Fei ascended to the second floor, he immediately felt a few extremely obscure divine senses sweeping towards him. This was definitely something that only an expert could do. Gu Fei was slightly surprised that there were so many hidden experts in this small restaurant. The few divine senses flashed past and disappeared. It was difficult to identify the source of the divine senses. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The feeling of being spied on was very bad. As for the young master of the Rising Sun, it seemed as if he didn't notice anything wrong. He led Gu Fei to a private room. This was a private room by the window. It could clearly see the endless stream of pedestrians on the street. I am Chu Tian of the Rising Sun Trading Company. I apologize to you again. My subordinate was reckless. Brother, please don't be offended. After the two of them sat down, the young master of the Rising Sun cupped his hands and apologized to Gu Fei again. Don't mention it. I am Gu Fei. I am just an ascetic cultivator. Gu Fei said indifferently and revealed his identity. An ascetic cultivator? When Chu Tian heard this, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This kind of practitioner who didn't belong to any sect was the easiest to rope in. He could already see that Gu Fei was extraordinary. The young master of the Rising Sun, Chu Tian, immediately wanted to rope in Gu Fei. Ah, it is really a great thing to be able to befriend Brother Gu. I wonder where Brother Gu is cultivating now? And where are you heading to? Chu Tian asked. Gu Fei took a sip of the fragrant tea, then said, People like us, the four seas are our home, we go wherever we go. Now, I want to go to the southern wasteland to see for myself. Now Gu Fei was more cautious. The current situation in the southern wilderness was complicated, and there were many people who were against the three great Taoist sects. If people knew that he was a disciple of the Taishan sect, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. There were still over 20 days before the opening of the ruins' heavenly realm. Gu Fei didn't want to cause any trouble on the way to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. To the southern desolate land? Chu Tian said happily, Our Rising Sun Trading Company is also going to the southern desolate land. Aren't we going the same way? Brother Chu is also going to the southern wasteland? I see that the people of the Haotian merchant group are also heading to the southern wilderness. Why are there so many people rushing to the southern wilderness? Gu Fei asked. Haotian caravan? Brother Gu also knows about the Clear Sky merchant group? Chu Tian's expression became a little strange. What's so strange about that? Gu Fei said calmly. Even a cultivator like Brother Gu, who is dedicated to cultivation, also knows about the Haotian merchant group. Our Rising Sun Trading Company is far inferior to them. Chu Tian sighed, but he looked a little gloomy. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Gorgeous maids in palace attire walked in, carrying stacks of delicacies in their hands. This kind of enjoyment and treatment could only be experienced by the customers in the private room. Brother Gu is not a businessman, so of course you don't know the reason. This season of the year is the most abundant season in the southern wasteland. Not only our Yen Kingdom but also the other three empires, many merchants come to the southern wasteland to purchase goods. The Haotian merchant group is a competitor of our Rising Sun Trading Company. I see. No wonder Chu Tian's expression became a little ugly when he heard about the Haotian merchant group. It turns out that the two sects are enemies. After the maids placed the dishes on the table, they left. The last maid closed the door of the private room. Only Gu Fei and Chu Tian were left in the private room. Brother Gu, please. Although Bluestone Town is not as prosperous as the Central Plains, there are many rare birds and beasts. The delicious dishes cooked with them are hard to find elsewhere. As he spoke, Chu Tian stood up and filled the wine cup in front of Gu Fei. The wine in the cup was dark green and fragrant. Its color was like amber and it was thick. It was a rare wine. Gu Fei did not comment. He only smiled and drank the wine in one gulp. This young master of the Rising Sun, Chu Tian, wants to win me over, but he has made a mistake. If I was really a cultivator without a sect, I might be moved by his sincerity. I have to admit that Chu Tian is indeed bold, broad-minded, and has some tricks up his sleeve. Compared to Ling Luoyan, Chu Tian was more like a businessman. However, after drinking the wine, Gu Fei's expression changed immediately. Bastard, you deserve to die. He stood up abruptly and attacked Chu Tian with his palm. A dazzling light surged forward, and the big table in front of him was instantly shattered into sawdust. Brother Gu. Such a sudden and unexpected event caused Chu Tian to be greatly shocked as well, and he hurriedly retreated while his hands moved about, causing a myriad of sawdust to form a barrier before him. Bang! The ferocious force pushed Chu Tian into the wall behind him. The entire restaurant seemed to shake, and the wall behind Chu Tian suddenly cracked like a spider's web. At this moment, Gu Fei's face turned black, and his body trembled as if he had been poisoned. It was obvious that the wine that Gu Fei drank was poisoned. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked and angry. After pushing Chu Tian back with his palm, he staggered a few steps, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He never would have thought that Chu Tian would be so sinister. Rousing the yuan qi in his body, Gu Fei forced all the wine out of his body through his pores. However, what seeped out of his body was not wine, but traces of pitch-black and smelly liquid. The pitch-black liquid dripped from his body. Sizzle. White smoke rose from the ground, showing how strong and overbearing the poison was. Even the floor was corroded. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and the muscles, bones and internal organs in his body immediately let out a muffled explosion. His muscles, bones and organs all released all the yuan qi in his body without reservation, suppressing the spread of the poison. Seeing Gu Fei in such a state, Chu Tian was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the door to the private room was suddenly smashed, and two people walked in from outside. "It's you?" When Gu Fei saw the young man in black, his eyes immediately turned red, and the muscles on his face could not help but twitch. The two people who came in were two young men, one dressed in black, the other in white. Both were handsome and elegant, and their eyes were like cold stars. They looked at Gu Fei and Chu Tian with a faint smile. The young man in black was the mysterious young expert who thought that Gu Fei was from the Haoyan trading group and tried to kill Gu Fei in the dense forest by the river. Chapter 110. Gu Fei's eyes, which had turned blood red due to his anger, swept a glance at the three people in the private room. Then without thinking he smashed through the window and leaped out with a pang. His blood-red eyes revealed an incomparably fierce light. The three people felt as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, and they actually had a kind of feeling of fear. The three people were stunned, and Gu Fei had already broken the window and escaped. "Hurry up, don't let him escape." The young man in black shouted loudly, and his body rushed out from the broken window like a phantom. As he raised his hand, countless green threads shot out, like a big net, and enveloped the escaping figure in front of him. Although Gu Fei was poisoned, his body movement technique was still extremely fast. His figure flickered, and he avoided the green threads, crossed the street, and rushed out of Bluestone Town. The pedestrians on the street were immediately shocked by the sudden change of events, and they all dodged to the side. The young man in white also followed closely behind the young man in black and leaped out. In an instant, in the private room of the restaurant, Chu Tian, the young master of the rising sun, was the only one left. What is going on? Chu Tian still had not recovered from the shock, and he stared blankly at the broken wine pot on the floor. The wine pot broke, and the wine that splashed out actually corroded a part of the floor. The toxicity of the strong poison was really shocking. Even the young master of the rising sun, Chu Tian, who had traveled extensively and was used to seeing the world, was secretly shocked. At this moment, a burst of rapid footsteps came from outside the private room, and a group of yellow-clothed guards, led by the middle-aged shopkeeper, rushed up from downstairs. Gu Fei was poisoned, and then the two young men appeared and forced Gu Fei away. All of this happened in a short time, but the unusual movements in the private room still alarmed many people. Moreover, in this restaurant, there were many cultivators with extraordinary cultivation, and some busybodies had already followed Gu Fei and the other two from afar. "Young master, what exactly happened?" the middle-aged shopkeeper asked carefully. He saw that the private room was in a mess, and the young master Chu Tian was leaning against the wall. The wall was full of cracks and it seemed like it could collapse at any time. The shopkeeper was so nervous that he was already sweating profusely. "Hurry up and investigate the background of those two young men in white and black respectively." Chu Tian's words were squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. He was also incomparably furious. "Yes, young master." The middle-aged shopkeeper immediately received the order, and was about to turn around and leave. "Wait, immediately send someone to arrest those servants who served the dishes. This is really outrageous." Chu Tian was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. It is not hard to imagine that the two young men tricked him. They actually wanted him to get rid of Gu Fei. It would be best if Gu Fei died just like that. If he died, Gu Fei would definitely think that he conspired with those two bastards. In this way, after Gu Fei recovers, he will definitely seek revenge on me. Not only will it bring me great trouble, I am afraid that the other people in the clan will also be implicated. At this time, Chu Tian had already cursed the 18 generations of the two young men's female ancestors. The middle-aged shopkeeper received the order and left. At this time the restaurant was already in a mess. Chu Tian walked out of the messy private room, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it would drip water. He said fiercely, "Those two bastards, they actually dared to force me to eat such an unforgivable grievance in my territory. Don't let me know who you are. I Chu Tian will definitely not let you have an easy time." Recalling the scene just now, Chu Tian couldn't help but shiver. If he also drank the poison wine in the wine pot, then... The veins on Chu Tian's forehead twitched, and he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles made cracking sounds. He was so angry. The Rising Sun Trading Company was a business organization in the Tenglong continent, second only to the Haotian Trading Company. Wherever the Rising Sun Trading Company's business was successful, the Rising Sun Chu clan's power would also develop. Soon, the Rising Sun Trading Company's intelligence network in Bluestone Town was activated. Phew. Using the desolate steps, Gu Fei directly leaped over the 20-zhang tall city wall and rushed into the primitive old forest outside Bluestone Town. Behind him, two figures, one black and one white, were in hot pursuit. At this time, Gu Fei felt as if his abdomen was being cut by tens of thousands of small knives. Waves of bone-piercing pain caused his entire body to tremble as if he was convulsing. He tried his best to endure it, biting the corner of his mouth, and the blood that seeped out seemed to be black. Although the wine in his abdomen had been forced out of his body in the first instant, a large portion of the poison still remained in his body. This kind of poison didn't seem simple, and it was very difficult to completely expel it. The poison still spread from his abdomen to his entire body. The black aura on Gu Fei's face became thicker and thicker, and his mind seemed to be a little unclear. The situation was very bad. If he didn't immediately find a place to circulate his qi to expel the poison, his life would be in danger. Actually, it was fortunate that Gu Fei practiced martial arts, and his body was tempered to an incomparably tough state. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh all contained a vast amount of essence, which could temporarily suppress the spread of the poison. If it was an ordinary practitioner, the poison would have already spread throughout his entire body, and he would have died. Gu Fei, obediently accept your death and we might leave your corpse intact. The black-clothed young man's cold voice came from behind. He had already known Gu Fei's identity from the white-clothed young man. Gu Fei must die. Otherwise it would be very troublesome for them, and it might even bring about a calamity that would destroy their clans. Swoosh! A white figure flashed in front of him, and one of them had already rushed ahead and intercepted Gu Fei. Gu Fei was suffering from a strange poison, and he needed to suppress the poison in his body with his mysterious qi, so his movements weren't as swift as before. In the end, those two people still caught up to him. Now he could only fight with his life on the line. Only by facing death would he have a chance of survival. Peng! Gu Fei wielded his palm like a saber, and a bright aura shot out from the edge of his palm. The saber light exploded and directly chopped towards the person in front of him. Under the saber qi, the trees in front of him were constantly shattered. Humph! A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the person in front of him. He also wielded his palm like a saber and similarly chopped out. A saber light, swoosh. With a sound, it tore through the void and instantly collided with Gu Fei's saber light. Boom! As if two thunderbolts violently collided, a burst of dazzling light burst out, and a terrifying saber qi swept out. The surrounding trees suddenly collapsed, turning into sawdust that flew out in all directions. Gu Fei's hair danced wildly and his eyes were like cold lightning. With his injured body, his strength was greatly reduced and he couldn't compete with the person in front of him. He was directly forced by that person's saber to cough up blood and retreat. Behind him, there was a large net made up of green energy threads that were as sharp as blades. It had already sealed off all his escape routes and was closing in on him from behind. Wherever the energy net passed, the grass and trees were all cut into thousands of pieces. Gu Fei soared into the sky and took a step in the air. Both of his hands brandished a dazzling saber light, and cut open the energy net that was coming towards him, and rushed out of the heavy encirclement. Chapter 111. The scorching noon sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. However, the endless primitive forest outside of Bluestone Town did not feel hot at all. Towering trees with lush branches and hundreds of Jianghu vines climbed and twined, casting a large shade in the forest. Boom! 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 In a forest dozens of li away from Bluestone Town, trees were constantly falling, and branches and leaves were flying everywhere. The birds nearby were frightened and flew away in a panic. The beasts in the forest were scrambling to escape. There was a chase going on here. Two figures, one in black and one in white, were emitting waves of terrifying energy. They were unleashing powerful attacks towards a fleeing figure in the forest ahead of them. The pursuers were handsome, but their faces were murderous. They were two young experts. The one being chased was a greenish-purple youth in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar. The black-clothed youth stretched out his right hand, and countless green threads rushed out of his palm and rushed forward. The green threads were like rain, like sharp blades that cut through the void. Nothing could stop them, and they cut everything in front of them. Regardless of whether it was a large tree or a path of flowers and grass, they were all cut into thousands of pieces by the green threads. The youth's footwork was marvelous, and he barely dodged the green threads the moment they attacked him. However, some of the green threads still swept across his back. A few bloody marks appeared on the youth's back. His skin was split open, and his body of bronze and iron was also injured at this time. It showed that the black-clothed youth's magical power was extraordinary. What a pity! The black-clothed youth could not help but curse a few times when he saw that his attack had failed again. The white-clothed youth placed his hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist, ready to launch a fatal attack at the fleeing person at any time. The saber at the white-clothed youth's waist was not an ordinary item. The scabbard was engraved with mysterious talismans, and there was a faint brilliance flowing on the talismans. Even so, an extremely obscure murderous saber chi still passed through the scabbard that was sealed by the talismans. This saber was not an ordinary divine weapon, but more like a saber that had been refined by a cultivator. Moreover, it was obvious that not an ordinary cultivator could refine such a murderous saber. The talisman on the scabbard seemed to be suppressing the spirit of the divine saber. Without a doubt, if this godly blade were to be unsheathed, it would shake the heavens and the earth. Perhaps even the heavens and the earth would lose their color because of this godly blade. This was definitely a great killing weapon. The white-clothed youth's hand was covered in sweat as he held the saber. His eyes were fixed on the figure moving through the dense forest in front of him. He didn't draw his saber because he couldn't find an opportunity to kill in one strike. He had his own difficulties. Even with his ability, he could only use this divine blade 3 times a day. In other words, he could only use it 3 times. After 3 strikes, if the enemy did not die, then he would be the one to die. Because at this moment, his cultivation had been completely exhausted by those 3 slashes. At this moment, his life and death were in the hands of the enemy. You two despicable and shameless bastards, as long as I don't die today, you can just wait to die. Gu Fei was enraged as he desperately ran through the dense forest. The strange poison in his body was acting up, and for a moment he felt as if thousands of ants were biting his muscles, bones, and flesh. That feeling made him go crazy. But the next moment he felt as if thousands of small knives were stabbing his body. The pain was so painful that his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Endless pain was ravaging his nerves and destroying his will. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. No matter how much pain he suffered, he still maintained a trace of consciousness in his mind. He couldn't fall like this. If he did, then he would be doomed eternally. Roar! With a roar of grief and indignation, Gu Fei suddenly pounced forward like a crazy wild beast. A few green threads brushed past him and took away a few drops of blood on his body. The power of the mysterious black-robed man's divine ability was not small. With a wave of his hand, he could shoot out green energy threads that were as sharp as blades. After Gu Fei was poisoned, he could no longer use the essence of the divine weapon that had been smelted into his body. His body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was swept by the green threads. It was as if he was cut by a divine weapon. Faint traces of blood appeared on his skin. Although the flesh and bones weren't really injured, it did indeed injure Gu Fei. However, the biggest threat didn't come from the black-robed young man, but from within Gu Fei's body as well as from the white-robed young man who hadn't drawn his saber. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped Gu Fei. The source of this aura was the white-robed young man. This was a pressure that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was as if there was a divine saber floating above his head, ready to chop down at any time. The person was like the saber, and the saber was like the person. This person's entire body emitted a tyrannical saber chi. He was actually a rare saber refiner in this world. The white-robed young man's aura was connected to the divine saber at his waist. Before the saber was unsheathed, it had already caused Gu Fei to be alarmed. Swoosh swoosh. Passing through the dense forest, he constantly changed his direction, making it difficult for the white-robed young man's saber intent to lock him down. The dense forest provided him with an opportunity to escape. If it was in an open space, he would have long been caught by the two people behind him. Gu Fei sprinted through the forest. Blood gushed up his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Now, his injured body was gradually unable to withstand it. However, the sharp murderous aura behind him was getting closer and closer. Gu Fei knew that if this continued, it would be difficult for him to escape death. If he was killed by the enemy in an open competition, he would accept it wholeheartedly. However, if he died like this, he would definitely not be able to die in peace. The two people behind him were too despicable. Their methods were too despicable. How could Gu Fei be willing to die like this? He was unwilling. He hated it. The situation before him had to be changed. Otherwise he would definitely die. He identified the direction, turned around, and sprinted towards the denser forest in front of him. Although there were no roars of beasts in other areas, there were traces of ferocious beasts. Only this direction was empty. There was not a single beast in such a large forest. This was enough to explain two things. First, there were no signs of beasts here. There were no ferocious beasts living in this area. Second, there was a powerful and terrifying ferocious beast living here, causing the nearby ferocious beasts to not dare to set foot in this ferocious beast's territory. Between life and death, whether or not he could escape from the pursuit of the two people depended on this gamble. Deep into the forest, a fierce murderous aura pervaded the air. Gu Fei was ecstatic. He knew that he had made the right bet. This was indeed a place of great danger. A place of great danger did not mean that it was a place of death. He was just afraid that there were no ferocious beasts here. If there were, then Gu Fei could take advantage of the chaos to escape from the two people's pursuit. Gu Fei did not stop. He quickly ran forward, but the two people chasing behind him were aghast. They could feel the terrifying murderous aura pervading the forest. There was great danger ahead. However, these two people were already like arrows on a bowstring. They had no choice but to shoot. Today, if Gu Fei did not die, if he managed to catch his breath, then they would be the ones to die in the future. Even the families behind them would die. The two people hesitated for a moment, but they still gritted their teeth and chased after him. If they missed this opportunity today, they were afraid that it would be difficult to kill Gu Fei. Since they had already started, they could not stop. After traveling for a few miles, the murderous aura in the forest became even more intense. When Gu Fei's body had more than 10 wounds, there was a ping sound. Branches and leaves fluttered in the air. He rushed out of the forest, and the field of vision in front of him suddenly widened. A strange sound immediately passed into Gu Fei's ears. It seemed to be the cry of some kind of beast. It seemed that there was more than one sound, but many sounds. A very noisy cry came from not far in front of him. Without thinking, Gu Fei crouched down and immediately rushed in the direction of the noisy cry. Huala, huala. While running besides the noisy beast cries, Gu Fei also heard the faint sound of running water. A cold murderous aura came from behind him. Gu Fei knew that the two people were already close. In this open area, the white-robed young man was probably going to take out his saber. For Gu Fei, who was poisoned, this was undoubtedly a fatal threat. I must not let that guy find a chance to take out his saber. All kinds of pain rushed into his head from his limbs and bones, causing Gu Fei's running body to shake. The sweat that seeped out of his body was purplish black. This was a sign that the poison in his body was constantly being forced out. His body, which had been tempered day and night by the essence in his body, was far stronger than what Gu Fei had imagined. As he ran, the primal chi in his body was continuously stimulated through his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. As his tendons, flesh, and blood trembled, not only did they transmit wave after wave of primal chi, they also continuously expelled the poison from his body through his pores. The purplish-black sweat dripped onto the places that Gu Fei passed. The leaves and weeds that were stained with the sweat quickly withered. The white-robed young man's feet whistled as he moved forward at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he passed the black-robed young man, and the hand that was holding the saber began to move. The white-robed young man forced his way behind Gu Fei and was about to pull out his saber. But at this time, there happened to be a call in front of him. Without thinking, Gu Fei immediately dodged behind the colonel. How dare you? When the white-robed young man saw this, he couldn't help but hate. A rare opportunity to take out his saber had disappeared right in front of his eyes. Gu Fei turned around the call and saw that there was a large lake about 200 or 300 feet in front of him. The lake water was still emitting hot steam. There were many fiery red shadows that looked like little people swimming and playing in the lake water. The noisy beast cries came from ahead. That is. Gu Fei's mind was shaken as a fierce aura assaulted him. There were many fiery red figures. There were about a dozen of them in the lake. On the shore and on the surrounding trees, there were even more red figures. It's a blood monkey. A terrified cry came from behind. The two people chasing after him also saw the strange scene in front of them. Chapter 112. Is this fella crazy? The two young men who were chasing after Gu Fei were shocked when they saw Gu Fei charging towards the blood monkeys that numbered in the thousands. The crimson monkeys were rare beasts that lived in groups. If it was a single crimson monkey, these two young experts could easily kill it. However, if it was a large group of crimson monkeys, then it would be a nightmare. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, not to mention a powerful beast like this. At this moment, a series of sharp roars came from the opposite side of the mountain, breaking the tranquility of the mountain in an instant. Many fiery red shadows were moving quickly on the mountainside. The murderous aura of the blood monkeys covered the sky and covered the earth. The three men's expressions changed. The two young men in black and white immediately stopped in their tracks. They finally understood why no ferocious beasts dared to set foot in this area. Although they really wanted to kill Gu Fei, protecting their own lives was more important. At this moment, the thousands of blood monkeys were alarmed. More than a dozen strong fiery red shadows leaped from the treetops and pounced towards them. The blood monkeys were like flashes of fire in the forest. The blood monkeys were moving at high speed. They were not tall and looked like 7 or 8 years old children. Their bodies were covered in blood-red fur that flashed with a demonic red light. 4 of their claws lightly touched the branches and leaves, and they were sent flying 3 to 4 feet away. The blood monkeys were extremely agile. In just a moment, more than a dozen blood monkeys had rushed forward and surrounded Gu Fei, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked extremely ferocious. The blood monkeys were violent and had a strong sense of territory. Against ferocious beasts that dared to invade their territory, they would attack in groups and use their sharp claws to tear the beasts into pieces. Although they were small in size, the blood monkeys were extremely strong. They could tear lions and tigers apart, and their sharp claws could pierce through metal. No one dared to underestimate a large group of blood monkeys. Roar! Gu Fei let out a muffled roar from his throat. Then, relying on his copper skin and iron bones, he charged directly into the group of blood monkeys. Squeak squeak. 7 or 8 blood monkeys were knocked down by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei's clothes were torn to shreds by the blood monkey's sharp claws, leaving black and red scratch marks on his body. Although the blood monkey's claws were sharp, they couldn't break through Gu Fei's skin and flesh, which he had tempered day and night. The blood monkeys that were sent flying by Gu Fei rolled on the grass and let out mournful cries. After struggling for a while, they actually died. The blood monkeys that had grabbed Gu Fei also fell to the ground, twitching violently. After a while, they all died. The strange poison in Gu Fei's body had actually poisoned the blood monkeys. This was something that no one had expected. When the remaining blood monkeys saw Gu Fei charging over, they all retreated, not daring to touch Gu Fei. These blood monkeys were able to become fierce beasts, but they also had some intelligence. The other blood monkeys had already rushed over from all directions. The two young experts who were chasing after Gu Fei had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, and they decisively retreated. Even so, they were already surrounded by more than 10 blood monkeys. The black-clothed young man decisively waved his hands, and green energy threads shot out from his fingers towards the blood monkeys that were leading the way. Chi chi chi. The blood monkeys that were entangled by the green energy threads were all shredded into pieces, and bursts of blood mist burst out. However, once these blood monkeys saw blood, they became even more frenzied, and they pounced on the two without any regard for the consequences. Rip. One of the white-clothed youth's sleeves was torn off. Evil creature. The white-clothed young man roared and swept his right leg horizontally. Bang. He directly swept away the blood monkey that had torn off his sleeve. However, just as one blood monkey was sent flying, another one pounced on him. This kind of strange blood monkey was extremely agile and had a pair of sharp claws that could pierce through stone and gold. It was a very strong attack power, and it was not a good thing to fight against a large group of blood monkeys. Skip. The black-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man were not ordinary people, and they acted decisively. Knowing that it was impossible, they immediately retreated. The black-clothed young man killed 7 or 8 blood monkeys, and the white-clothed young man rushed out of the encirclement of the blood monkeys. Without any hesitation, they spread their legs and ran. Suddenly, an extremely sharp beast's roar came from the mountainside. A blood shadow flashed, and a huge blood shadow leaped 4 to 5 zhang and chased after the black-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man. Behind the huge blood shadow was a large group of blood monkeys. There were at least 200 to 300 of them, and they leaped and dashed towards the two of them. They were like countless flickering flames, extremely conspicuous. Oh no, that's the Monkey King. Seeing this, the two of them were immediately scared out of their wits. Without looking back, they turned around the call and rushed into the dense forest. Among the large group of blood monkeys, there must be an especially special Monkey King. The Monkey King that was chasing after the two young experts was more than 3 zhang tall, and it was much more robust than the other blood monkeys. In front of the Monkey King, ordinary blood monkeys were like little children. Its blood-red fur shone with a bloody demonic light under the sunlight, and its 4 limbs were filled with a strong sense of power. Its pair of eyes emitted 2 rays of ominous light. Even though they were more than 20 zhang apart, Gu Fei could still feel the coldness in its eyes. Whoosh! The huge Monkey King's blood-red figure streaked across the sky and dashed into the dense forest, leading a group of blood monkeys into the forest. Not long after, a peerless saber aura that caused even the heaven and earth to lose their color burst out from the dense ancient forest. Following that, 9 saber auras soared out from the forest like blooming lotuses and slashed in 9 different directions. Obviously, the Blood Monkey King and its group of blood monkeys had caught up to the two of them, forcing the white-clothed young man to use his fiendish divine saber. Trying to escape the pursuit of the blood monkeys in the forest was simply like a dream. The white-clothed young man finally unsheathed his saber, and he had no choice but to do so. The terrifying saber aura slashed out hundreds of zhang away, causing the forest to collapse under the vast saber aura. Countless blood shadows exploded under the saber aura, bursting out with a fishy and demonic stench. 9 slashes from the saber caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The fiendish divine saber chi was like mercury spilling onto the ground, penetrating every nook and cranny. With the Blood Monkey King at the center, the ground within 100 zhang was turned into a sandy ground as 9 saber marks spread out into the distance. With a single slash, the fiendish divine saber chi was able to kill or injure the blood monkeys. The Blood Monkey King was seriously injured and was forced to retreat. The 2 blood monkeys did not dare to stay any longer after escaping from death. After determining the direction, they retreated toward Bluestone Town. Meanwhile, Gu Fei took advantage of the chaos to knock down a dozen blood monkeys in a row and ran in the opposite direction of the 2 blood monkeys. There were quite a number of blood monkeys surrounding Gu Fei, but in the end, Gu Fei relied on his unique poison physique to poison the blood monkeys one after another and broke out of the encirclement. After frantically running for 20 to 30 miles, Gu Fei finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a mountain stream, falling into a coma. However, even in a coma, Gu Fei's body was still rejecting the poison in his body. The Taiji Yin-Yang fish ball also appeared in front of his chest. The misty Yin and Yang Qi protected Gu Fei's heart meridians, preventing the poison from attacking his heart and ending his life. Chapter 113. When Gu Fei woke up from his coma, he found that he was still lying in the stream. He had a splitting headache and his entire body felt like it was being burned by flames. It was hot, very hot. His skin was like a red-hot soldering iron and the stream water beside him seemed to be boiling, emitting steam and bubbles. With just a slight movement, his entire body felt like it was being pierced by 10,000 needles. He couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Slowly climbing up, Gu Fei found that his surroundings were gloomy and the forest was covered in mist. Looking up, the sky was pitch black and the clouds were surging as if a storm was coming. Gu Fei couldn't tell whether it was day or night. It was completely silent and he couldn't hear any beast roars. "I'm not dead yet, I'm not dead yet." Gu Fei muttered to himself as he staggered along the stream. His head was dizzy and the intense pain caused his mind to be in a mess. It seemed as if he would fall unconscious again at any moment. However, the inhuman pain stimulated the sensitive nerves of Gu Fei's body, causing his mind to gradually clear up. His chaotic brain began to gradually sort out his thoughts. Walking along the stream for several dozen feet, Gu Fei was surprised to find that there were many beasts lying on both sides of the stream. There were also dead fish floating in the stream with their stomachs turned upside down. Gu Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. He was going upstream, so how could the fish in the stream still be poisoned to death? Just what kind of strange poison was this that was so tyrannical and powerful? The poison that was forced out of Gu Fei's body was actually able to infect the stream upstream. It was truly shocking. It wasn't until he walked more than 100 feet in the mountain stream that the dead fish in the stream gradually disappeared. After walking another dozen feet, Gu Fei saw the shadows of fish swimming in the stream. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky, as if it had suddenly torn a long hole in the dark sky. A burst of intense light erupted, instantly illuminating the world. A gust of wind blew past, and the trees in the forest swayed violently, rustling. The wind brought with it heavy moisture, and Gu Fei could smell the scent of water. The storm was coming. A strong light flashed, and Gu Fei could vaguely see a cliff in front of the mountain stream. There seemed to be a dark cave at the bottom of the cliff, and the stream was flowing out from that cave. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. Moreover, his current situation was not good. There were still remnants of poison in his body, causing his body to be extremely weak. If he ran into any powerful beasts, his life would be in danger. Of course, if that unlucky beast ate Gu Fei, it would also be poisoned to death. After being washed by the stream, most of the toxins in Gu Fei's body had been expelled, but some of the toxins that had invaded his internal organs were not so easy to expel out of his body. He needed to find a relatively safe place to expel the toxins. It had to be said that the two mysterious young men's methods were really despicable. Although Gu Fei only drank a cup of poisoned wine, he was now half dead. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated ancient martial arts, tempering his body day and night, and the vitality contained in his body was extremely strong, far surpassing ordinary cultivators, that cup of poisoned wine would have taken his life. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky were so dense that they almost covered the ground. Bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds like silver snakes swimming in the clouds. The power of heaven and earth deterred all living things. At this moment, besides the rumbling thunder, not a single beast's roar could be heard. All the beasts in the forest seemed to be hiding. Gu Fei endured the discomfort of his body and carefully walked ashore from the mountain stream. Then he walked forward through the trees and weeds beside the mountain stream. Sure enough, there was a pitch-black hole in front of him. When the storm was about to come and the sky was dark, the hole at the bottom of the cliff was like a gaping mouth that could swallow any living creature that passed by at any time. Gu Fei felt a burst of pressure. Should he go in or not? Gu Fei pondered. Rumble. Another shocking lightning flashed across the sky, and the sound of thunder shook the world. Seeing that the storm was coming, Gu Fei weighed the pros and cons, and felt that it was better to enter the cave to avoid this storm. Carefully, his footsteps were light like a leopard cat, and without any movement he came to the side of the cave. Gu Fei bent down to pick up a stone, threw it into the cave, and then quickly hid to the side. Plop. The sound of water came from the cave. Gu Fei carefully listened to the sound in the cave and did not move. He was not in a hurry, and it could even be said that he was very patient. After a while there was no more sound coming from the cave, but Gu Fei still did not move. He knew that when some berserk beasts were hunting, they would hide very well and would not easily attack. Although the intelligence of berserk beasts was far less than that of humans, hunting was their nature. In this aspect, humans were far inferior to berserk beasts. They were the most outstanding killers in the jungle. Sha. Heavy rain fell from the sky, covering the world with a layer of rain curtain. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the wind howled. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally arrived. The rain drenched Gu Fei's clothes, blurring his eyes. He leaned against the side of the cave, motionless. Finally, after confirming that there was nothing strange in the cave, Gu Fei slowly walked into the cave. The cave was the source of the mountain stream. Through the flashing lightning from time to time, Gu Fei could vaguely see the water in the cave. After the lightning passed, the cave became so dark that he could not even see his fingers. He did not know where this cave extended to. Gu Fei did not dare to go too deep. Instead, he found a clean place near the cave entrance, leaned against the cave wall and sat down cross-legged. He cut open his palms and then operated the mysterious technique, slowly shaking his internal organs, muscles and bones. Wave after wave of yuan qi began to gather in his dantian. The colorful light began to circulate, and then spread out from his dantian, spreading to his limbs and bones. The yuan qi in his body washed through his internal organs like a wave, forcing out the poison that had invaded his internal organs, through the cut skin of his palms. Gradually, with the circulation of yuan qi in Gu Fei's body, the surrounding spiritual energy also began to slowly gather towards him, seeping into his body, causing the heat all over his body to begin to ease. As time passed, traces of poisonous blood began to seep out from Gu Fei's palms. It was purplish-black blood, and besides the stench, the poisonous blood also carried a faint fragrance, like the fragrance of some kind of flower. While Gu Fei was in the cave operating the mysterious technique to expel the poison, in a courtyard in Bluestone Town, a room next to a lotus pond emitted a bright light. A black-clothed man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat braved the heavy rain and hurriedly walked in from outside the courtyard. He bypassed the lotus pond and went straight to the room that was still lit. When he came to the door, the man took off the bamboo hat and coat, put it aside and then was about to knock on the door. "Come in." At this time, a calm voice came from inside the room. "Yes, young master." The man respectfully and carefully opened the door, and then flashed into the room. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a bed, a table, 2 tea tables and several chairs. The 2 walls of the room and the table were burning with red candles. A young man was holding a book, reading under the candlelight. "Young master, this is information about those 2 people." The person who came in was a middle-aged man with yellow skin. This person's eyes were full of spirit, and his footsteps were silent. It was obvious that he was a smart and capable person. The young master put down the book in his hand, took a stack of papers from the middle-aged man, and then began to read. After only reading a few, the young man's face changed. Chapter 114. A storm enveloped heaven and earth. The lightning in the sky danced like silver snakes, and thunder shook the sky. The power of heaven and earth was irresistible. In the depths of the forest, the cave where Gu Fei was in had become a water curtain cave. The rainwater rushing down from the cliff almost covered the cave entrance. On a rock beside the cave entrance, Gu Fei sat cross-legged with his back against the cave wall. Faint rumbles of thunder could be heard all over his body, as if he was resonating with the thunder and lightning in the sky. The sound of the heavenly thunder drum forged his muscles and bones. At this moment, Gu Fei was using this divine ability to force out the poison. An endless amount of spiritual energy gathered around him, forming faintly discernible spots of spiritual energy outside his body. On his palm, the stinky purplish-black poisonous blood with a faint fragrance flowed down, dripping onto the stone in front of him, and then flowing from the stone into the water below. The poisonous blood melted into the water and gradually spread. The fish in the cave gradually floated up from the water and were all poisoned to death. This kind of strange poison was really terrifying. A drop of poisonous blood could turn a body of water into poisonous water. All living things in the water would die and become lifeless stagnant water. Suddenly, whoosh! A green shadow rushed out of the water in front of Gu Fei and then landed on Gu Fei's right palm. It was a small green snake the size of a chopstick and less than a foot long. It was really incredible that this small snake was not poisoned to death by the strange poison that melted into the water. Even a fierce beast like the blood monkey would die when it came into contact with the poisonous sweat on Gu Fei's body. This Xiaoqing snake was actually able to survive. It was really extraordinary. The small green snake actually bit the middle finger of Gu Fei's right hand. 2 sharp teeth protruded from its upper jaw, breaking the skin of Gu Fei's middle finger and piercing into his flesh. It actually pierced through Gu Fei's flesh. The 2 sharp teeth of the Xiaoqing snake were obviously more powerful than divine weapons. All of this happened too suddenly and too quickly. By the time Gu Fei was alerted, the Xiaoqing snake had already bitten his middle finger. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, but immediately after, the unvented heat in his body, the astonishing heat produced by the evaporation of the strange poison in his body, suddenly seemed to have broken through a gap, and poured out from his middle finger. The bite of the Xiaoqing snake seemed to have opened a gate, allowing the heat poison in Gu Fei's body to escape. Gu Fei immediately felt a cooling sensation throughout his body. His skin, which was so red that it looked as if it was about to drip blood, began to gradually fade and his body temperature began to drop. What kind of snake is this? Gu Fei did not make any move. He calmly sized up the little green snake that was biting his right middle finger. The dim cave did not hinder his vision. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, as long as there was a little light, he could clearly see everything around him. He saw that the little snake was covered with small green scales, and there was a faint green luster flowing on the scales. The entire slender snake body seemed to be carved out of jasper, crystal clear. However, what surprised Gu Fei the most was that there were 2 small protrusions on the small head of the Xiaoqing snake. The protrusions were not scales, and the color was not green but a faint silver, which was not obvious. Could it be that it has grown horns? Gu Fei was extremely surprised. If it really had grown horns, then this Xiaoqing snake was not an ordinary snake. It was said that there were some strange beasts in the world that inherited a trace of the bloodline of ancient holy beast. If the trace of bloodline in their body could be stimulated, and if it was enlarged infinitely, the power of ancient holy beasts could be reproduced. Could it be that this Xiaoqing snake was actually a holy snake with a trace of the bloodline of a real dragon? If that was the case, the potential of this Xiaoqing snake was simply unlimited. returning to its ancestry with the body of a snake, the holy snake with the bloodline of a real dragon. Even after thousands of generations, the bloodline of a real dragon was extremely thin, but there was still a chance of returning to its ancestry. Of course, the process of returning to its ancestry was definitely full of dangers, and it was bound to go through thousands of hardships. It was a magnificent feat that was 1 in a million. Although Gu Fei guessed so, it was only his wishful thinking in the end. No one knew whether this Xiaoqing snake had the bloodline of a real dragon or not. However, even so, this Xiaoqing snake also showed an extraordinary side. It was actually sucking the remaining poison in Gu Fei's body. Fine purple-black poisonous qi as thin as hair converged towards the 2 sharp teeth of Xiaoqing's snake, which pierced into Gu Fei's middle finger along Gu Fei's middle finger. Less than an hour later, as if the Xiaoqing snake had been full of the poisonous blood, it slithered off Gu Fei's palm and coiled up on a stone beside Gu Fei, remaining still. This bizarre little snake seemed to be refining the poisonous blood as a wisp of vague spiritual source seemed to be flowing over its cyan body. Gu Fei was shocked to find that a small part of the remaining poison in his body had been sucked away by the Xiaoqing snake. The bloody color over its body had faded away as it gradually recovered its strength. It seems that it will take me a few days to completely remove the remaining poison in my body. Dragon Emperor City, Ruin Heavenly Realm, I'd better not waste time. Gu Fei couldn't help but worry about it. He didn't know whether Dan Xinzi had already arrived at Dragon Emperor City with Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others, or whether they would wait for him. No matter what, he had to go to Dragon Emperor City. Gu Fei faintly felt that the trip to Ruin Heavenly Realm might be an opportunity for him to break through his destiny. He would not give up until he was in despair. Among the 9 meridians of Taishan sect, Green Spirit Peak had been declining for hundreds of years. Not only were they ridiculed by their peers, but even few people in the top 3 Taoist sects mentioned Green Spirit Peak. It seemed that people in the cultivation world had forgotten about the existence of Green Spirit Peak in Taishan sect. Gu Fei had a heavy burden on his shoulders. Whether he liked it or not, as the only successor of Green Spirit Peak, the heavy burden of revitalizing Green Spirit Peak naturally fell on his shoulders. He couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. The storm raged for several hours before it gradually weakened. When the clouds and rain dispersed, endless starlight sprinkled down from the sky. At this time it was already night time. Dripping sounds could be heard everywhere, and the air was filled with water vapor. Gu Fei's body seemed to be rippling with a layer of the world's yuan qi, which was the power of water of the 5 elements. The essence of heaven and earth that Gu Fei absorbed mainly consisted of wood essence, earth essence and water essence, while the fire essence and metal essence were much thinner. The 5 elements inside and outside resonated with each other. Using the 5 elements inside his body to guide the 5 elements of heaven and earth into his body, Gu Fei's body seemed to be injected with endless vitality. His injured body that had been ravaged by the strange poison gradually recovered its vigor. Gu Fei had already recovered some of his cultivation strength. If he didn't encounter any powerful fierce beasts, he could easily protect himself in this endless primeval woods. Gu Fei continued to agitate the essence in his body, gathering the spiritual yuan of heaven and earth to refine his injured body. He slowly forced the remaining poison out of his body like silk. It was not until the sun rose in the east that he woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, the Xiaoqing snake on the rock sensed that something was wrong. It raised its head vigilantly and flicked its tongue. Gu Fei smiled indifferently. He didn't have any hostility towards the Xiaoqing snake. Instead, he stood up and took off the tattered clothes on his body. Then he got down from the rock and walked into the water to wash himself. Chapter 115. At noon 3 days later, on the avenue leading to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness, a fleet of vehicles was moving forward while the horses were roaring. There were many boxes or bags of goods on the big carriages being pulled by 4 horses side by side. After counting carefully, there were 20 to 30 such big carriages. The carriages were guarded by over 100 mercenaries who were holding weapons in their hands with dumbfounded looks. On both sides of the avenue were dense primitive woods. Some fierce beasts might jump out of the woods at any time. Therefore these mercenaries dared not be careless. There was a carriage in the middle of the fleet. Its window was covered with a cloth curtain. Nobody could see clearly who was sitting inside. That person inside was also very mysterious. Even when the fleet stopped for a rest and lunch, that person didn't get out of the carriage. What made those mercenaries confused was that this boss Zheng, a salt merchant from Central Plains, treated the person inside the carriage very respectfully. He always came back from the front of the fleet to greet the person inside the carriage. The leader of this group of mercenaries was a man with a full beard and a short stature. He was lean and strong, and wherever his skin could be seen, his muscles were like coiling dragons, full of power. This bearded man was clearing the way in front of the fleet with Boss Zheng, a salt merchant from Central Plains. With a pitch-black huge axe on his shoulder, the bearded man was humming a folk song, which made him look majestic. Ha! Boss Zheng, what's the background of that person in the carriage behind us? The bearded man smirked as he asked a slightly fat middle-aged man in brocade clothes who was riding a tall horse on his side. I can't tell you, Boss Zheng said mysteriously with a smile. Boss Zheng, we're old friends. Your goods have been escorted by this old Hu and a bunch of brothers over these years. As we're familiar with each other, please tell me something. The bearded mercenary leader old Hu's curiosity was aroused by Boss Zheng. This bearded man was the head of a mercenary organization among numerous mercenaries who were active between Bluestone Town and Dragon Emperor City. There were many such mercenary organizations in Bluestone Town. This bearded man was a bit famous in the circle of mercenaries. Merchants traveling from south to north, unless they were strong and had a large number of specially trained guards, they would have to hire mercenaries to protect their goods. However, the price of hiring a group of mercenaries was not low. This trade route in the southern wasteland was not peaceful at all. No merchant dared to walk in the southern wasteland without hiring mercenaries. Without the protection of mercenaries, not only would their goods be robbed by bandits, even their lives would be threatened. In the southern wasteland, killing people and robbing them was a common occurrence. Spending some money to hire dozens of mercenaries to protect the safety of the goods and people was still very worthwhile. This person is my benefactor, he saved my life. Boss Zheng laughed. When the bearded man heard this, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Could it be that Brother Zheng encountered those robbers who killed and robbed people? Yes. We didn't encounter bandits, but a herd of beasts, and it was a large group of bloodthirsty wolves, said Boss Zheng. Bloodthirsty wolf pack? The bearded man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The bearded man had traveled between Bluestone Town and Dragon Emperor City for many times. Of course he knew the power of fierce wolves. They were a group of ferocious beasts that ate humans without spitting out their bones. Did that man save you from the wolf pack? The bearded man asked in disbelief as he widely opened his eyes. Boss Zheng nodded and couldn't help but think of an evening 2 days ago. At that time, when his convoy was less than 50 miles away from Bluestone Town, they encountered a pack of bloodthirsty wolves that suddenly rushed out of the dense woods. Over 100 fierce wolves as large as calves were enough to tear them apart and devour them. Even their bones might not be left. When they were in a hopeless situation, a man appeared. This man showed his great battle strength and easily killed the bloodthirsty wolf king among the wolves, scaring them away. Therefore, Boss Zheng went forward to express his gratitude. After a short talk, Boss Zheng knew that this youth was also heading for Dragon Emperor City. Therefore, he enthusiastically invited this youth in white clothes to go with them so that they could take care of each other on the way. Of course, this Central Plains salt merchant, Boss Zheng, also had his own selfish motives. This young man could kill the wolf king among the wolves as easily as taking something out of his pocket. With this young man in the convoy, he did not have to be so worried. After thinking about it for a short while, the youth agreed. However, he put forward a condition to Boss Zheng. He didn't want to see anyone else except Boss Zheng. Translator. WQL Editor. Aline, there was a courier station 60 miles away from Bluestone Town. Boss Zheng and Big Beard arranged to meet there. From the courier station to Dragon Emperor City, Boss Zheng's fleet would be escorted by Big Beard and over 100 mercenaries. In the mercenary industry, they ate on the edge of a knife and lived a life where there would be no tomorrow. However, the treatment was generous. Even if they were to die a heroic death, their families would receive a large pension and they would not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. Therefore, although this industry was full of dangers, many people joined mercenary teams. I see. After hearing Boss Zheng's explanation, the bearded man didn't ask him about that person in the carriage anymore. After all, the bearded man knew some taboos in the mercenary industry. He would never ask about things that he shouldn't know. Even if he knew, he would pretend to be deaf and dumb. Curiosity was not a good habit. It was often fatal. While the bearded man and Boss Zheng were talking in the front, they didn't know that their words had been heard by the youth in the carriage behind them. The carriage that the young man was in was at least 100 feet away from Big Beard and the others who were clearing the path ahead. However, with the young man's cultivation base, any movement within 100 feet would not be able to escape his eyes and ears. Even if an embroidery needle fell to the ground, he would be able to hear it clearly. Humph! This guy surnamed Zheng is smart. He didn't expose my look. A youth was sitting in the carriage with legs crossed. A small cyan snake was coiling on his right hand. Two tiny teeth holes could be vaguely seen on the middle finger of the youth's right hand. The carriage seemed to be filled with a faint fragrance of plants. The youth's eyes were like cold stars, his face was like a knife, and his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? You little guy, you actually swallowed a beast crystal. That's really surprising, Gu Fei said with a faint smile as he gently played with the Xiaoqing snake on his hand. It turned out that when this little azure snake had entered Gu Fei's magic treasure pouch that day, it had actually gone for the beast crystal within the magic treasure pouch and swallowed the jade green beast crystal that was the size of a finger. The jade green beast crystal that looked like a pearl was something Gu Fei had obtained from the three-eyed divine mink that he had met by chance. However, it had now been swallowed by the Xiaoqing snake. After swallowing the beast crystal, the Xiaoqing snake's abdomen bulged. That beast crystal was not that easy to refine. After swallowing the beast crystal, the Xiaoqing snake became listless. Only when Gu Fei used his power to expel the poison did the Xiaoqing snake slowly crawl out of the magic treasure pouch and suck the poison in Gu Fei's body. 2 days ago, when Gu Fei came out of the primitive forest, he met Boss Zhang and his group who were surrounded by wolves. So he killed the Wolf King, scared off the wolf pack and saved Boss Zhang and his group. He didn't like to deal with people, so he wanted to leave. However, when he talked with Boss Zhang, he found out that Boss Zhang was a salt merchant in the Central Plains. He was preparing to transport 10 carts of salt to the southern wasteland to sell. The southern wasteland didn't produce salt, so it was rare in the southern wasteland. Boss Zhang transported the salt to the southern wasteland in exchange for its rare products, and then transported it back to the Central Plains to earn the difference in price. Back and forth, Boss Zhang could net tens of thousands of gold with each trip. However, his strength was limited. He couldn't sell salt to the southern wasteland on a large scale. 4 big organizations like Haoyan Business Group and Rising Sun Trading Company, they could make more than tens of thousands of gold coins by traveling between the Central Plains and the southern wasteland. Boss Zhang's tens of thousands of gold coins couldn't even match the fraction of those organizations. This was the advantage of big business groups and big trading companies. With great wealth and power, they could always do big business. They could dispatch hundreds or even thousands of people. Additionally, they had their own guards. They didn't need to hire mercenaries at all. Boss Zhang invited them. Therefore, Gu Fei agreed to go to the Dragon Emperor city in the southern wasteland with Boss Zhang and his group. In a couple of days, the remaining poison in my body would be completely removed. Wait for me, those 3 guys. I will definitely take revenge for them. When Gu Fei thought about how he was almost poisoned by Chu Tian and those 2 mysterious young men and lost his life, he found it difficult to restrain the rage in his chest. These 3 people had already been on his must-kill list. Of course, he didn't know that Chu Tian was just used as a spear by others. Beitang Ao and Dong Fong Long secretly tampered with the liquor that Gu Fei drank. Chu Tian didn't know this. Moreover, Chu Tian didn't know these 2 people either. However, even if Chu Tian knew that it was done by these 2 people, he didn't dare to denounce them. After all, the forces behind these 2 people were not small. The abdomen of that Xiaoqing snake was still bulging. That beast crystal had not been completely refined. After sucking the poisonous blood, the green snake lazily crawled back into the magic treasure pouch on Gu Fei's waist. This little guy didn't seem to be shy with strangers and wasn't afraid of Gu Fei. This Xiaoqing snake stayed with Gu Fei for the time being because there were 2 items in Gu Fei's magic treasure pouch that attracted this little guy. An egg-sized yellow beast crystal and a pitch-black bead. The bead was more advanced than the beast crystal. It was a beast core. Only demonic beasts could form beast cores inside their bodies. That bead was the inner beast core of that immature black water serpent that Gu Fei got from the mysterious cave at the bottom of the icy green pool. At this time, the speed of the caravan suddenly slowed down, and a clamor came from the front. Gu Fei peered through the curtain and saw a large group of people with flags fluttering in the wind a few dozen meters ahead. Rising Sun Trading Company, Chu? Gu Fei vaguely saw the following words on the flags. At the sight of these words, Gu Fei's pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 116. The scale of the Rising Sun Trading Company's caravan was very large. There were about 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards wearing soft armor and purple headbands on their foreheads, riding on tall horses. Furthermore, the horses that the yellow-robed guards rode on were not ordinary horses. They were black-armored war steeds, and they were all 1 in 1,000 excellent steeds. Only a great force like the Rising Sun Trading Company could possess black-armored war horses, which were comparable to the heavy cavalry of the 3 empires. Of course, the yellow-robed guards of the Rising Sun Trading Company did not dare to wear armor, boots, and helmets in public. This was because doing so would be a great taboo of the three empires. The empires could turn a blind eye to the training of guards in private. However, if they trained soldiers in private, it would be a different matter. They could be accused of conspiring at any time and be punished with the extermination of their entire clan. Even so, these 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards of the Rising Sun Trading Company could rely on the black-armored war horses to break up and defeat thousands of bandits in an instant, even if they encountered them. This was not an exaggeration. TSK. Look at their equipment. That's what you call excellent equipment. Big Beard, who was carrying a huge axe, licked his lips when he saw the black-armored war horses under the yellow-robed guards. The envy in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. Banners fluttered, carriages roared, and horses roared. This was simply a march, not a caravan. The Rising Sun Trading Company's ostentatious display was big enough to deter the few bandit forces that had designs on them. Hee, Brother Beard, if you are envious, you can join the Rising Sun Trading Company. With Brother Beard's strength, isn't it a piece of cake for you to be the commander of the guards? Boss Zheng said with a smile. Bah. To be someone else's slave? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not that cheap. Big Beard said while glaring. This Big Beard was obviously a person who would rather be a beggar than a slave. Big Beard and the others slowed down the speed of the caravan and followed the Rising Sun Trading Company from a distance. The smoke and dust in front of them blew over from time to time, but they did not mind it. Instead, they chatted and laughed in a relaxed manner. It seemed that following behind them and eating their dust was also a pleasure. Even the big bearded man hung the big axe on the saddle, tore open the leather armor on his chest, and chatted with Boss Zheng. They talked about everything under the sun and spittle flew everywhere. This was because the Rising Sun Caravan's people were clearing the path in front of them. If anything happened, the people in front of them would shoulder the burden. Therefore, Big Beard and the others naturally did not need to be so nervous. In the carriage of the Central Plains salt merchant, Boss Zheng, Gu Fei did not bat an eyelid, although he really wanted to rush forward, drag Chu Tian out and slap him to death. However, now was not the time. He had to endure it. His strength had not fully recovered, and the remaining poison in his body had not been completely purged. He could not unleash the full power of his martial arts. I'll let you live for 2 more days. Gu Fei forcefully suppressed the anger in his chest. He had no choice but to do this. He had to kill Chu Tian in his peak state because Chu Tian was not simple. If he failed to kill him in one strike and allowed him to escape, it would be a source of trouble in the future. Needless to say, South Wilderness was really vast. After walking on the avenue leading to Dragon Emperor City for 2 days, Zhang Tai could vaguely see a huge city at the end of the endless primeval woods like a wild beast in the prehistoric wilderness. That was Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. Nobody knew when Dragon Emperor City was built, not even the old fogies on the continent. Perhaps Dragon Emperor City had existed for a long time. As a result, people's memory about Dragon Emperor City had been eroded by the merciless time. It was said that Dragon Emperor City had existed in South Wilderness since far ancient times. However, this rumor couldn't be verified. Even the oldest classics on the continent didn't record when this huge city appeared. The setting sun was as red as blood, which dyed all the clouds in the skyline into fiery red, forming brilliant fiery clouds. On the avenue, the fleet of carriages stretched for miles. Noisy people and horses neighed. In front of the fleet was the most powerful and well-equipped Rising Sun caravan with fluttering flags. 300 to 400 yellow-robed guards were riding black-armored battle horses and guarding the carts of goods in an awe-inspiring manner. After the Rising Sun caravan were 7 to 8 small caravans that had gathered on the road over the past 2 days. In this way, the fleet of carriages stretched for miles on the avenue. Actually, these small caravans behind the Rising Sun caravan had the same idea as Boss Zheng, the salt merchant from the Central Plains. They were all using the Rising Sun caravan's power to intimidate others. By staying close to the Rising Sun caravan, they could avoid robbers by relying on the power of the Rising Sun caravan. Over the past 2 days, Gu Fei, who was hiding in the fleet of Boss Zheng, finally got rid of all the remaining toxins in his body and recovered to his peak state. He planned to launch an attack tonight. Chu Tian dared to use despicable methods to harm him. His actions were unforgivable. Only by using Chu Tian's blood could he quell his anger. The light between the heavens and the earth receded and darkness gradually descended. Night came quietly. The endless stars in the sky were like shy girls slowly removing their veils, sprinkling down endless starlight. After a day's journey, the people and horses were tired. When night fell, the fleet of carriages that stretched for miles also stopped. They set up camp by the roadside and lit bonfires. Some people directly walked into the forest by the roadside and hunted a few wild animals, or untied their rations from the carriages and swallowed them with coarse wine. Outside it was fine as long as they could fill their stomachs. There was not much to be concerned about. While no one was paying attention, Gu Fei slipped out of the carriage and entered the dense forest by the roadside. He passed through the dense forest. His movements were like a phantom, like a ghost, avoiding the people's eyes and ears as he quickly moved forward. In the campsite of the Rising Sun Caravan, a large purple tent was set up. The tent was brightly lit and there were 2 guards standing at the entrance. Inside the tent, 2 people were leisurely playing chess. One of the 2 people playing chess was a young man in luxurious clothes, and the other was a middle-aged scholar in green clothes, holding a feather fan and silk scarf. How many people have been bewitched by you 19 times? I lost again. Mr. Ning's chess skills can be said to be unparalleled in the present age. I admire you. The young man in luxurious clothes stared at the chessboard and pondered for a long time before finally saying these words. The scholar in front of the young man gently waved his feather fan. 3 strands of black beard hung down to his chest, his face was as white as jade, and his phoenix eyes and long eyebrows made him look strange and elegant. When he smiled, he gave people a feeling that he was extraordinary. The middle-aged scholar, Mr. Ning, was about to speak. Suddenly, his expression changed and he waved the feather fan in his hand toward the chessboard on the table. The chessboard immediately flew up, and the black and white chess pieces on it fell to the ground. The chessboard went around the young man and blocked his back. The engraved lines on the chessboard seemed to come to life, rushing out and crisscrossing each other, like a net being laid out. Chapter 117. Under the curtain of night, the campsite of the Rising Sun Caravan was very peaceful. The guards and workers were cooking and feeding the horses as usual. However, when a white figure appeared, the tranquility of the campsite was instantly broken. A white figure dashed out from the primitive jungle beside the main road like lightning. Before the guards could react, the white figure had already appeared beside the big tent in the center of the campsite. He directly broke open the tent and stepped into the tent. Boom! The campsite of the Rising Sun Caravan was instantly in an uproar. The yellow-robed guards who had woken up turned pale with fright. They picked up their weapons and rushed towards the tent in the center from all directions. However, at this moment there was a scene in the tent. A cold-looking young man with long hair fluttering in the wind and a murderous aura was punching towards the young man in embroidered clothes who was sitting beside the table in the tent. The pneuma was vast and mighty, and the misty 5-colored aura surged forward like a surging river. Pung! The dust on the ground seemed to have been lashed by a whip, rushing up and spreading in all directions. All of this happened too suddenly. When the young man broke open the tent and entered, the young man in embroidered clothes was startled by the enemy's attack. He turned pale with fright and stood up from the chair. However, the response of the middle-aged scholar opposite the young man was extremely fast. When the young man broke open the tent, the feather fan in his hand swept across the chessboard in front of him. The chessboard immediately burst out with misty light, bypassing the young man in embroidered clothes and moving forward to block the young man in embroidered clothes. The 19 vertical and horizontal lines on the chessboard seemed to have come to life. They rushed out from the chessboard and interweaved into a net. The net quickly spread out and caught the young man's incoming fist energy. Seeing this, the young man could not help but be startled. He seemed to have not expected that there was such an expert by Chu Tian's side. However, the young man's fist momentum did not change. His fist was like a meteorite falling from the sky, but also like a meteor streaking across the sky. The green-robed scholar, Mr. Ning, could not help but be moved at this moment. The newcomer was incomparably powerful and the strength he displayed was frightening. An expert, definitely a rare expert. The energy net instantly collided with the young man's fist, making a sound like cloth being torn apart. The big net that was trapping him was immediately shattered by the punch. The fist, which was surrounded by 5-colored divine light, broke through the energy net. Bang! It directly hit the chessboard. Buzz! The chessboard shook violently from the punch, and it was sent flying back towards the young man in embroidered clothes who had a shocked expression on his face. Ha! Mr. Ning let out a loud shout. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the chessboard that was flying backwards. The chessboard immediately spun and stopped in midair. Gu Fei, is that you? At this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes cried out in alarm, and his mind shook violently. He retreated a few steps and even knocked over the table in front of him. Humph! Chu Tian, today is the day you die. The white-clothed youth who had suddenly charged in was Gu Fei, who had taken advantage of the darkness of the night to seek revenge. Gu Fei, listen to me, this is all a misunderstanding. At this time, Chu Tian had also lost his calm. Gu Fei's unparalleled strength and killing intent made him tremble in fear, and he lost his previous calm. Misunderstanding? How can there be so many misunderstandings in this world? Gu Fei looked around and said, where are those two guys? Call them out. At this time there was a clamor of people outside. Shouts rose and fell, and heavy footsteps quickly moved towards this place. Dozens of yellow-robed guards had already rushed in from the big hole behind Gu Fei with swords and sabers in their hands. Kill. A man who seemed to be the leader of the guards pointed at Gu Fei with a long sword in his hand. Kill. The dozens of yellow-robed guards immediately brandished the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Gu Fei like wolves and tigers. Don't. Chu Tian hurriedly shouted, but it was already too late. Courting death. Gu Fei instantly turned around and rushed into the crowd like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Bang bang bang. The heads of 5 guards were directly smashed into their chests, and the chests of 7 guards caved in, and they flew out with their chests sticking to their backs. The leader of the guards had the worst ending. His weapon was directly smashed by Gu Fei's punch, and the broken pieces of the weapon were like thousands of sharp flying knives shooting back. Puff 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 puff. The leader's body was full of holes. Even though he was wearing a soft armor inside, it was still pierced, like a water bag being pierced through, and blood spurted out from the leader's body. The inside of the tent suddenly became a slaughterhouse. Dozens of guards were instantly killed by Gu Fei in a flash, and the pungent smell of blood filled the tent. The middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and Chu Tian, the young master of the rising sun, both changed their expressions. Gu Fei's power immediately deterred the group of guards who were about to rush in. An ominous glint flashed in Gu Fei's eyes, like a peerless ferocious beast. He coldly glanced at the people outside, and the group of guards outside the tent immediately became restless. They looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to enter the tent again. Gu Fei, I really didn't poison you, it was those 2 bastards Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao who did it. After all, Chu Tian was used to big scenes. Although he was shocked, he quickly calmed down. In fact, Chu Tian relied on Mr. Ning beside him to have such courage. This middle-aged scholar, Mr. Ning, was actually a strange person. Moreover, we only met for the first time that day, I have no reason to harm you, Chu Tian quickly said again. He could see that Gu Fei was a decisive person, and this kind of person was not to be trifled with. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Chu Tian's words seemed to be reasonable, and it was impossible for Chu Tian to make a move on a stranger without any reason. Dongfang Long Beidang Ao? Dongfang. Could it be? When Gu Fei thought of this, his eyes shone brightly, and a heart-palpitating evil qi surged out from his body, and everyone immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Gu Fei's action made the hearts of the 2 people opposite him jump. Mr. Ning even suspended the chessboard in front of him, and looked at Gu Fei with a serious expression. If Gu Fei made any strange movements, he would mercilessly attack. This chessboard had actually been refined into a treasure by Mr. Ning, and the power displayed just now was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, a white strange bird flew in from outside the tent and landed on Chu Tian's shoulder. This strange bird was only the size of a fist, and its feathers were as white as snow. It had a pair of sharp golden claws, and there was a strand of bright red feathers on its head. If one didn't look closely, one would think that it had a red flesh crown. There was a cylinder tied to the strange bird's leg. Chu Tian quickly untied the cylinder from the bird's leg, and then took out a roll of paper from it. Gu Fei, I know where Beidang Ao is. You can go find him directly and prove that what I said is true. Chu Tian opened the roll of paper, and said to Gu Fei after reading it anxiously. He is there. Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed that this matter was not that simple, and it might be a disaster. Dongfang family. Gu Fei felt a burst of irritation. They are confronting the Haoyin caravan 30 li ahead. Chu Tian said quickly. Whoosh. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew within the tent. Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared from the tent. A white figure quickly rushed out of the Rising Sun caravan's campsite. Chapter 118. Gu Fei left in the blink of an eye. The battle didn't break out. Chu Tian instantly relaxed his tense nerves, making him feel exhausted. Only then did he realize that his clothes had long been soaked in cold sweat. Gu Fei gave him a terrifying feeling. He was like a deity or a demon. Gu Fei was decisive in killing. In a split second, he had killed over a dozen guards with the force of a thunderbolt. Looking at the mess in front of him and the pungent smell of blood rushing into his nose, Chu Tian's face was still extremely pale. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't doubt Gu Fei's determination to kill him at all. If Mr. Ning was not present, he might have died here with a grievance. If he was really killed by Gu Fei, then he, Chu Tian, would have died in vain. The guards that were killed by Gu Fei were in an incomparably miserable state. All of them had their bones and tendons broken, their flesh turned into mud, and their bodies were no longer in human shape. These well-trained guards were nothing more than ants before Gu Fei. Who is this person? Why did you offend such a powerful figure? Mr. Ning waved his sleeve and put the chessboard in front of him into his sleeve. He's called Gu Fei and he's an ascetic cultivator. However, his identity shouldn't be simple. That Dong Feng Long and Beitang Ao seemed to be extremely afraid of him, and they didn't hesitate to use despicable methods to kill him. Chu Tian didn't conceal anything and told Mr. Ning about the sequence of events. Dongfang clan of Eastern Qi and Beitang clan of Southern Yan. When did these two cultivation clans get together? Strange. Who could make them afraid? Mr. Ning slightly waved his feather fan. After listening to Chu Tian's story, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, on the ancient road leading to Dragon Emperor City, there was a camp about 15 kilometers ahead of the camp of the Rising Sun Caravan. This camp was larger and had more people than the camp of the Rising Sun Caravan. However, at this time, the camp was brightly lit, and the sound of people clamoring could be heard. A group of black-clothed people were confronting hundreds of cyan-clothed guards in front of the camp. They were led by a tall and straight young man in black and a middle-aged man in black with a pale face and no facial hair. Although the young man was handsome and his eyes were like cold stars, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man gave people a very strange feeling. Especially his eyes, which were incomparably deep and emitted a dense chill. Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over that thing or else, The black-clothed young man looked maliciously at the white-clothed young man, who was standing in front of hundreds of guards. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. This young man was the mysterious person who had tried to assassinate Gu Fei twice. Beitang Ao, if you know what's good for you, then quickly retreat. Offending our Ling clan won't do your Beitang clan any good. Beside the handsome white-clothed young master stood an old servant in a cyan gown. It was this old servant who spoke those words. Li Zhong, your surname is not Ling. If you're willing to hand over that thing, I might consider sparing your life. At this moment, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward and impatiently said to the old servant. The black-clothed middle-aged man was filled with a dangerous qi. An extremely obscure strength was surging inside his body. He was like a ferocious beast lurking in the dense woods, ready to launch a fatal strike at any passing prey. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man's prey were the members of Haotian Ling clan. That handsome young master was Ling Luoyen, who was disguised as a man, while that old servant in a cyan gown was Grandad Zhong. Dragon Emperor City was over 100 miles away from the ancient road. However, Ling Luoyen and the others could never imagine that their caravan could encounter members of Beitang clan outside Dragon Emperor City. Seeing Beitang Ao's unbridled gaze roaming around her body, Ling Luoyen's face turned ashen. She gripped the long sword at her waist, wishing she could rush forward and dig out Beitang Ao's eyeballs to feed to the wild dogs. This person was really too hateful. As the beloved daughter of the head of Ling clan, nobody had ever dared to look at Ling Luoyen in such a blatant manner. She was extremely disgusted by Beitang Ao's gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have what you want. Grandad Zhong's aged words contained a kind of decisiveness. He looked straight at the black-clothed middle-aged man and emitted a majestic aura as he confronted the powerful enemy in front of him. Although he was old, his battle spirit was not. As a martial artist, Grandad Zhong displayed a kind of fearless spirit. Although the enemy was powerful, he would never hesitate in a battle. You don't know? I think you're just pretending to be crazy. The black-clothed youth, Beitang Ao, stared at Grandad Zhong and said coldly. Since you don't want to hand it over yourself, then I have to take it myself. The middle-aged man said with a cold expression as he stepped forward and wanted to attack Grandad Zhong. Clang! Hundreds of green-clothed guards immediately unsheathed their weapons and pointed them forward. The green-clothed guards of the Haotian merchant group were well-trained. Their movements were neat and uniform, and a fierce aura immediately spread out. Obviously, these guards were real martial artists who had seen blood and killed people on the battlefield. The killing intent of hundreds of people gathered together. Even a young expert like Beitang Ao could not help but be moved. So what if you have more people? In my eyes you're just a group of ants. The middle-aged man looked at the hundreds of green-clothed guards in front of him and said indifferently. At the same time, a majestic and heavy energy fluctuation spread out from the middle-aged man's body. He was not being arrogant, nor was he speaking nonsense. This middle-aged man definitely had the strength to sweep away hundreds of green-clothed guards. Grandad Zhong's face was ashen. He knew that he was probably doomed tonight. This middle-aged man was definitely a rare expert in the Beitang clan, and he was not his opponent. The Beitang clan was one of the top cultivation clans in the Yan kingdom. It had a long history and no one knew what kind of foundation this clan had. They only knew that this clan was definitely not simple. To be able to not be buried in history and continue to be passed down, such a cultivation clan must have something extraordinary. Uncle, why do you need to kill these people personally? It's better for me to get rid of these ants. Beitang Ao said disdainfully. He did not put the people of the Haoyan merchant group in his eyes at all. All right. Quickly bring the things over. I don't want to have any more problems. The middle-aged man nodded and retreated. This place was not far from the Dragon Emperor city. It would not be good if they attracted the attention of other experts. Humph. Dot. Beitang Ao strode forward and stretched out his right hand. Peng. A green light burst out from his palm. A large amount of green silk threads immediately shot out from his palm. Like countless tentacles, they entangled towards Grandad Zhong. Those were not real silk threads but energy threads condensed from energy. This was a kind of magical ability that Beitang Ao had mastered. It was an extremely powerful magical ability. The green energy threads could cut through anything. Xiao Cui Xiaoyu, protect the young master and retreat. Grandad Zhong shouted in a deep voice. Then he took a step forward and shook the long sword in his hand. OM. A dragon-like sword cry resounded as a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. The dazzling sword light, like a silver dragon, soared up to meet the entangling green energy strands. Unparalleled sword chi constantly shot out and destroyed the thousands of green strands. Then, Grandad Zhong soared into the sky, turned around in the air, and waved the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword turned into many cold stars and fell down from the sky, shrouding Beitang Ao under the endless starlight, blocking all of his escape routes. Grandad Zhong's sword move was very marvelous. Ha! Beitang Ao's face revealed a trace of evil smile. Reversal of heaven and earth. With a light shout, Beitang Ao waved his hands, and a wave of bizarre energy fluctuation suddenly surged out from his hands. In an instant, Grandpa Zhong felt like the world was spinning. It was as if the universe had turned upside down. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared in front of him. Chapter 119. Seeing his sword move being completely reversed by the opponent, even if Uncle Zhong was a seasoned fighter with a mind as firm as iron, he was still shocked. This youth of the Beitang family is actually a divine arts practitioner? Uncle Zhong was overwhelmed with shock and couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. A divine arts practitioner couldn't be resisted. It wasn't something a martial artist like him could contend against. However, he was incomparably experienced in fighting. When he felt something was wrong, he immediately spun his sword and used it as a shield, blocking in front of his body. The sword chi crisscrossed and with a sizzling sound, it actually sealed the space in front of him. The starlight sword chi that shot back instantly collided with the sword shield. Ding ding ding. A burst of crisp sounds of collisions that were as dense as rain erupted. Specks of bright sparks, like gorgeous fireworks exploding, sprinkling down a starry radiance. At the critical moment, Uncle Zhong tried his best to block the endless starlight sword chi, but in the end he was also knocked back by the unparalleled sword chi and lost his footing. However, it also resolved the danger of being injured by his own sword move. The two of them exchanged blows for a short moment, but it made the spectators' hearts palpitate. Especially the unfathomable divine art that Beitang Ao displayed, which could actually reverse the opponent's attack, was truly terrifying. Uncle Zhong was secretly shocked. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead. This youth in front of him, with this divine art, was already in an invincible position. Protect the young master and retreat. Uncle Zhong made a prompt decision and shouted at the group of guards. Ling Luoyan was a woman disguised as a man, so Uncle Zhong didn't call her young miss but young master. Yes. The dozen or so yellow-clothed guards immediately accepted the order and led the hundreds of green-clothed guards to spread out, protecting Ling Luoyan, Xiao Cui, and Xiaoyu within them before retreating. Even though there were many guards of the Ling family, they didn't panic and were orderly. Every one of them was an experienced martial artist. In the secular world, these guards all had the strength of a third-rated martial artist, so it wasn't a problem for them to lift 1,000 caddies. Of course, the martial artists in the secular world had long lost the true inheritance of martial arts. Although there were thousands of people who practiced martial arts, they were all martial arts that strengthened the body. The martial artists who had truly succeeded in practicing martial arts had long gone extinct. If the hundreds of third-rate warriors of the Ling family were to be released, they would be comparable to an army of thousands of men and horses. Their strength was not to be underestimated. However, in the eyes of those in the cultivation world, third-rated martial artists in the secular world were just a bunch of ants. They could kill as many as they came. You want to leave? The middle-aged man who was watching from the side waved his hand, and the dozens of black-clothed men behind him immediately rushed out like phantoms. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of them forced their way towards the several hundred green-clothed guards. If it was at any other time, then it would simply be the stupidest thing to do, like smashing an egg against a rock, and it was no different than a mad act of suicide. But today it was different. All of these black-clothed figures surged with a horrifying baleful aura, and they emanated a vast, ghastly, and terrifying aura. They were simply like over 10 madmen. The chi released by the dozens of black-clothed people faintly overwhelmed the chi released by the hundreds of green-clothed guards, which was really incredible. Beiteng-yi, do you really want to kill all of us? Grandpa Zhong said in a muffled voice as he put his sword horizontally in front of him and gazed at the middle-aged man in black with his sharp eyes. I will say it again, hand that thing out, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Beiteng-yi said sternly. I will say it again, I have no idea what you're talking about. Although Grandpa Zhong knew the situation was critical, he still didn't want to hand that thing out. Because he knew that the owner of this thing was in Dragon Emperor City. That person's background was greater than that of Beiteng clan. If that person couldn't see this thing, Haoyan Business Group would face a great disaster. Do it. Beiteng-yi ordered Beiteng-ao as he squinted his deep eyes into a line. Yes, big uncle. Beiteng-ao revealed a cruel smile as he strode forward. Numerous cyan strands appeared on his body, making him look like a huge cyan cocoon that was releasing tens of thousands of strands. Go! Beiteng-ao roared as tens of thousands of strands of energy instantly soared into the sky and interweaved into a huge net, which covered the hundreds of people of Haoyan Business Group in front of them. These hundreds of cyan guards were the backbone of Haoyan Business Group. As long as they were killed, the rest were just common workers. It didn't matter whether they were killed or not. At the same time, the cyan strands shot towards Grandpa Zhong. After Grandpa Zhong tried his best to resist them for several times, his long sword was entangled by the cyan strands. Bang! The long sword was instantly minced by the cyan strands, turning into thousands of pieces that fell on the ground. Wah! With a miserable shriek, blood burst out of the cyan light as an arm flew off. That arm was holding a sword hilt. A thin figure staggered backward. You old man, go to hell. Countless cyan strands of energy rushed forward. When hundreds of people were about to be killed, Beiteng-ao's reckless words were like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the others. With such a remarkable ability, even a powerful army might not be able to defeat this terrifying youth. Beiteng-ao. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the back of the camp. The rolling sound waves were like galloping horses. Hundreds of people's ears immediately buzzed, and the world became silent for a moment. Who is it? Everyone was shocked, especially Beiteng-yi, whose face suddenly became incomparably solemn. As for Beiteng-ao, his face even paled. Outrageous, that Maleficent star actually didn't die. This is troublesome. Let's kill these people in front of us first. Beiteng-ao's mind was shaken. The countless strands interweaved into a huge net and shrouded the hundreds of cyan guards. It's him? Ling Luoyen, who was protected by hundreds of cyan guards, was completely dumbfounded when she heard this voice. Everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with her. The person she cared about appeared in her moment of crisis. On the ancient path, a white shadow rushed from behind like the wind and lightning. The speed of the person was so fast that he left a series of afterimages in the void as he passed. In an instant he came close to them. A mountain-like fluctuation of yuan qi surged over. Even the people of the Beiteng clan turned pale. The dozens of black-clothed men were forced to retreat, and their figures were unstable. Damn it! When the person saw the scene in front of him, he was instantly furious. He directly pushed his palm forward, and endless golden light swept forward like a golden wave. Beiteng-ao's cyan large net was about to descend on the heads of the hundreds of cyan guards, but the countless strands were all shattered and dissipated under the golden light. Beitang Ao felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently, and he continuously retreated a few steps. His face suddenly flushed red, and the blood in his chest and abdomen were rolling up and down rapidly. When his divine ability was broken, he suffered a not small impact. The palm power that was like a surging golden wave cancelled out the thousands of strands. Hoo! A gust of wind rose, and the white figure had already arrived in front of Beitang Ao in an instant. He directly punched out. There was no dazzling light, no terrifying yuan qi fluctuation, it was just an ordinary punch. However, this seemingly ordinary punch caused ripples to appear in the space in front of the fist. This was pure power that caused the space to shake. Chapter 120. His fist was like a landslide, its momentum was extremely fierce. Beitang Ao only felt pain from the strong wind blowing against his face. Before the fist arrived, the wind had already risen. Furthermore, all of the power was gathered on the fist, not even a little bit leaked out. Beitang Ao had an unfathomable divine ability, but he had a kind of feeling of powerlessness. It was a pure martial skill, not a Dao technique or divine ability. The most frightening thing was that there was no power leaking out. In other words, there was no power for Beitang Ao to shift, block, or reverse. Beitang Ao was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He was truly aggrieved. He had no choice but to retreat. However, he was shocked to find that if he didn't retreat, Gu Fei's fist suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of his chest in an instant. Under the pull of qi, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow, not leaving any leeway for Beitang Ao to retreat. The strong wind set off by the fist had already pressed a fist mark on the clothes on Beitang Ao's chest. It was as if a 10,000 gene boulder was pressing on his chest, making him unable to breathe. My life is over. Although he rapidly retreated, he still couldn't get rid of the fist that was smashing towards his chest. Beitang Ao was immediately scared out of his wits. He was so nervous that his heart seemed to have stopped beating. In an instant he felt the aura of death. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it and was about to be hit by Gu Fei's fist, Beitang Ao suddenly felt the back of his neck tighten. After that, his body was pulled back by a powerful force. At the same time, a bright golden palm stretched out from his side and welcomed Gu Fei's fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the fist and the palm collided in an instant. A gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and a glaring light burst out. Like lightning, it instantly illuminated the dark night. The terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The remaining power swept out, and the surrounding people were all knocked to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. Gu Fei retreated 7 to 8 steps in succession, only then did he stop retreating. A series of footprints were left on the hard green brick floor under his feet. He was very surprised someone actually rescued this hateful Beitang Ao from under his fist. At this moment, Beitang Ao felt as if he was riding on a cloud. His collar was pulled by someone and he quickly retreated. But the vast and mighty power released by the collision between Gu Fei and the person who saved him caused him to suffer a great impact. Not only is this Gu Fei not dead, but he seems to have become even more powerful. He is simply a monster. The corner of Beitang Ao's mouth was overflowing with blood, and his whole body felt as if it was falling apart. The impact of the energy that swept out made him feel as if he was being torn apart. Look after him. That man raised his hand and threw Beitang Ao behind him. A black-clothed man immediately stepped forward and caught Beitang Ao. The person who saved Beitang Ao was Beitang Ao's big uncle, Beitang Yi. Among the people of Beitang family present, only Beitang Yi, who had the highest cultivation, could rescue Beitang Ao from Gu Fei's fist at the critical moment. Who are you? Why did you use such a ruthless move on my nephew? Beitang Yi coldly stared at Gu Fei. From his narrowed eyes, a blade-like sharp gaze would burst out from time to time. This white-clothed youngster in front of him was not old, but his cultivation was incomparably profound. Furthermore, he was able to ignore Beitang Ao's unfathomable divine ability. He was not simple at all. He was not in a hurry to make his move. Beitang Yi did not dare to lower his guard. He was thinking, what kind of person and what kind of power could teach such a powerful young expert? Big uncle, he is the person I told you about. Beitang Ao, who was supported by a black-clothed man, said loudly to Beitang Yi with an ashen face. Didn't you say that he should be dead? Beitang Yi suddenly turned around and swept a glance at Beitang Ao. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, making Beitang Ao not dare to look straight at him. This? Beitang Ao's complexion instantly became deathly pale. He thought of the dreadful consequences of Gu Fei being alive. This would bring enormous trouble to their Beitang family. He had never thought that a person who had been poisoned by the so-called incurable strange poison could still be alive. The people from the Haoyan trading group were confused. They did not know what the uncle and nephew were talking about. However, Gu Fei was very clear and understood. Come to think of it, the people from the Beidang family had obviously found out about his identity through some means. However, no matter what, he and the Beidang family were bound to become enemies. At this moment, the hundreds of green-clothed guards from the Haoyan trading group had already protected Ling Luoyan and the others and retreated dozens of feet away. As for that Uncle Zhong, his right arm had been cut off from the shoulder. The two maids, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, were currently helping Uncle Zhong to bandage his severed arm. Beitang Ao's energy threads were as sharp as divine weapons. Being entangled by those green threads, Uncle Zhong's arm was naturally unable to be saved. Gu Fei. An excited, happy, melodious and familiar voice rang out from the crowd. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he could not help but frown. Of course, he knew who the owner of this voice was. However, he had a trace of complicated feelings towards the owner of this voice. He did not pay attention to Ling Luoyan. I really want to know why you want to kill me again and again. Gu Fei's face was expressionless and his voice was indifferent. However, everyone present could feel the killing intent in Gu Fei's words. Beitang Yi's expression changed. He then said, "This is all a misunderstanding. I hope that our two families can bury the hatchet. This is also a good thing for both of our families." Beitang Yi wanted to persuade Gu Fei and resolve the grudge between Gu Fei and Beitang Ao. You can treat it as if nothing happened just because of a misunderstanding? Do you think that's possible? Gu Fei could not help but feel that it was a little funny. He was also very disdainful of these people's faces. If the first ambush was a misunderstanding, Gu Fei could still reluctantly accept it. However, the second poisoning was absolutely unforgivable. He knew that if the other party did not know his background, he would definitely not be so humble. He was afraid that he would have already taken action against him. Then, how are you willing to resolve this misunderstanding? Beitang Yi's voice started to turn cold. He never thought that this matter would be resolved so easily. Resolve? Unless that Beitang Ao dies. Gu Fei said angrily. When he thought about how he almost died in Beitang Ao's hands twice, he could not help but be furious. Especially the second time he actually used such a despicable and shameless method like poisoning. That means that there is no room for discussion. Very good. Beitang Yi's eyes flashed with killing intent. A terrifying fluctuation that was as heavy as a mountain spread out from his body. Since that's the case, I can only kill you. Beitang Ao took a step forward. His long hair fluttered without any wind. His right hand pressed towards Gu Fei. Metal divine ability, 1,000 blades. Along with Beitang Ao's cold words that seemed to have floated up from the 9 hells, a golden light burst out from his right hand that was pressing towards Gu Fei. It was as if the metal elemental energy between the heavens and the earth had been drawn by an unfathomable force at this moment, gathering from all directions. Amidst the surging golden light, thousands of sabers and swords were condensed and slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 121. The metal element skill was overwhelming. The surging golden energy waves condensed into numerous sabers and swords. The saber chi rushed towards the sky while the brilliant golden light illuminated the dark night. Everyone was shocked by Beitang Yi's immortal skill. It was like an immortal skill which made everyone's heart palpitate. Divine abilities were not immortal techniques, but if one was able to successfully cultivate them, they would not lose out to immortal techniques. Beitang Yi's metal divine ability seemed to have truly connected with the stars in the sky, drawing in the endless starlight and transforming it into a myriad of weapons. Among the 5 elements, the power of stars belonged to metal. It was one of the most overbearing forces in the world. Wherever the sabers and swords pointed at, everything would submit to it. It was extremely powerful. Humph. I've not imagined that this guy could trigger the power of metal element. That's really amazing. Facing the overwhelming sabers and swords, Gu Fei still looked calm. The metal wind was like a blade, and the sharp metal chi collided with the ground. Poof poof poof. The hard paving stones were instantly covered with countless slashes from swords and sabers. However, they were unable to injure Gu Fei. This ancient road leading to Dragon Emperor City was paved with extremely hard bluestones. Although it had existed for so many years, it could only leave some traces of carriages and horses on it. Among the 5 elements, fire can subdue metal. I'll use the fire elemental fist to break your divine ability. Gu Fei stood proudly. His long hair was blown backward by the surging metal wind. Fire movement fist. Gu Fei directly punched forward. His move was simple and direct. It was the embodiment of strength. Under the endless golden swords and sabers, his figure was incomparably tall. How dare you resist my 1,000 sabers and swords head-on? You're courting death. Beitangyi revealed a disdainful look when he found that Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he launched a counterattack. However, in the next moment he couldn't laugh anymore. An immortal flame like qi surged out of Gu Fei's fist like a great fire burning the sky. The dazzling red qi surged forward like fire dragons as if they were going to burn all the visible and invisible things in the world. They surged towards the golden sabers and swords in an overwhelming manner. Vast waves of heat surged out in all directions. Everyone felt as if they were in an oven. The oppressive heat made it hard for them to bear. The heat didn't seem to come from outside their bodies, but from within their bodies. Gu Fei's punch actually caused everyone present to feel as if their entire bodies were being burned by raging flames. The hundreds of green-clothed guards and the dozen black-clothed men from the Beitang clan were all drenched in sweat as they retreated repeatedly. If he was an enemy, he would never show mercy. If he showed mercy, he would never spare his opponent any chance. This was Gu Fei's consistent principle when facing an enemy. In a duel, it was a battle of life and death. The overwhelming golden sabers and swords instantly collided with Gu Fei's fiery fist. A rumbling sound broke out. The sound wasn't loud, but it shook the world. Thousands of golden sabers and swords were shattered into streams of light that streaked across the sky. Finally, they were extinguished in the surging fire. There were flames everywhere and sharp edges everywhere. The strong light that erupted illuminated the world. Especially under the night sky, it was particularly eye-catching. Even hundreds of miles away it could be clearly seen. Unparalleled strength was colliding, surging, and canceling each other out. A great pressure swept out and shrouded the nearby world. The thousands of sabers and swords formed by the metal element divine power were actually blocked. It wasn't a divine power or a Dao technique, but it was better than a divine power and a Dao technique. The martial arts and combat skills that Gu Fei displayed shocked everyone. When the light dissipated, Beitangyi stood in the field without moving. At this time he could no longer hide the shock in his heart. How was this possible? Gu Fei flew out. He was surprised to find that the black-robed middle-aged man was actually a powerhouse that surpassed the realm of awakening self. He was at the peak of the 8th level of heaven, but it was still difficult for him to contend and he was forced to retreat by the metal element divine power. Although the martial arts and combat skills were not weaker than any Dao technique, the strength of the other party was there. In this battle of combat skills and divine powers, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. A vast amount of Yuan Qi rushed out of Gu Fei's body, enveloping his whole body in a bright aura. He tried his best to stop his retreat. At this time, behind him was already a dense forest. You are actually unimaginable. Beitangyi looked at Gu Fei with a look of disbelief. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed several times. This is... Uncle Zhong, who was being protected by a group of guards, was speechless for a long time when he saw the scene just now. At this time he trembled and muttered to himself, I can't believe, the legend is actually true. Martial arts are not inferior to divine powers and Dao techniques. Uncle Zhong, what divine powers and Dao techniques? What are you talking about? Ling Luoyan asked. Her gaze was still on the imposing figure in front of her. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Uncle Zhong said excitedly. His face, which was pale due to losing a large amount of blood due to his broken arm, now had a hint of redness. I can't believe that I would be able to see true martial in my lifetime. Uncle Zhong seemed to have seen through Gu Fei's martial arts and seemed to know that it was another cultivation system that was different from divine powers and Dao techniques. You have surprised me too much. I can't believe that I, Beitangyi, am actually fighting with a true martial artist. You are a Dao sect's disciple, yet you cultivate martial arts. You are really unconventional. Beitangyi took large strides towards Gu Fei. At this time, anyone could see that Gu Fei seemed to be at a disadvantage. Ling Luoyan and the rest couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. As for Beitangyi, who had retreated to the side, he looked at this scene excitedly. With his big uncle making a move, Gu Fei was definitely going to die this time. No one was clearer than Beitangyi about how terrifying his big uncle was. His big uncle had just broken through to the transcending mortality realm not long ago, and was a divine arts practitioner that could contend with martial cultivators. The Beitang family's 5 elements divine powers were rumored to be able to shake the heavens and move the earth, and kill immortals and gods. It was a supreme divine power. Of course, Beitangyi's cultivation was still far from the level of killing immortals and gods, but it was enough to show how extraordinary the five elements' divine powers were. Words are useless, let's see who's the real deal. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably grave. The aura on his body was pulsating like a divine flame, and the muscles and bones in his body started to let out faint sounds of thunder. All the energy in his body was gradually being stimulated. Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from Beitang Yi's body, which made him feel slightly uneasy. Beitang Yi's cultivation had probably broken through to the transcending mortality realm. Chapter 122. The thick earth chi surged violently and couldn't be resisted. Dusky dust covered half of the sky. That wasn't real dust, it was the great power displayed by the earth element divine art. What a powerful earth element divine art! Gu Fei was secretly astonished. This didn't mean that he was afraid of Beitang Yi. On the contrary, Beitang Yi's strength had stimulated Gu Fei's arrogance. Martial arts practitioners were natural warriors. They pressed forward with indomitable will and were fearless. Even if they knew blood would be spilled 5 steps away, they would still fight. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. Gu Fei's martial heart was extremely pure and untainted by any worldly concerns. His actions were all from the bottom of his heart. It was because Gu Fei had no distracting thoughts in his heart that he could advance bravely and cultivate his martial path to such a stage. He didn't retreat or give way. Facing the thick earth chi that was swallowing him, he instead took a step forward proudly. He was still incomparably powerful as he punched out fearlessly. Fighting force with force, so what if he was a divine arts practitioner of transcending mortality realm? He would continue to fight without hesitation. He wanted to borrow Beitang Yi's hand to temper himself, to search for that sliver of opportunity to break through in his cultivation in the face of adversity. Gu Fei wasn't stupid to fight with a strong practitioner of the older generation like Beitang Yi who was on transcending mortality realm. He was forcing himself into a dead end and then forcing himself to break through the barrier of cultivation. What Gu Fei executed was wood element fist, using wood to subdue earth. Among the 5 elements, the wood element innately restrained the earth element. You have the divine arts of the 5 elements, I have the battle techniques of the 5 elements. Furthermore, Gu Fei still had something to rely on. It would be very difficult for Beitang Yi to kill him. That indomitable punch seemed to have borrowed the endless power of the wood element in heaven and earth and communicated with the boundless primitive forest. The essence of the plants gathered and formed a green ocean in front of Gu Fei. The resplendent green light illuminated the entire sky and earth. Wood element fist versus earth element divine art. The two terrifying forces instantly collided together. Rumble, this was an intense collision that shook one's soul. Everyone paled and retreated further away in fear. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Even if it was just the aftershock of their clash, it wasn't something they could withstand. Gu Fei, don't lose. Under the protection of a group of guards, Ling Luoyan retreated far away. She kept looking back at the scene, praying in her heart. However, Ling Luoyan's prayers didn't seem to have any effect. The heavy wood elemental fist force simply couldn't disperse the dust that filled the sky. Although the wood elemental energy innately restrained the earth elemental energy, if the earth elemental energy was too strong, it could also restrain the wood elemental energy. Dust filled the air. Gu Fei retreated with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had no choice but to retreat. The formidable power of the divine ability made it difficult for him to neutralize it. As for Beitang Yi, he was following closely behind. Beitang Yi's hands drew mysterious trajectories. Green light flashed between his hands. That was a sign that the wood elemental divine ability was about to be unleashed. As expected, the wood elemental fist force that Gu Fei had blasted out was actually guided and blocked by him in an instant. Then, it completely fused into his wood elemental divine ability and surged towards Gu Fei. Beitang Yi cleverly made use of Gu Fei's wood elemental fist force. In addition to his own divine ability, he formed a majestic and unstoppable wood elemental divine ability. Amidst the dazzling green light, endless dark green shadows of trees were condensing. They stacked on top of each other endlessly. This was a terrifying scene. It was as if an endless forest had appeared in the light and was charging towards Gu Fei. The might of the wood elemental divine ability was truly terrifying. Peng! Gu Fei's fists emitted 2 balls of golden light that were as dazzling as the sun as they collided with the endless dark green shadows of trees that were charging towards him. The violent collision caused his sleeves to instantly turn into rags that filled the sky. He vomited blood once again as he retreated, as if he couldn't withstand the attack. The 5 elemental combat skill was no match for the 5 elemental divine ability. This seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Gu Fei directly crashed into the dense forest beside the ancient path. Soon after, the surging wood elemental divine ability instantly destroyed a large part of the forest. Broken wood and broken branches filled the sky. Ah, so what if you are a true martial artist? Under my divine ability, let's see how long you can last. A wanton laughter resounded on the ancient path. Beitang chased after Gu Fei like a gust of wind and lightning. Everyone present could feel Beitang strength. Beitang was even more overjoyed. With his big uncle stepping forward, even if Gu Fei was killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Because this was no longer a matter that concerned him alone. With the backing of the entire clan, Beitang courage had also grown by a lot. And the instant Ling Luoyan saw Gu Fei being blasted away, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Unknowingly, Gu Fei's shadow had already been imprinted in the depths of her heart. You already have this kind of cultivation at such a young age. If I let you continue to grow, I will strangle you in the cradle even if I have to offend the power behind you. Beitang words were so cold that it was suffocating. The pressure that he emitted was as heavy as a mountain. He was like an insurmountable mountain that made it hard for people to look up at him. In an instant, he caught up to Gu Fei who was retreating and executed the divine ability of the water elemental divine ability. Boom. Gu Fei was sent flying by the huge water dragon that was formed by the endless power of the water elemental divine ability. He smashed through dozens of huge trees. A gush of hot blood surged up his throat, but he swallowed it back down. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel dejected because of this, nor did his heart turn cold because of this. It was very normal for someone at the peak of the eighth heaven to be unable to contend against a divine ability practitioner of the transcending mortality realm. This was the embodiment of absolute strength without any tricks. His defeat wasn't unjust. After the divine ability of the water elemental divine ability, it was the divine ability of the fire elemental divine ability. Thousands of fireballs smashed towards Gu Fei like meteorites with raging flames. The terrifyingly high temperature seemed to even evaporate the air, causing Gu Fei to be unable to breathe. Boom. 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 One after another, the huge fireballs exploded in the primitive ancient forest, ruthlessly destroying the forest one after another. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps to dodge the fireballs. Although he dodged the majority of the fireballs, he was still hit by dozens of fireballs, sinking his body into the sea of raging flames. However, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary person after all. His muscles, bones, and flesh were tempered like a magic treasure. The terrifying flames that could smelt iron couldn't injure him in the slightest. Even though he had rushed out from the sea of raging flames, the violent energy that burst forth when the fireballs exploded also caused a huge impact on Gu Fei. The arms that he used to protect his body felt like they were about to break, causing him to break out in cold sweat from the pain. Even so, Gu Fei still attacked Beitang who was chasing after him with many dazzling blade lights attacking Beitang. The chi of divine weapon in his body was condensed on his hands. His hands were equivalent to an indestructible divine weapon. His hands struck out destructive lights that were like the edge of a knife. They had great power that tore through the void and destroyed everything. Even Beitang didn't dare to take them head-on and could only retreat in anger. Divine arts practitioners were the same as martial cultivators. They didn't cultivate their corporeal bodies but divine arts. Therefore, Beitang's corporeal body wasn't strong. If he was hit by the lights from the chi of divine weapon in Gu Fei's body, he would still die. Using desolate steps and relying on the extreme speed of 8 steps and the technique of weapon refinement, Gu Fei was firmly suppressed by Beitang. However, Beitang couldn't kill Gu Fei in a short period of time. The two of them rushed into the primitive ancient forest and chased each other in the forest. In an instant they were far away. On the ancient path, only the hundreds of guards and workers of Haotian caravan, as well as Beitang and the rest of Beitang family were left. Kill, don't leave a single one alive. Beitang came back to his senses and immediately gave a murderous order to the dozen black-clothed men. Yes. The dozen black-clothed men received the order in unison. They pulled out the weapons at their waists and pressed towards the hundreds of black-clothed guards of Haotian caravan. On the ancient path, the weapons swayed and flashed with cold lights. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 123. Roar. Under the lead of Beitang, the dozens of Beitang clan experts roared and charged towards the Haotian merchant group. These dozens of people's eyes were frighteningly sharp without a trace of emotion. Their footsteps were steady and they moved quickly. They were definitely killing machines. Protect the young master, kill? The 12 yellow-clothed guard commanders of the Haotian merchant group raised their arms and shouted at the same time. They charged towards the Beitang clan experts. Kill! Hundreds of green-clothed guards shouted in unison. Their imposing manner was like a rainbow. Their weapons covered each other. Cold light flickered on the ancient path, and a fierce murderous aura immediately filled every inch of space on the ancient path. The green-clothed guards of the Haotian merchant group all knew Ling Luoyan's identity. Although Ling Luoyan was a woman, she was disguised as a man. In front of outsiders, everyone called her young master, and no one called her young mistress. Apart from the group of guards who were unafraid of death and charged forward, the other dozens of guards protected Ling Luoyan as they retreated. The workers had already fled in all directions. Peng! Like a dozen whirlwinds, the dozen black-clothed experts of the Beitang clan directly crashed into the group of guards. Immediately, blood burst out, broken weapons flew, and then people also flew. Like a broken sack, they were thrown away by a violent force. They died in midair. A massacre suddenly broke out on the ancient path under the moonlight. Can't even withstand a single blow. Beitang Ao was like a sharp black sword. He was directly among the hundreds of imperial guards. His body emitted a bizarre energy fluctuation. All the weapons that were chopping towards him were inexplicably reversed and chopped the bodies of the imperial guards who were attacking him. Beitang Ao was too lazy to care about these guards. With his hands behind his back, he quickly passed through the hundreds of guards. Wherever he passed, the guards beside him all fell to the ground. He did not attack those guards. Those guards were all killed by their own swords. Such an unfathomable divine ability made the group of guards shudder with fear. But no one retreated because of this. No one retreated because of Beitang Ao's unfathomable divine ability. The group of green-clothed guards still fiercely rushed towards Beitang Ao. Hand over that thing and I'll leave your corpses intact. Beitang Ao swept away his previous sorry state from being forced by Gu Fei, and chased after Ling Luoyan and the others in an extremely domineering manner. The guards who were rushing towards Beitang Ao couldn't even touch Beitang Ao's clothes with their weapons and died under their own weapons inexplicably. Along the way, the sound of bodies crashing onto the ground could be heard. Fresh blood stained the bluestone on the ancient path, then seeped into the ground through the cracks. The green-robed guards of the Haotian caravan were not on the same level as the experts trained by the Beitang clan. Their screams were earth-shattering. The green-robed guards' screams before they died were shrill and ear-piercing. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The ancient path turned into a living hell in an instant. Beitang Ao. When Uncle Zhong saw more than half of the guards he had trained were killed in an instant, he couldn't help but feel extremely angry. Wah! He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Eeh! Beitang Ao grinned hideously as he approached Ling Luoyan, Uncle Zhong and the others. His surroundings seemed to have turned into a black hole, causing others to be unable to sense any of his aura. It was as if he didn't exist. A yellow-robed guard commander pushed his feet off the ground and leaped into the air. The long sword in his hand turned into a dazzling ray of light and slashed towards Beitang Ao's head. Die! The yellow-robed guard commander roared angrily. His eyes were filled with fury and his face was filled with determination. He knew that this demon-like guy would reverse his move, but he still made his move. Beitang Ao sneered disdainfully and continued to walk forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Sure enough, before the resplendent sword light could strike Beitang Ao, the yellow-clothed Imperial Guard commander felt his wrist fiercely shake. After that, the swift and fierce sword light that he struck out, under his horrified and inconsolable gaze, turned around and struck towards his own head. It was the same move, the same sharpness, the same indomitable will. A mist of blood burst out in the air and 2 pieces of a corpse fell from the sky. The yellow-robed guard commander was actually split into 2 halves by his own sword move. Seeing this scene, the 2 maids, Ling Luoyan, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, instantly turned pale with fright. The incomparably bloody scene made their chests feel stuffy and they had the urge to vomit. I don't have time to play with you guys. Beitang Ao's face revealed an evil smile. Then, his right hand directly grabbed towards the heavily injured Uncle Zhong, completely ignoring the 20 to 30 guards that were protecting Ling Luoyan. The dozens of green-robed guards that were protecting Ling Luoyan, Uncle Zhong, and the others as they retreated were now left with only 20 to 30 people. Even their commander had died tragically. However, it must be said that the green-robed guards of the Haotian merchant group were extremely loyal to Ling Luoyan. Even when facing a terrifying enemy like Beitang Ao who they knew they couldn't defeat, they still showed no signs of collapsing. None of them dared to escape without permission. Thousands of green energy threads shot out from Beitang Ao's right hand like silk and entangled Uncle Zhong, who was protected in the middle by a group of guards. Chi chi chi. The extremely fine green energy threads rapidly traversed in the void, emitting a slight sound of breaking through the air. Everyone's expression changed and they felt despair. Even Uncle Zhong's arm was cut off by this strange green energy thread. This damn thing could even cut weapons. If a person was entangled by it, wouldn't he die without a complete corpse? Just when Ling Luoyan and the others thought that they couldn't escape death, a tiny purple shadow suddenly shot out from the dense forest beside the ancient path. That purple shadow's momentum was very fast. It actually rushed into the midst of the guards in an instant before Beitang Ao's green energy silk fell on everyone. Everyone only saw a purple shadow flash before their eyes. A large hole was torn in front of Uncle Zhong's chest, revealing the close-fitting clothes inside. Not good. A thought flashed in Uncle Zhong's mind. He spread open the 5 fingers of his left hand and immediately grabbed towards the purple shadow in front of his chest. Although he had lost an arm, his reaction was fast and extremely fast. However, that purple shadow had already used its claws to push against Uncle Zhong's chest and was sent flying. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that this little thing that was moving quickly was actually an extremely cute purple sable that was only the size of a fist. This little sable was different from an ordinary sable. It was much smaller than an ordinary sable, and it had a pair of ruby-like big eyes that were filled with incomparable intelligence. On its forehead, there was a deep purple vertical line that looked like a closed eye. Three-eyed divine sable. When Beitang Ao saw this little beast, he couldn't help but be moved. What shocked him the most was that this little beast was actually holding a small box in its claws. This was a brocade box that was 3 fingers wide and less than half a foot long. It was covered with talismans that were circulating with spiritual power and seemed to emit a misty radiance. Obviously, this was a box that was sealed by a talisman. The little beast holding this box looked extremely comical, as if it was a child carrying a big stick. It was very awkward. The movement speed of the little beast holding the box had obviously slowed down, but it was still extremely fast. It was like a purple shadow that was rapidly leaping through the crowd, wanting to pounce into the dense forest beside the ancient path. Quickly catch that sable. How could Beitang Ao still care about Ling Luoyan and the others? He waved his right hand, and the thousands of green threads immediately changed direction and enveloped the 3-eyed divine sable. Chapter 124. This little marten was the mystical little marten that Gu Fei had encountered previously, the one that fed on the crystal cores of fierce beasts. That night, the mysterious woman used her great divine ability to seal the heaven and earth with a fire net. She did not hesitate to destroy a part of the forest and slaughter thousands of beasts in the forest, all for the sake of subduing this 3-eyed divine marten. However, what was unimaginable was that this little beast actually appeared here and snatched away the mysterious box that Uncle Zhong kept close to him. As a result, Beitang Ao's target immediately shifted to the little marten. To be exact, it shifted to the small box that was sealed by the talisman. Quickly catch that purple marten, don't let it escape into the forest. Beitang Ao roared and waved his hands continuously. A large net formed by interweaving green energy threads immediately appeared in the air in front of him and enveloped the little beast that was leaping and escaping below. Apart from the little beast that was holding the mysterious small box, there were also 7 or 8 Qingyi guards from the Haotian merchant group that were enveloped by the energy net. None of them were spared as they were all sliced into thousands of pieces by the energy net that enveloped them. Blood sprayed everywhere as their entire bodies collapsed like building blocks, turning into a pile of minced meat. Wah! Seeing such an extremely bloody scene, Ling Luoyan and the 2 maids, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, immediately felt as if their chests were overturned and they vomited out everything that they had eaten during dinner. When Uncle Zhong and the group of guards saw this, their faces became incomparably pale. This black-clothed youth's method of killing was extremely bloody. Even though they were used to seeing death and blood, they still felt fear and trepidation. Although the little marten was holding a box that was even taller than it, its movement speed was still extremely fast. In the instant that it was about to be enveloped by the energy net, it actually scuttled out from under the net. Chirp chirp. The little marten let out a cheerful chirp. Its calves supported itself on the bluestone surface of the ancient path and instantly turned into a purple shadow. It held the small box and rapidly pounced towards the dense forest beside the ancient path. As long as this little beast entered the dense forest, it would be difficult for Beitang Ao and the rest to capture it. At this moment, the dozen murderous black-clothed men had already surrounded it. His 5 fingers were like steel hooks. One of the black-robed men directly grabbed at the purple shadow. The power of the claw shook the void, making the sound of the air exploding. Such a powerful claw force. Uncle Zhong, who was protected by a group of guards, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw how powerful the black-robed man's casual grab was. At this moment, the Qingyi guards that had been scattered by the dozen or so Beitang family experts had already gathered towards Ling Luoyan's side. After being attacked by the dozens of black-clothed men for a while, the hundreds of green-clothed guards were either dead or injured. There were less than 200 people left. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. The subordinates trained by the Beitang family were even more terrifying than the Grim Reaper that harvested human lives. The bloody battle just now was simply a one-sided situation. Even the hundreds of green cloth guards found it difficult to contend against these dozens of death gods. The black-clothed man's peerlessly swift and fierce claw instantly enveloped the little Martin. However, the little Martin let out a squeak, and a ball of dazzling purple light suddenly erupted from its body, directly colliding with the black-clothed man's sharp claw. Wah! In the next moment, a painful roar sounded. The black-clothed man's sharp claw that was swiftly grabbing down actually exploded. His entire palm was blasted apart by the ball of purple light, turning into a mist of blood. Not only that, the purple ball of light that the little Martin had transformed into flashed in the air. Pooh! It directly pierced through the black-clothed man's chest, piercing through his entire body. Pooh-chee! Pooh-chee! Fresh blood spurted out from the pierced chest, and the black-clothed man fell stiffly backwards. Even in death, he couldn't believe that the one who killed him was actually a little beast. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This was simply too unbelievable. Everyone was flabbergasted and even thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Especially those green-clothed guards that had exchanged blows with the black-clothed man. That fellow was simply as terrifying as the Grim Reaper. An undefeatable and powerful enemy had died just like that. This made the group of green-clothed guards feel as if they were in a dream. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was absent-minded, the little Martin instantly rushed into the dense woods beside the ancient road, leaving a purple trace in the air. However, the moment the little Martin rushed into the dense woods silently collapsed. Someone had secretly made a move, and a vast force had fixed the little Martin in the air. Beitang Ao, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped. He knew that the movement here had alarmed the powerhouses of Dragon Emperor City. Beitang Ao hurriedly looked around. As expected, there were mysterious figures flashing in the surrounding dense woods. However, Beitang Ao couldn't identify who was the one who had secretly made a move. Squeak squeak. Little Martin, who was confined in the air by an unfathomable force, let out a sharp and anxious cry. Waves of enormous force erupted from little Martin's body, and a glaring purple light dyed the surroundings purple. However, no matter how the little Martin struggled, it couldn't break the unpredictable force. The little Martin and the small box that it was holding were about to be taken away by someone's great ability. Right at this moment, a huge fire broke out on a hillside several miles away. A part of the woods was instantly burned into ashes by the terrifying flames. A figure wrapped in black qi rushed out of the flames in an embarrassed manner. Then it directly turned into a ball of demonic qi and soared into the sky, trying to escape. At this moment, the force that confined the little Martin disappeared. The little Martin immediately uttered a squeak and rapidly darted towards the flames. How dare you touch the belongings of our demon race? You deserve to die. A slender figure walked out of the flames. Her clothes were whiter than snow. Under the illumination of the flames, it was as if her entire body was dyed with a layer of fiery red brilliance. She was like a fairy of fire. As her sleeves fluttered, it seemed as if she would soar into the sky at any time and ride the wind. No one could see her face clearly. Her face was covered with a layer of veil. With a rumbling sound, she lightly raised her right hand and a fire net flew out from her hand. It flew towards the escaping demonic qi. The fire net instantly spread out and enveloped a part of the world. Just like that, it wrapped around the demonic qi in the sky, as if casting a net to catch fish. Roar! Within the fire net, the demonic qi surged. The person who was caught in the net roared again and violently tried to break the net. However, everything was futile. It was impossible to break the fire net. The fire net emitted a faintly discernible transparent flame that burned in all directions. The surging demonic qi in the net was immediately burned into green smoke and dissipated. The mysterious woman who was surrounded by the monstrous flames waved her hand towards the fire net that trapped the demon cultivator. The fire net immediately flew back to her. After the mysterious woman revealed this move, the people who were secretly watching began to retreat. Some mysterious figures began to retreat, but there were still people who were watching from the side. I am a demon general under the command of the Devil Domain's great demon sovereign. If you know what's good for you, then quickly release me. Seeing that he couldn't break the fire net, the demon cultivator couldn't help but roar in a stern voice. Noisy. The mysterious woman only lightly said these two words. Then she pointed at the fire net that was flying back to her. The fire net suddenly emitted an endless colorless and transparent flame. The demon cultivator only had time to let out a terrified scream before he was refined into ashes along with the demonic chi in the net. The raging flames that enveloped the entire hillside immediately retreated like a tide and entered the mysterious woman's body. With a wave of her hand, she killed a demon general from the Devil Domain. The mysterious woman's lightning-fast methods deterred all the experts who were secretly watching the treasure box that needed a talisman to suppress. No one dared to attack the little beast again. Just as the mysterious woman withdrew the fire net, a purple shadow quickly rushed out of the dense forest in front of the mysterious woman. It was the three-eyed divine mink. Squeak squeak. The little beast happily cried out a few times. With a few leaps, it threw itself into the mysterious woman's arms. Little mink is so obedient. This is your reward. The mysterious woman smiled as she took down the small box that the little beast was holding. Then she took out a crystal that was as clear as jade and agate and handed it to the three-eyed divine mink. The little beast held the crystal that looked like a pearl and began to chew on it. The incomparably hard crystal was easily bitten to pieces and then swallowed. This was the little beast's food. It was a crystal the size of a thumb. It was a beast crystal that contained spiritual yuan. Boom. Just as the mysterious woman was about to leave, a loud explosion that shook the heaven and earth suddenly burst out from a valley in front of them. Boundless vital chi suddenly burst out and immediately disturbed the vital chi of heaven and earth. After that, astonishing golden rainbows shot out from the valley. Those golden rainbows seemed to be connected to the boundless power of the stars in the sky. They emitted a wave of energy that made people's heart palpitate. And the mysterious woman immediately stopped her footsteps. She stared at the valley and muttered to herself, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful martial arts practitioner in this world. His opponent seems to be a divine arts practitioner. Whoosh. The mysterious woman's figure disappeared in an instant. No one was able to see how she disappeared. The demon race has appeared again. After the mysterious woman disappeared, these words faintly came out from the darkness. Let's go. When Beitang Ao saw the mysterious woman taking away the treasure box, he immediately brought his subordinates and rushed into the dense forest. They rushed towards the valley where the loud explosion was coming from. In the valley a few miles away, the battle between Beitang Yi and Gu Fei had already reached the climax. Beitang Yi still held the absolute upper hand and firmly suppressed Gu Fei. But as the battle continued, Beitang Yi was secretly startled because Gu Fei was terrifyingly tenacious. Even after suffering continuous attacks, he still stood up from the ground and wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth. Then he continued to fight with him like a madman. Chapter 125. This was a small valley, a messy little valley. The ground was cracked, the trees were toppled, and the huge rocks were shattered into pieces. Shocking pits of all sizes were scattered all over the valley. In the entire valley there was no piece of land that was intact. It was all destroyed by the aftershocks from the battle between Gu Fei and Beitang Yi. At this moment, Gu Fei climbed out from a pit and shook off the dust on his body. He wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked indifferently at the figure that was standing on a broken tree stump like a huge mountain. A divine arts practitioner of transcending mortality realm is indeed powerful. However, this person has probably just broken through to transcending mortality realm not long ago. If it's a strong practitioner like Zhao Xuanji, I can only flee at the sight of the wind. Gu Fei thought to himself. He wasn't discouraged and was instead a little excited. This kind of opponent was exactly what he needed at the moment. I don't believe I can't kill you. Beitang Yi had already discovered that Gu Fei was much stronger than he had imagined. This was simply the strength of a practitioner that was close to transcending mortality realm. It was very terrifying. A youth, a martial arts practitioner, a young martial arts practitioner that only had the cultivation of awakened mortality realm could actually display strength that was infinitely close to transcending mortality realm. This truly shocked him. Legend had it that martial arts practitioners that were successful in cultivation were very terrifying. Among the same level practitioners, it was hard to find a worthy opponent. This doesn't seem to be a baseless rumor. Beitang Yi's heart trembled. Bei Tangyi had long since wanted to kill Gu Fei, but at this moment his killing intent had already risen to the limit. Gu Fei had to die. Otherwise, if he was allowed to grow, he would become a great enemy of Bei Tang family. What other ultimate moves do you have? Show them to me. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His eyes flickered with anticipation. He really wanted to know how strong a practitioner that had just entered transcending mortality realm was. Bei Tangyi snorted coldly and took a step forward. In an instant he had traversed dozens of yards and arrived above Gu Fei. Rotation of 5 elements, obliterate heaven and earth. Along with Bei Tangyi's loud shout, a mountain-like energy fluctuation immediately erupted from his body. At the same time, his body surged with colorful rays of light. The rainbow-like multicolored divine radiance seemed to have spirituality. It spread out. Bei Tangyi's figure disappeared within the resplendent multicolored divine radiance. A huge whirlpool was formed. Boundless power of the 5 elements gathered together, shaking heaven and earth. Everything in the area shook violently, and the broken trees and boulders on the ground all flew into the air. Roar! Gu Fei let out an angry roar and immediately lowered his waist into a horse stance. His feet seemed to have grown roots on the ground, and no matter how the world shook, he still stood firmly on the ground. The vortex formed by the power of the 5 elements finally condensed into a huge 5-colored millstone. This gigantic millstone emitted terrifying fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate. As it spun, it obliterated everything. At the same time, a great suction force began to appear, sucking in everything that was enveloped by the millstone before completely obliterating it. Gu Fei's expression was incomparably dignified. He tried his best to resist this suction force. His entire body emitted a blazing aura, and the thick earth energy surged out from his feet, tightly binding him to the ground. Gu Fei seemed to have merged with the earth under his feet. The great suction force of the 5 elements reincarnation cycle could not pull him into the 5 elements millstone that was grinding down below for a moment. This guy is starting to go all out. Gu Fei felt a great danger descending upon him. Bei Tangyi didn't hold back at all. He actually fused the 5 elements into a 5 elements great millstone that could destroy everything. He wanted to obliterate Gu Fei. It was easy to imagine how strong Bei Tangyi's killing intent was. If I still can't kill him like this, then I would be a transcending mortality cultivator in vain. At this moment, the clothes on Bei Tangyi's body, which had transformed into the great millstone of 5 elements of extinction, had already been torn to shreds. Blue veins were popping up on his body. He had exerted all his strength, but because he had overloaded his 7 apertures by activating the 5 elements as one divine ability, traces of blood were seeping out. Even if he could successfully kill Gu Fei, his vitality would be greatly damaged. All the experts who were secretly watching this battle were shocked by the profundity of the Bei Tang clan's 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements rotated and obliterated the heaven and earth. If this divine ability was cultivated to the extreme, what kind of scene would it be? The Bei Tang clan was indeed a cultivation clan with an incomparably rich heritage. Some people couldn't help but be vigilant towards the Bei Tang clan of Yan country. The 5 elements formed into the samsara millstone emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth. This made Gu Fei feel the aura of death. Transcending mortality cultivators were indeed outstanding. Even if he had just entered the transcending mortality realm, this Bei Tangyi was already very scary. If an ordinary 8th celestial layer cultivator met him, they would only be able to wait for death. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary 8th celestial layer cultivator. He was a heaven-defying body cultivator. It was his nature to constantly challenge his limits. The stronger he met, the stronger he would become. Only then would he be able to break the shackles of his own cultivation. Divine weapons essence for me to use. Without thinking, Gu Fei guided the divine weapons essence into his hands. Buzz. A sword cry soared to the sky. It was like a crane's cry to the 9 heavens, a dragon's roar. An unparalleled sword energy soared to the sky, causing the heaven and earth to lose their color. This guy. Roar. Bei Tangyi, who was inside the 5 elements samsara millstone, was shocked when he saw this. He desperately drove the 5 colors millstone to grind down. However, it was not easy to use such a great divine ability that could shake the heaven and earth. Blood flowed from Bei Tangyi's 7 orifices. His face was as ferocious as an evil spirit. However, it was difficult for him to drive the 5 elements samsara millstone to grind down Gu Fei. However, the speed of the 5 elements samsara millstone's grinding speed had increased by a lot. At this time, the slowly rotating 5 colors millstone was less than 5 zhang away from Gu Fei. The mighty destructive power caused the heaven and earth to shake. Cracks began to appear on the ground. If you can unite the 5 elements, so can I. Gu Fei went all out. He had no choice but to go all out. The 5 elements samsara millstone could only be used with the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm. However, he didn't care so much. The Xianxia in his body rapidly circulated. Yuan Qi surged in his flesh and bones like a river. The 5 elements Yuan Qi in his body were all stimulated by him and gathered towards the essence of the divine weapon in his hands. He was overdrafting the strength of his body. The consequences of doing so were terrifying. His body would probably suffer irrecoverable injuries. The vast 5 elements Yuan Qi fused with the purple essence of the divine weapon. 100 zhang long sword light sword from Gu Fei's hands. The extremely sharp sword Qi seemed to be able to pierce through the void. Within a dozen li, any sword cultivator that had cultivated their sword to become spiritual felt the sword Qi in their body tremble at this moment. It resonated with the shocking sword Qi that erupted from Gu Fei. Break for me. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light. He held the sword with both hands like an invincible god of war. He waved the 100 zhang long 5 colors sword Qi and fiercely slashed at the 5 colors millstone in the sky. Qi. A light sound, like a piece of cloth being suddenly torn apart, emitted an ear-piercing sound. Wherever the sword light passed by, space split. The destructive power of the 5 elements that descended from the sky was immediately split in half by the sword Qi that was like a waterfall. Chapter 126. Beiteng Yi and Gu Fei both attacked with all their strength, no longer holding anything back. One was a strong practitioner of the older generation who had just entered transcending mortality realm, while the other was a young martial arts practitioner who was at the peak of awakening mortality realm. No one thought that Gu Fei could win. Jumping levels to challenge a cultivator of a higher realm than oneself wasn't something that didn't happen in the cultivation world. However, challenging a strong practitioner that was a realm higher than oneself was something that had never happened before. No one would be so stupid to challenge an opponent that they couldn't defeat. This was no different from a suicidal action. 5 elements divine arts were said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. When executed by a divine arts practitioner of transcending mortality realm like Beiteng Yi, it was naturally impossible to destroy heaven and earth. However, with the cultivation of transcending mortality realm, he had the upper hand. Boundless power of the 5 elements gathered together, and the huge millstone of 5 elements gave off a terrifying aura as it crushed down on Gu Fei. That imposing manner was also extremely terrifying. In front of Beiteng Yi's ultimate move, Gu Fei had no choice but to risk it all. The divine weapon's essence that had been refined in his body fused with the 5 elements and 5 Qi in his body before transforming into a shocking sword rainbow that was 300 yards long and slashed upwards in defiance of the heavens. Peng! Gu Fei's clothes were instantly shattered into thousands of pieces by the sword Qi that burst out, revealing his body that seemed to be cast from iron. His dragon-like muscles flowed with a 5-colored luster, giving people a feeling of pressuring strength. The unparalleled sword light was like a beam of divine light that sliced through the void, tearing apart heaven and earth. It directly broke through the destructive storm of the 5 elements annihilation millstone and collided with it. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. In that instant there was no sound, it was terrifyingly silent. In the next moment, a terrifying light that could tear apart heaven and earth burst forth. Boom! The sky seemed to have collapsed and the earth seemed to have caved in. The power of the 5 elements surged violently and the destructive energy storm swept out in all directions. The entire valley was like a wave as the ground undulated up and down violently. Everything on the ground, the flowers, the trees, the rocks, everything turned into dust, completely turned into dust. Then this layer of dust was blown into the air by another gust of wind. It covered the sky and covered the sun as it surged outwards, turning the entire place into a grayish haze. It actually created a sandstorm that was absolutely impossible to appear in the southern wasteland in the middle of an endless primitive forest. It was really shocking. The millstone of destruction that could shake an entire region of the world had shattered, and so had the astonishing sword light. At the center of the collision between the millstone of destruction and the sword light condensed from the battle skills of the 5 elements, the violent power of the 5 elements seemed to have turned the region of space into chaos. The pressure that surged out caused the hearts of the people who were secretly watching to palpitate. Beiteng Yi was sent flying more than 300 zhang away by the frightening power that burst out. Only after falling down from the sky did he stagger a few steps and spit out a mouthful of blood. After forcefully executing the 5 elements unification great divine ability, Beitang appeared to be very tired, and his expression was weary. It was obvious that his vitality had been injured. A warrior of the self-awakening realm had actually injured his vitality. Beitang was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was gloomy, and there was not a trace of happiness on his face. Because defeating Gu Fei was a matter of course. He knew that there were people spying on him in the vicinity. In this battle, it could be said that he was bullying the weak and it would damage his reputation. And Gu Fei's ending had already been decided. Defeat was a given. The gap of a realm seemed to be an insurmountable chasm. He was defeated miserably. He had already been seriously injured in the battle with Beitang. He was merely relying on his unyielding fighting spirit to contend with Beitang. The violent impact had broken both of his arms. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by the energy storm. Like a withered leaf falling from a tree, he rolled and flew out. Rolling and rolling until he was sent flying out of this small valley. Only then did he fall down from the sky, passing through the dense branches. With a ping sound, the withered leaves rushed up, and Gu Fei smashed into the jungle below. Not only were his arms broken, but his sternum had also cracked, as if an exquisite porcelain had been struck by an external force and had shattered. His bones, which had been tempered to be as hard as fine iron, were already covered with a layer of multicolored luster. But now there were actually cracks on them. It could be imagined how fierce the impact just now was. The moment his back hit the ground, Gu Fei turned over and stood up. Enduring the pain, he staggered into the depths of the jungle. He knew that this place was very dangerous and he had to leave. The danger did not only come from the Beitang family, but also from those people spying on him in the dark. No one knew whether or not those people would make a move on him. Leaving was the best option. He could no longer fight. That sword strike just now was already his limit. That sword strike had almost drained all the true chi in his body. He was powerless to fight again. However, just when Gu Fei felt that he was about to collapse, a warm current suddenly came from his chest. An extremely powerful force overbearingly rushed into his almost exhausted body, causing his entire body to be shrouded in a hazy black and white light. Just like a dry land welcoming the sweet dew from the heavens, Gu Fei's feeling of collapse suddenly disappeared. His body seemed to have been infused with an inexhaustible strength, causing his spirit to rise. The yin-yang jade pendant, at the critical moment of his life and death, once again showed its extraordinariness. The mysterious jade pendant surged with a huge amount of yin and yang power, nourishing Gu Fei's injured body and suppressing the surging qi and blood in his chest. Swish, swish, swish. The yin and yang power rapidly circulated inside his body. Although it was an external force, it still temporarily suppressed Gu Fei's internal injuries, enabling him to perform 8 desolation steps and leave quickly. Sure enough, when Gu Fei rushed into the depth of the primitive forest, over 10 shadows appeared where he had fallen just now. The one in the front was Beitang. Beitang swept his gaze around, and his complexion was so gloomy that it was practically dripping water. Gu Fei had escaped right under his nose. How could he still have the ability to escape? Beitang couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. This Gu Fei is simply too powerful. Chase him. Soon, Beitang found the traces of Gu Fei's escape. He immediately led his subordinates to chase after him. If Gu Fei didn't die, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Among those people who were secretly peeping at Zhang Tai, some people also followed Beitang and his subordinates. The gray dust gradually dissipated. Under the night sky, a figure surrounded by golden light rushed towards the battlefield from the direction of Dragon Emperor City like a meteor chasing after the moon. The terrifying pressure of the 9th heavenly layer of ascending mortality had already spread here from dozens of li away. Those who were secretly peeping at Zhang Tai all changed their expressions and some directly retreated. That person seemed to be flying in the wind and soon came close. Where's Beitang? The person's voice seemed to come from the prehistoric times of the universe. It was vast and mighty, and the endless primitive forest seemed to be echoing with his cold voice. The person was a middle-aged Taoist with black hair and a long beard. He wore a green robe with fluttering sleeves. This green-robed Taoist was Xianxia, who was responsible for leading the top 10 young experts of the Taishan sect to the ruined sky. Chapter 127. With a cultivation base at the 9th heavenly layer of the transcending mortality realm, other than those great cultivators at the royal void stage, no one would dare to underestimate an expert who was only a step away from becoming a great cultivator. Xianxia's words reverberated in the air above the endless ancient forest, but no one responded. Turning into a golden rainbow, Dan Qinzi arrived on the moon. He was extremely powerful, and for a moment he shocked everyone, whether it was those spying in the dark or those ordinary people on the ancient path. A slender figure surrounded by golden light stood at the top of the tree and looked around. Dan Qinzi's body emitted a majestic aura, and the aura of a powerful cultivator who looked down on the world was fully displayed at this moment. On the ancient path, the people of the Haoyan caravan were all indescribably shocked. Ling Luoyan and the others looked at the figure at the top of the tree shocked. This kind of immortal-like figure was absolutely rare. Dan Qinzi did not pay attention to Ling Luoyan and the others, but instead looked in several directions deep in the forest. He sensed that there were powerful cultivators hiding nearby. However, those people were not Beitang Yi who he was looking for. He was originally in Dragon Emperor City, but suddenly received the news and immediately rushed over, but he seemed to be a step too late. The battle had already ended. How could Beitang Yi dare to face an expert like Dan Qinzi? The moment he sensed Dan Qinzi's aura, he immediately chose to retreat. Compared to Dan Qinzi, Beitang Yi, a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm, could not be compared at all. Their cultivation bases were like heaven and earth. For cultivators who had entered the transcending mortality realm, it was very difficult to advance to each realm. Correspondingly, with each realm their cultivation base would take a big step forward, and their strength would multiply. This was not a breakthrough in a large realm. The transcending mortality realm was divided into 9 heavens. As long as one took these 9 big steps, they would be qualified to challenge the cultivation barrier of a large realm. Dan Qinzi was one of the few cultivators in the Taishan sect who was qualified to challenge the controlling void realm. As long as he could successfully take that step, he, Dan Qinzi, would be a great cultivator of the controlling void realm. Dan Qinzi's figure instantly disappeared from the top of a big tree beside the ancient path, and then directly appeared on a collapsed cliff beside a small valley several miles away. Someone is fighting here. Dan Qinzi carefully sensed the chaotic yuan qi fluctuations in the void, which were still very messy. It really is Gu Fei's aura. Dan Qinzi used his 9th heavenly layer ascended mortality realm spiritual sense to capture the extremely weak aura that Gu Fei left behind in the valley. Dan Qinzi immediately perked up and a smile appeared on his grave face. Very good, he really didn't die to Zhao Xuanji's sword. Dan Qinzi's unruffled state of mind began to ripple. Gu Fei was a disciple of the younger generation in the 9 meridians of Taishan. Dan Qinzi would not have given such a disciple a second glance under normal circumstances. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary disciple. Of the 9 meridians of Taishan, Gu Fei was the only successor of the Ling Chui Peak. If Gu Fei died, then the orthodoxy of the Ling Chui Peak would cease to exist. The sect leader, Taoist Xiantian, would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, Gu Fei had long been in Taoist Xuantian's sights and attention. That was why Dan Qinzi was so happy when he found out that Gu Fei was not dead. After all, if Gu Fei was killed in front of his eyes, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. People of the Beitang clan, listen to me. If anything happens to Gu Fei, I, Dan Qinzi, will definitely kill the Beitang clan. Dan Qinzi said loudly. His voice spread far and wide, echoing in the ancient forest. But other than Dan Qinzi's own voice, there was a terrible silence. No one responded. Dan Qinzi was a cultivator of the Taishan sect. His arrival was already known to the higher-ups of the various forces in the southern wasteland. No one was willing to offend the Taishan sect, one of the 3 great Taoist sects. The 3 great Taoist sects were like birds of a feather. Although in the southern wasteland, there were forces that could rival any of the 3 great Taoist sects in the whole world, there were not many forces that could compete with the 3 great Taoist sects. Dan Qinzi glanced around and then with a schwa sound, his body directly disappeared from the cliff. He turned into a golden shadow and quickly disappeared under the night sky. Gu Fei quickly moved through the dense forest. He was very careful, trying not to leave any traces in the places he passed. He knew that the people of the Beitang clan would not let him go so easily. But even so, Beitang Ao and his dozen or so men in black still followed the traces and followed him from behind. These people were all dressed in black, and like ghosts, they moved through the dense forest that was so dark that one could not even see their fingers in front of them. These people were obviously very familiar with tracking enemies in the ancient forest. It was very obvious that this group of people had received training in this aspect. In the middle of the night, walking in the ancient forest that was filled with danger, moreover, their movements were nimble and graceful, and they almost didn't make any sound. Including that Beitang Ao, there are a total of 15 people chasing after me. On the crown of a big tree, Gu Fei temporarily stopped. He carefully identified and very quickly he confirmed the number of people chasing after him. His arm was broken and he couldn't use both of his hands for the time being, which made it somewhat inconvenient for him to move. However, he still had a pair of legs, and with the yin and yang power transmitted by the mysterious jade pendant into his body, for the time being, Gu Fei still had some strength to protect himself. Gu Fei was confident that even if he was seriously injured, he would still be able to kill these reckless people who chased after him. Holding his breath and restraining all the aura in his body, Gu Fei hid in the crown of the tree, motionless as if he had merged with the surrounding space. Sure enough, very soon, a black shadow appeared near the big tree where Gu Fei was hiding, and was carefully moving towards the big tree. This was a man with a hideous scar on his face. He was like a cheetah, vigilantly glancing all around. As if he had sensed something, he began to slow down his speed. The forest was covered with a thick layer of withered branches and withered leaves, filling the air with a rotten smell. The quiet mountain forest gave people a kind of invisible oppressive feeling. From other directions came a very light sound, which was practically negligible. This man's companions were very close to him. The nearest two people were less than 30 meters away from him. 15 people, including Beitang Ao, were advancing in the forest in a fan shape. Just at the moment when that black-clothed man touched the bottom of the tree, Gu Fei moved. Like a goshawk hunting its prey, he silently swooped down from the tree. Gu Fei bent both of his legs and directly knelt down in front of that man with the pressure of MT Tai. By the time that man realized that something was wrong, both of Gu Fei's knees were already on the shoulders of that black-clothed man. Suddenly, a burst of crackling sound came from inside that black-clothed man's body. His spine was instantly broken into 17 or 18 pieces by the fierce power. His whole body became shorter out of nowhere, and he didn't even have the time to scream. His throat was blocked by the blood that gushed out. Gu Fei grew up in the Ling Chui peak of Taishan Mountain. Usually, when he had nothing to do, he would go into the depths of the mountain forest to find ferocious beasts to practice martial arts. Calling him the king of the mountain forest was not an exaggeration at all. Everything in the mountain forest was very familiar to him. After kneeling down and neatly killing this black-clothed man, Gu Fei somersaulted in the air. After landing on the ground, he didn't stop and instantly rushed into the dense forest at the side. Swish! 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 Shadows flashed and Beitang Ao's figure appeared under the big tree. He looked at the corpse on the ground that no longer had a human shape, and his complexion became extremely ugly. Soon after, 13 black shadows also walked out. Seeing this scene, these people's complexion couldn't help but change. Chapter 128. The two black-clothed men carefully and cautiously covered each other as they searched in the dense forest. Their foreheads were full of sweat due to nervousness. They couldn't help but be nervous because there was a very dangerous person hiding in this forest. Even if this person was seriously injured, he still had the ability to easily kill them. The scar-faced man who was killed by that person was the best proof. Thinking of the scar-faced man's corpse, no one would not be frightened. Even if these Beitang family's men were used to seeing blood and didn't know how many people died in their hands, it didn't mean that they were willing to see their own blood, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. Carefully searching forward for less than 20 feet, suddenly, one of the black-clothed men felt his feet go soft. The place where he landed did not seem to be covered with dead branches and leaves. Not good. In that instant, the black-clothed man felt goosebumps all over his body, and his hair stood on end. A "chee" sound came from beside his ears, and a huge black shadow suddenly shot up from the ground under his feet. Like a foot stepping on the body of a giant python, this shadow suddenly wrapped around the black-clothed man's body with lightning speed. Kacha kacha kacha. The black-clothed man's body immediately issued a creepy sound of bones breaking. This sound was especially terrifying in the dark forest. In the next moment, the black-clothed man vomited blood. He only felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and then his vision went black. His consciousness fell into the endless darkness, and he didn't know anything. Gu Fei suddenly sprang up from the dead branches and leaves on the ground. With a python coiling around his body, he immediately crushed all the bones in the unlucky black-clothed man's body. This sudden action was simply too fast. After strangling the black-clothed man, he didn't wait for his companions to react. His feet landed on the ground and fiercely pushed against the ground. The dead branches and leaves under his feet suddenly exploded. At the same time, Gu Fei's body, like lightning, crashed into the arms of another black-clothed man. This move was learned by Gu Fei in the Taishan Mountain when he was fighting with the giant bear of the mountain. This giant bear had 3 killer moves when hunting other beasts. They were Hug, hit, and slap. The giant bear was extremely strong. Hugging, ramming, and smacking were the giant bear's trump cards. A single hug from the giant bear could break the bones of a ferocious beast. A single charge from the bear could even shatter a boulder. A single slap from the bear could break a towering tree. If a human was hit by a giant bear like this, even if they didn't die, they would be half dead. The powerful force of Gu Fei's shoulder was even more ferocious and terrifying than the impact of a giant bear. With a single collision, all the bones in the upper body of the black-clothed man were broken inch by inch, and his internal organs were instantly crushed into mud. Kacha kacha. The man in black who was hit by Gu Fei burst out with the sound of bones shattering. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his whole body burst into a mist of blood. He flew off the ground, and before he hit the ground he was already dead. At this time the other people of the Beitang family in the vicinity had already noticed the strangeness here, and they quickly rushed in the direction of Gu Fei from all directions. There were 4 people rushing in from the front, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and only 2 behind. In just a moment, Gu Fei was able to distinguish the number of people rushing in from 4 directions. Swoosh! He immediately retreated. His body only turned around in the process of retreating. Peng! Broken branches and leaves swirled in the air as Gu Fei's body rushed into the thicket behind him. Gu Fei could clearly see the panic on the faces of the 2 black-clothed men who were rushing in front of him. His body moved like the wind and lightning, and the strong wind rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground, fluttering in the air. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps, 8 kills. With 1 step, Gu Fei crushed the head of a black-clothed man who was rushing in front of him. With the second step, the body of the other black-clothed man was immediately torn into pieces, and a mist of blood burst out in the forest. The experts trained by the Beitang family were simply unable to withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. Under his combat skills, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back. Gu Fei instantly broke out of the encirclement, leaving behind 2 mutilated corpses. The forest was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. Roar! Gu Fei! Beitang Ao rushed out and he was extremely furious. 9 figures flashed behind him, but they didn't even see Gu Fei's shadow. Gu Fei had already gone far away. Gu Fei had already killed 5 people, 5 experts that the Beitang family had spent countless efforts to train. These experts were comparable to ordinary cultivators. Even when fighting against hundreds of well-trained Haotian caravans Tsingyi guards, they were still able to reap the lives of the Tsingyi guards as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. At this time Beitang Ao was very angry and very depressed. The death of his 5 underlings made him feel endless heartache, and Gu Fei's cunning made him even more furious. Beitang Ao knew that Gu Fei was intentionally avoiding him and making a move on his underlings. In front of the already seriously injured Gu Fei, only Beitang Ao could pose a threat to him. As for the others, Gu Fei simply didn't put them in his eyes. In this primitive ancient forest, Gu Fei was like a fish in the sea, a bird flying in the sky. Wanting to kill him in the forest? This seemed even harder than ascending to the heavens. You 3 form a group and look after each other. This guy was seriously injured in the battle with Uncle, he won't be able to hold on for long. Beitang Ao said to the remaining 9 underlings in a deep voice. Although the 9 black-clothed men were frightened, they didn't dare to disobey Beitang Ao's order. They nodded towards Beitang Ao and walked into the dense forest in front of them in a group of 3. Beitang Ao looked at the headless corpse and the scattered flesh and blood on the ground. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Fei, you better not fall into my hands. If you fall into my hands, I will definitely make you beg for death." Swish. Beitang Ao was extremely hateful and immediately rushed into the dense forest. Just as Beitang Ao was unresigned and continued to command his underlings to chase after Gu Fei in the endless primitive ancient forest, in Dragon Emperor City 200 to 300 li away, in a room of an inn, 2 people were restless. "Big brother, you really made a move against that person?" In the room, a handsome teenager in white clothes asked a young man in white clothes in front of him with a shocked look. The teenager in white clothes and the young man in white clothes looked similar. The young man in white clothes had a quaint long saber on his waist. The scabbard of the long saber was engraved with mysterious runes. Faintly, an extremely sharp chi seemed to be emitting from the scabbard. This young man in white clothes was the mysterious person who poisoned Gu Fei together with Beitang Ao. This person was the Dongfang Long that Chu Tian had mentioned. Chapter 129. Dongfang Chen had already followed Dan Chenzi to Dragon Emperor City in South Wilderness. When Dan Chenzi left Taishan sect with Gu Fei and the others, he wanted to go to South Wilderness by air. However, in the sky above Yunming Mountain, they were intercepted by Demon Monarch of 6 Realms. Fortunately, Daoish Chaoyang, the head of Shaoyang Peak, secretly followed them and stopped Demon Monarch of 6 Realms at the critical moment. Therefore they survived. However, after a fierce battle with the demons led by Li Ruohai and Zhao Xuanji, Gu Fei was struck into the bottomless abyss by Zhao Xuanji and was separated from the others. In the end, Mad Demon Li Ruohai and Fire Sword Demon Zhao Xuanji were driven away by Dan Qinzi, who was at the 9th level of the Transcending Mortality Realm. Li Lingfeng Ziyu Dongfang Qin, and the others were only slightly injured. Among the top 10 experts of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect, apart from Gu Fei whose life and death were unknown, fortunately, no one had died in the confrontation with the demon dweller. When Dan Qinzi returned, he went down that bottomless abyss and discovered that there was a surging underground river that led to an unknown place. Dan Qinzi thought that Gu Fei was most likely dead. After all, Zhao Xuanji was a powerhouse at the Ascending Mortality Realm and cultivated sword immortal skills. Even Dan Qinzi had to avoid his full-strength strike, not to mention Gu Fei who was only at the 8th sky of Awakening Mortality Realm. Additionally, even if Gu Fei didn't die under Zhao Xuanji's sword, he was swept away by the undercurrent. His chance of survival was very slim. Dan Qinzi had no choice but to continue to Dragon Emperor City with the other 9 people. However, tonight someone sent a message that Gu Fei didn't seem to be dead. Instead, he was being chased by Beitang clan and was in great danger. After receiving the news, how could Dan Qinzi sit still in Dragon Emperor City? No matter whether it was true or not, he left Dragon Emperor City at once and flew towards the direction pointed by that person. Canvassing Moon Pavilion was one of the best inns in Dragon Emperor City. Although it was an inn, it could be compared to the Emperor's mansion. In Dragon Emperor City, the king's mansion was not the most magnificent mansion. This was the southern wilderness, not the central plains. As the saying goes, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The forces of the southern wilderness did not really respect the Yen Kingdom's royal family. Indeed, some forces in Dragon Emperor City could despise the imperial households of Yen country. In Dragon Emperor City, there were many mansions which were more magnificent than the king's mansion. This canvas lunar pavilion was not inferior to the regional king's mansion. It was all because behind the canvas lunar house, there was a power that even the southern wasteland duke could not help but look down on. Aside from the main building of the canvas moon pavilion, there was a courtyard behind it that was thousands of feet in circumference. Within the courtyard there were 2, 9, and 18 courtyards scattered in a picturesque manner. In each courtyard there were 18 suites. The person who built the canvas moon pavilion actually used the number 9 by 9. This was enough to show that the person didn't care about the human emperor at all. Between the courtyards there were lakes and mountains. There was a lotus pond so clear that the bottom could be seen. Weeping willows stood by the side of the pond, and the pond water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Occasionally, birds would fly low over the surface of the pond, startling the koi in the pond and causing some ripples. Half a year ago, someone had booked 3 of the 18 courtyards of the canvas moon pavilion. In the past half a month, people started to move into the 3 courtyards one after another. The people who were able to stay in the canvas moon pavilion all had extraordinary statuses. Moreover, the person who reserved 3 courtyards was even more extraordinary. At this moment, Dongfang Qin and Dongfang Long were in a superior guest room in one of the 18 courtyards of the canvas moon pavilion. Humph! I did attack Gu Fei, so what? Seeing his younger brother's nervous look, Dongfang Long couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful inside. So what? If I had known it earlier, I would not have told you about Gu Fei. Dongfang Chen's expression changed. This matter could be big or small. If Gu Fei didn't die and pursued this matter, then he, Dongfang Chen, wouldn't be able to get away with it. I say, little brother, what are you afraid of? That Gu Fei is just a 4th-generation disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Moreover, he actually defeated you in the 9 Peaks competition. I'm also helping you vent your anger. Dongfang Long said indifferently. Dongfang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, although Gu Fei is hateful, I want to defeat him fair and square. I don't want to use such a despicable method to deal with him. You're wrong. The idea of poisoning him was not mine, but Beitang Ao's doing. Dongfang Long laughed. Furthermore, haven't I already leaked the news of the Beitang family's pursuit of Gu Fei to that martial uncle of yours? An imperceptible cold light flashed across Dongfang Long's deep eyes. The Beitang family and Gu Fei have long been enemies. If you do something unnecessary, are you not afraid of causing a dispute between the Beitang family and the Supreme Mystery Sect? When Dongfang Chen heard this, he immediately knew the intentions of his elder brother. He knew his elder brother very well. He was very shrewd, and when he did things he only pursued the goal and would do anything. Isn't it good to make some enemies for your opponent? Moreover, does the Beitang family have the strength to compete with the Supreme Mystery Sect? Dongfang Long looked at Dongfang Qin meaningfully and said with a faint smile, "You." Dongfang Qin couldn't help but be angry. A cultivation family that could be passed down in the cultivation world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. If the Beitang family suddenly had one or two great cultivators of the controlling void realm, it would be enough for the Supreme Mystery Sect to suffer. When the Dongfang brothers were talking in the room, in the endless primitive forest hundreds of miles away from Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei had already killed the seventh subordinate of Beitang Ao. At this time the eastern sky began to turn white. It was almost dawn. After a night of continuous fighting, if not the yin and yang power of the Tai Chi diagram on his chest that supported Gu Fei and prevented him from falling down, Gu Fei would have long been exhausted and killed by Beitang Ao. This yin-yang fish jade pendant that had integrated into his chest definitely had a big secret. Although the extraordinariness of the jade pendant made Gu Fei a bit uneasy, he was still glad that this mysterious jade pendant had saved him once again. Beitang Ao was completely driven mad. Seeing his subordinates being killed by Gu Fei one after another, he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei, which made him furious. 7 of his 14 subordinates had already died. Additionally, it was almost dawn. In the dark he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. When dawn came, Gu Fei would have nowhere to hide. "You 7 don't scatter," Beitang Ao directly ordered. He wanted to persist until dawn. In the dark environment, Gu Fei could take advantage of it. In the daytime he wouldn't be so lucky. However, things often didn't develop according to people's ideas. No one could predict what would happen in the next moment. When Beitang Ao was thinking about how to kill Gu Fei, an unexpected person suddenly appeared and directly took Beitang Ao away. The 7 men in black were suddenly shocked and at a loss. Because the person who took Beitang Ao away was his uncle, Beitang Yi. "Uncle," Beitang Ao said in shock. "Be quiet," Beitang Yi said in a low voice. His expression was a bit flustered. He didn't care about the life and death of his 7 subordinates. He took Beitang Ao and like a ghost, they passed through the jungle and quickly went far away. Right when Beitang Yi brought Beitang Ao away and disappeared into the boundless primitive forest, a myriad of thread-like golden lights suddenly descended from the sky. The 7 black-clothed men who were at a loss of what to do in the forest were instantly penetrated by the golden threads, and they didn't even have the time to let out a blood-curdling scream before they instantly died miserably on the spot. After the thousands of golden threads killed the 7 men of Beitang Ao, they didn't dissipate. Instead, they soared into the sky and converged towards an azure-clothed Taoist who was slowly descending from the sky. Then all of the golden threads entered the Taoist's fluttering sleeves. Chapter 130. Standing at the top of the tree, Dan Qinzi glanced around and couldn't help but frown as he sensed that there were some extremely obscure auras nearby. Not all of the people who were peeping in the dark left. Some of them followed him. At this moment, a figure silently walked out of the woods. "Greetings, Uncle Master." The man came under the tree and bowed towards Dan Qinzi. Dan Qinzi lowered his head and looked at the man under the tree. He was in rags and had messy hair and a dirty face. It was almost impossible to identify his appearance. How dare they? Dan Qinzi couldn't help being furious at the sight of Gu Fei's appearance. Beitang clan is too much. How dare they hunt down a disciple of my Taishan sect? After the incident in the ruined sky realm, I will definitely demand an explanation from the Beitang clan. Although Gu Fei was in an extremely sorry state, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, Dan Qinzi could not help but inwardly sigh in relief. "Follow me." Dan Qinzi waved his sleeve as a ball of golden light rushed towards Gu Fei. It wrapped Gu Fei and flew to Dan Qinzi's side. Then a golden light burst out of Dan Qinzi's body and flew towards Dragon Emperor City with Gu Fei. In one of the 18 courtyards of Canvassing Moonlight Pavilion, Gu Fei was sitting in a superior independent guest room with legs crossed and regulating his breath. The one who built Canvassing Moonlight Pavilion had really invested a lot in it. There were 18 guest rooms and 18 courtyards. Each guest room was independent and not connected to the others. Gu Fei found that his internal injuries were more severe than he had imagined. The battle with Beitang Yi had caused him an unimaginable impact. The bones in both arms were broken, the sternum and even the ribs had cracks. If it was a normal Xianxia that received such heavy injuries, they would have fallen to the ground already. How could they have killed 7 experts trained by the Beitang family? His powerful physical body, which had been tempered day and night, displayed its extraordinary side at this moment. The terrifying regenerative ability caused Gu Fei's injuries to gradually heal. Of course, this self-healing process was not as terrifying as being able to recover in an instant. On the skin in the middle of his chest, a looming pattern of yin-yang fish was emitting a warm current that nourished Gu Fei's flesh, tendons, and bones, accelerating his recovery speed. Yin and yang were the 5 elements, and the 5 elements combined to create everything in the world. The yin-yang qi from the yin-yang fish jade pendant was 1 level higher than the 5 elements of yin-yang qi. Gu Fei noticed that the yin and yang qi that flowed through his limbs and bones finally converged at his dantian, where it was converted into wisps of 5 elemental yuan qi by the dim ball of 5 elemental origin light in his dantian. The wisps of 5 elemental yuan qi fused into his flesh and blood, healing his injured body. After the battle of life and death, Gu Fei's insane method of comprehending the essence of martial arts in the midst of life and death seemed to have some effect. He seemed to have understood something. He no longer deliberately operated the Xianxia and let the yin-yang and 5 elements in his body interact. In the end, his heart became calmer and calmer. Naturally, he entered the state of forgetting everything. At this moment, Gu Fei's mind was filled with the diagram of the ancient Xianxia technique. In the ancient Xianxia technique there were many obscure words, but now he gradually understood them. This made Gu Fei have a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the blue sky. In the ancient Xianxia technique there were many obscure words, but now he gradually understood them. This made Gu Fei have a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the blue sky. A life and death battle had deepened his understanding of the martial Tao. The problems that he had encountered in his cultivation had also gradually become clear. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind had risen to a new level. On this day, Gu Fei's room was filled with ripples of yuan qi. Vaguely there was even the sound of wind and thunder. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased by the day, the thunderous sound of the heavenly drum that came from the vibrations of his muscles and bones had started to become louder and louder. The sun rose and set, until night once again enveloped the earth. An indescribable sense of oppression began to gradually emit from Gu Fei's room. In the same courtyard there lived Li Lingfeng Ziyu Dongfang Qin, and the other 9 most outstanding people of the Supreme Profound Sect's younger generation. They had long sensed the strangeness of Gu Fei's room. And the great master Dan Qinzi, who was at the 9th level of the transcending mortality realm, sat directly outside the suite where Gu Fei was. He knew that Gu Fei was in the middle of a breakthrough, and Dan Qinzi did not want anyone to disturb Gu Fei. The 18 independent rooms were actually equivalent to 18 pavilions. In the other pavilions in the courtyard, Li Lingfeng Ziyu, and the others all came out of their rooms and leaned against the railings to look. There were also people watching from the other courtyards, and in the other 2 courtyards that were adjacent to the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect, there were people directly walking into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were. These people were all young men and women who were not even 20 years old. They were also dressed in white, but what was different from the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect was that these people's sleeves were embroidered with imprints. There were 2 kinds of imprints on the sleeves. One was a small sword, a small cyan sword, and the other was a yellow rune. Some people had already noticed the imprints on the sleeves of these young men and women who walked into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were. They suddenly realized that these people were all disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects. The young men and women in white with a small cyan sword embroidered on their sleeves were the disciples of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. The young men and women with a small rune embroidered on their sleeves were the disciples of the Shangqing Sect. These people were all disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects who had come to participate in the training in the ruined sky. They were also the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect. Only people from the 3 great Taoist sects would dare to walk into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were at this time. The others, even though they had sensed the strange fluctuations coming from the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were not willing to enter the courtyard to avoid offending the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect. These outstanding disciples of the Shangqing Sect and the Guangqing Celestial Sect all felt a great pressure when they walked into the courtyard where the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect were. Everyone looked at the pavilion where Gu Fei was in amazement, especially the figure sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion, which shocked the disciples of the other 2 great Taoist sects even more. Dan Qinzi was a strong cultivator who was only 1 step away from becoming a great cultivator, but he seemed to be protecting the person in the pavilion. Just who was the person in the pavilion? Why was Dan Qinzi paying so much attention to him? The curious people began to ask the disciples of the Supreme Profound Sect they knew. There were no lights in the pavilion. It was pitch black inside. Under the night sky, the terrifying ripples and the muffled sounds of thunder came from there. For some reason, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. The dark window seemed to be connected to the abyss of hell, and there seemed to be a terrifying demon hiding in the pavilion. Everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, the terrifying fluctuations coming from the pavilion where Gu Fei was in became more and more intense, and the pressure on everyone became more and more intense. Finally, the pavilion could no longer withstand the increasingly strong impact of the yuan qi, and with a loud roar, it exploded. Chapter 131. Vast yuan qi surged out, and the pavilion exploded into pieces. Broken bricks and tiles scattered in all directions. Inside, a person was sitting cross-legged in the air. Rays of multicolored light surrounded his body, as if there was an invisible hand supporting him in the air, causing him to float above the ground. The multicolored light originated from within Gu Fei's body. It was like a raging multicolored divine flame was burning, refining the true body with the fire of yuan qi, reaching the extreme and then sublimating. At some unknown time, the yin-yang fish pattern formed by the yin-yang jade pendant in the middle of Gu Fei's chest had already completely quietened down. There was no longer any fluctuation of yin and yang energy emitted from it. The pavilion exploded into pieces, and the broken tiles and beams that exploded out were all intercepted by Dan Chenzi, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the pavilion. Dan Chenzi only extended his right hand and lightly pressed forward. The scattered tiles and broken bricks that were flying in all directions instantly stopped. They were restrained by him, and then like raindrops they fell down. The eyes of Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, were tightly closed. His body was violently trembling. He felt as if he had broken some kind of shackle in his body, and opened a treasure in his body. A surge of power, a surge of yuan qi that was much stronger than the peak of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, surged out from within his body. His flesh and blood were trembling, his bones and joints were making noises, and all the bones in his body were trembling. Every inch of his body that could be reached by yuan qi seemed to be undergoing a subtle change. Like broken porcelain, his sternum and ribs that were full of cracks were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and new bones were growing from the wounds. The broken bones in his arm were also joined together by the surge of yuan qi. They grew and repaired in the multicolored light that was like waves of the sea. Gu Fei seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. His heavily injured body was rapidly healing. The battle of life and death last night had allowed him to take another step forward on the road of martial arts. He was undergoing a metamorphosis. This transformation could be said to be a transformation that paved the way for the final breakthrough to the transcending mortality stage. Gu Fei walked step by step on the road of martial arts and finally reached the end of the realm of self-awakening. He stood in front of the screen wall of another great realm. The thunderous sound of the sky drum had strengthened his bones and muscles. Faint thunderous sounds could still be heard coming from Gu Fei's body. Along with the frequency of the thunderous sounds, the natural energy around his body began to vibrate rhythmically. Visible ripples spread out from Gu Fei's body. In the nearby pavilions, the outstanding members of the younger generation from the 3 great Taoist sects couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Among them, the eyes of the female cultivators shone brightly. However, not everyone was happy to see Gu Fei make a breakthrough in his cultivation. In a nearby pavilion, a white-robed youth and a white-robed youth looked coldly at the 5-colored figure floating in the air. "I really want to unsheath my saber and behead him," the white-robed young man said in a deep voice. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. It was obvious that he had some misgivings. "Don't act rashly," the handsome youth standing beside the white-robed youth said in a low voice. He looked at the figure in front of him with an extremely solemn expression. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. "I'm just saying. With your martial uncle Dan Chenzi protecting him, who in Dragon Emperor City dares to attack him?" The youth looked at the other figure in the cyan robe in front of him. "Big brother, I hope you don't attack him anymore." "Gu Fei is mine," Dongfang Qin said calmly. Dongfang Qin said calmly. Seeing that Gu Fei had made another breakthrough on the path of cultivation, the urge to surpass Gu Fei in his heart became even stronger. Dongfang Long glanced at his younger brother with disdain and said, "You're really stubborn. If we let this person grow up, it will be a disaster for us, even for our Dongfang clan. Since we've already offended this person, we should cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. We should nip the disaster in the bud. That's the wise thing to do." Dongfang Qin remained silent. He didn't agree with his elder brother Dongfang Long's words. He didn't agree with his elder brother's words. Perhaps only Dongfang Qin himself knew that Gu Fei had already left an indelible shadow in his heart when he defeated him in front of the public in the Nine Peaks competition. If he couldn't surpass Gu Fei and defeat Gu Fei, he couldn't erase the shadow in his heart. He, Dongfang Qin, would lose the qualification to aspire to be the strongest. It would be very difficult for him to make great achievements in cultivation. At this moment, Gu Fei certainly didn't know what the Dongfang brothers were thinking about. His body was surging with incomparably powerful energy. Every inch of his skin contained extremely terrifying energy, flowing with brilliant light. His body was like a fine gold and immortal iron that had been tempered thousands of times. It contained endless essence of heaven and earth as it flickered. Suspending in the air, Zhang Tai sensed the essence of the 5 elements in his body, causing his blood, flesh, tendons and bones to release powerful life essence one after another. The sound of muscles and bones gradually weakened. However, Gu Fei's chi field didn't weaken. Instead, it became more powerful. As the old saying went, great sounds were silent. In the end, the sound of muscles and bones could barely be heard. The abnormal movement in Canvas Moonlight Pavilion gradually aroused the attention of more and more cultivators. Many cultivators were shocked by the fact that someone could break through the cultivation barrier in Dragon Emperor City. Dragon Emperor City was not a good place. Without a powerful background, nobody would like to carry out deep cultivation here, especially breaking through the cultivation barrier. Because nobody hoped to see a person who was more powerful and uncontrollable than himself. In the cultivation world, Xianxia of the younger generation with unlimited potential like Gu Fei were people that all the major factions wanted to rope in. However, there were also many people who were jealous of talents in the cultivation world. If they couldn't rope him in, they would destroy him, instead of joining other forces. Because of this, Dan Qinzi protected Gu Fei when he sensed that Gu Fei was going to break through his original realm. With Dan Qinzi's help, nobody could harm Gu Fei in front of Dan Qinzi unless those old monsters in void-controlling realm attacked Gu Fei. Additionally, anyone who harmed Gu Fei was equal to challenging the entire Taishin sect. Given Dan Qinzi's cultivation base at the 9th heaven of Ascended Mortal Realm, he could frighten some people in Dragon Emperor City. Of course, the real powerhouses disdained to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei is really a monster. In a pavilion about 60 m away from Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng sighed with emotion as he watched the colorful figure in front of him. 2 teenagers were standing on Li Lingfeng's side. One was a handsome teenager who was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of him. Of course, he was Ziyu, who looked like a girl. The other teenager was carrying a long sword on his back. His robe fluttered in the wind as he gave off a sharp chi field like the edge of a sword. Chapter 132. At some unknown time, Gu Fei's hands were able to move. His muscles and bones surged, rapidly healing his injured body. His broken arm had already been completely healed. Miraculously, at this time, the life essence energy within Gu Fei's body was flourishing to the extreme. Gu Fei floated in the air around 20 feet above the ground. Endless heaven and earth origin energy constantly gathered around him. Spiritual light flashed and spiritual energy surged in a 100-foot radius. His eyes were closed and his hands were constantly moving. It seemed as if he was making random movements. Everyone was confused, but Dan Qinzi's calm eyes began to shine. As time passed, the canvassing moon pavilion was strangely quiet. It was so quiet that it caused one to feel an indescribable pressure. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching the canvassing moon pavilion? In the latter half of the night, the darkest period before dawn, Gu Fei's hands began to move in a seemingly chaotic manner. These seemingly untraceable movements began to reveal a somewhat mysterious flavor. Turn disorder into order, turn the impossible into the law. The 3,000 great Daos all lead to the same destination. Dan Qinzi looked at Gu Fei's dancing hands and his eyes shined with a brilliant light. From Gu Fei's movements he could feel the aura of the Tao. Although Gu Fei's movements seemed casual, the truth was that this was a manifestation of the Tao. From the mundane to the simple, Gu Fei was immersed in a mysterious martial realm. That complex martial intent was slowly peeled away by him, and he began to simplify it. Then he began to practice it with his hands. It could be said that at this moment, Gu Fei had touched upon the edge of the Tao. Martial skills were also part of the Tao. Gu Fei's comprehension of martial had already touched upon the threshold of skill nearing the Tao. By this point, even the disciples of the younger generation from the 3 great Taoist societies could tell that Gu Fei was extraordinary. However, they didn't have a cultivation base like Dan Qinzi's. Gu Fei gave them a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Although Li Lingfeng and the others seemed to have noticed something from Gu Fei's waving hands, They couldn't tell what it was exactly. They couldn't tell what it was, nor could they grasp it. Gu Fei's hands began to simplify the complicated movements. Then, a series of mysterious hand seals began to appear between his hands. As the hand seals appeared, terrifying waves began to emit from his fingers. It wasn't the wave of magic power, and it wasn't the power of divine arts released by divine arts practitioners. Among the experts of the younger generation, no one knew what kind of power the madra that Gu Fei had displayed represented. After all, the true meaning of martial arts had long disappeared. The path of martial arts had long declined in the Tenglong continent. Even though they didn't know what the madra represented, everyone could sense the terrifying power of the madra. It wasn't a Taoist method, but it was better than a Taoist method. It wasn't a divine art, but it was better than a divine art. At the sight of this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Perhaps in Dragon Emperor City, besides some old monsters, only Gu Fei knew that this was a manifestation of the martial arts. The mysterious madra was a battle skill that was one level higher than the Five Elements Fist. The Five Elements Extermination Madra. The true martial arts have reappeared. Such words came out from Dragon Emperor City. Then, several strands of immortal thoughts that made even Dan Shinzi's heart palpitate instantly retreated and became silent. Dragon Emperor City is indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Dan Shinzi let out a sigh of relief. The masters of those strands of immortal thoughts were very terrifying. They were definitely old monsters in the void-controlling realm. Of course, even these old monsters didn't want to offend the Taishan sect. After all, the three major sects were closely connected. Offending the Taishan sect was equivalent to offending the three major sections. Not everyone could bear the terrible consequences of offending the three major sections. The Five Elements Madra gradually turned from complicated to simple. Every time Gu Fei made a madra, the essence of the world around him would vibrate. The madra aroused the power of the world, and Gu Fei's body surged with dazzling qi. The power of the five elements surged out of the madra. Sometimes, green light shone in the sky, illuminating the world. Sometimes, golden light shone like a scorching sun in the dark night. Sometimes, flames surged and drowned in a sea of fire. Sometimes, the sky turned dark and he was surrounded by dust and sand. Sometimes, water vapor surged and his body seemed to be surrounded by towering waves. With the change of the madra, the power of the five elements that erupted from Gu Fei's body also changed. He was in an ethereal state, and his body and cultivation method were completely in harmony. At this moment, the madra came from his heart, which was a natural reaction of the profound meaning of the martial arts technique. Although the five elemental extermination seal was just a practice, the moment the seal was executed, the power that was emitted had already shaken the heavens and earth. Not only did the faces of the young experts turn pale, even the transcending mortality realm cultivators were shocked when they saw this. It was not difficult to see that although Gu Fei's cultivation had not reached the transcending mortality realm, his strength was comparable to that of a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. This young man was terrifying. He might be able to break the common sense of the cultivation world and challenge cultivators of a higher realm. At this time, there was already a group of heavily armored soldiers gathered outside the Canvas Moon Pavilion. When Gu Fei was cultivating, the vast yuan qi that surged out had caused the pavilion to collapse, and the sound it made was so loud that it attracted a group of patrolling soldiers from the city guard. However, when these soldiers arrived at the Canvas Moon Pavilion, they did not dare to barge in. Instead, they waited for orders from above. The background of the Canvas Moon Pavilion was not simple. Even the Southern Wasteland Duke did not want to offend the Canvas Moon Pavilion. When the sky was about to brighten, Gu Fei woke up from the mysterious martial realm. He descended from the sky and landed on the base of the broken pavilion. The pavilion he was in had already disappeared, leaving only the base of the pavilion below. The moment the madra stopped, Gu Fei's body exploded with a dazzling five-colored light. A majestic force erupted from his body and swept out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if an extremely strong wind had appeared out of nowhere. The nearby pavilions, under the wind, swayed. Although they did not collapse, cracks appeared on the walls of the pavilions. The young experts on the pavilions all had to use their Xianxia to resist the terrifying essence that surged out from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the qi of the five elements was everywhere in Gu Fei's body. His entire body, whether it was his bones, flesh, blood, or internal organs, was like a piece of iron. Everywhere was filled with endless power. He was reborn. He was only one step away from being truly reborn. Gu Fei felt that his entire body, from inside to outside, seemed to have been reborn. His cultivation had entered the realm of flesh and blood transformation, which was also the 9th layer of the awakening self-realm. Flesh and blood transformation, that was to refine one's own flesh and blood into new flesh and blood. This was a heaven-defying method of cultivation, to rid the mortal body of its mortal nature. This process was very difficult. For hundreds of years within the Jade Spirit Peak, no one had succeeded. Gu Fei's master was trapped in the 9th layer of the awakening self-realm. In the end, he couldn't truly change his flesh and blood and rid the mortal body of its mortal nature. In the end, he was buried in the soil. However, Gu Fei had plenty of time. He had already reached the 9th layer of the awakening self-realm at a young age. Additionally, with the help of the extremely mysterious yin-yang fish jade pendant, his cultivation speed had increased by 10 times. Therefore, his chances of breaking through to the shedding mortality realm were much higher than that of his master. Gu Fei opened his eyes. 2 substantial 5-colored immortal lights shot out of his eyes. Sitting on the base of the pavilion with crossed legs, his long hair fluttering in the air. He raised his head and roared, his voice shaking the sky. However, the rolling sound waves couldn't spread out. After all, they were in Dragon Emperor City. Dan Chenzi didn't want to alarm more cultivators. Therefore, he had secretly set up a soundproof realm around the courtyard with his great power. Apart from the explosion of the pavilion, there was no other sound that could be heard from this place. With his jet-black long hair fluttering in the air, Gu Fei's figure was incomparably tall. He formed a seal with his right hand and blasted it towards the sky. Endless golden light rushed into the sky and surged forward like a surging river. The area covered by the seal shook violently. The golden immortal light seemed to have broken the void. The violent power surged, emitting a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! The base of the pavilion that Gu Fei was sitting on was instantly shattered. Everything within 15 meters around him turned into dust. The courtyard instantly became chaotic, causing sand and pebbles to fly. Shwa! With a sound, Dan Chenzi, who was sitting in front of Gu Fei, directly moved back. He didn't make any move to stop Gu Fei. Even if this courtyard of the canvassing lunar pavilion was demolished, it was nothing. At most, he would just have to pay for a new courtyard. Gu Fei stood up and retracted his powerful aura into his body. 9th heavenly layer, I've finally taken this step. A battle of life and death can really stimulate the body's potential. If I fight Beitangi now, I'm confident that I can fight him. Feeling the new power, Gu Fei didn't feel happy or sad at this moment. His state of mind was unusually calm. On another pavilion in the courtyard, Dongfang Qin and his elder brother Dongfang Long's expressions were rich and colorful. They changed again and again, but in the end, Dongfang Qin still revealed a brilliant expression. He jumped down from the pavilion and walked towards Gu Fei. Chapter 133. Gu Fei, I didn't expect you to break through at this time. Very good. Dan Chenzi said with a faint smile as he walked over to Gu Fei. Gu Fei's breakthrough was definitely a good thing for the trip to the Ruined Sky Realm. Thank you for protecting me, Uncle Master. Gu Fei bowed to Dan Chenzi. Although his mind had been immersed in the mysterious martial realm, he could still vaguely feel what was happening in the outside world. Haha. Dan Chenzi laughed, which was rare for him. He waved his hand and said, Congratulations, the Green Spirit Peak has finally produced an amazing disciple. I remember that no one in the Green Spirit Peak has been able to cultivate to the 9th layer of awakening heaven before the age of 20. You are the first. Although Dan Chenzi looked middle-aged, he had actually been cultivating on Taishan Mountain for 200 or 300 years. Moreover, he was a disciple of the sect leader, so he definitely knew a lot of secrets. Uncle Master, you flatter me. Gu Fei still looked indifferent, as if he was not very happy because of the improvement in his cultivation. Or perhaps it could be said that in front of Dan Chenzi, he was a little reserved and a little restrained. Swish. Swish. At this time, there was a flash of figures, and 2 people suddenly appeared beside Dan Chenzi. Ah, Brother Dan Chenzi, your Taishan sect is indeed full of talents. Among the 2 middle-aged Taoists who suddenly appeared, one of them holding a horsetail whisk and looking like an immortal said with a smile. This Taoist was no stranger to Gu Fei. It was the senior cultivator of the Xianxia sect, Ding Yangzi, who had once visited the Taishan sect with Lin Shuer. The other Taoist was empty-handed, but Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura from him. This Taoist's aura was very fierce. He stood there like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, making it difficult for people to look at him directly. A swordsman? Looks like this person must be a senior cultivator of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Gu Fei thought to himself. So it's fellow Taoist Ding Yangzi and Lu Ruhai. Dan Chenzi wasn't unfamiliar with these two because they were the leaders of the Xianxia sect and Guangqing Celestial Sect's expedition to the ruined sky. This little guy must be practicing orthodox martial arts. I didn't expect your Taishin sect to have this long-lost cultivation method. The middle-aged Taoist, who was like a heavenly sword being unsheathed and had an intimidating aura, looked at Gu Fei from head to toe. His eyes flickered as if they were about to shoot out of his eye sockets. Gu Fei felt that the gaze of this senior sword immortal of Guangqing Immortal sect was as sharp as a sword aura. It seemed to be able to pierce through the void and see through his entire body. This feeling of being seen through made Gu Fei feel a little uncomfortable. Gu Fei, greet Uncle Master Ding Yangzi of the Xianxia sect and Uncle Master Lu Ruhai of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Dan Chenzi said to Gu Fei with a smile. When Gu Fei heard this, he stepped forward and bowed to the two middle-aged Taoists, calling them Uncle Masters before retreating to Dan Chenzi's side in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Good, not bad. The senior sword immortal of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Lu Ruhai, couldn't help but nod inwardly when he saw Gu Fei's performance. However, Ding Yangzi, who was standing next to Lu Ruhai, frowned inwardly. Where did this Gu Fei pop out from? The last time he visited the Taishin sect, he didn't seem to have heard of such a young expert. The last time Ding Yangzi and Lin Shuer had visited the Taishin sect on behalf of the Xianxia sect, Lin Shuer had used her extraordinary Taoist techniques to defeat the outstanding disciples of the Xianxia sect's younger generation. Even Dongfang Chen had been defeated by her Taoist talisman techniques. If the Taishin sect had more powerful young disciples, they would have already jumped out to compete with Lin Shuer. At this time, the disciples of the three great Taoist sects who were watching nearby also walked over. Greetings, Uncle Master and Uncle Masters. An ordinary-looking young man in white bowed to Dan Chenzi, Ding Yangzi, and Lu Ruhai, then said to Gu Fei, "Congratulations, junior brother Gu Fei." This ordinary-looking young man in white was the eldest senior brother of the Taishin sect's younger generation, Li Lingfeng. Behind Li Lingfeng were 8 young men including Ziyu and Dongfang Chen. Dan Chenzi and the other two just nodded. At this time, the disciples of the Xianxia sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect also walked over. Let's let these young disciples interact with each other and improve their relationship. The three of us should find another place to discuss the details of entering the 100,000 mountains. Lu Ruhai said to Dan Chenzi and Ding Yangzi. That's great. Dan Chenzi and Ding Yangzi nodded. Since Gu Fei had returned, they would not waste any more time and should start preparing to enter the 100,000 mountains. The abnormal phenomenon that occurred once every 260 years was not far away. Every time night fell, the blood-red star in the sky that represented slaughter and death would shine brighter and brighter. The blood-red star was full of demonic nature. Every 260 years, it would appear in the sky and emit endless demonic power that would disturb the world. Every time this happened, the cultivation of the demonic people who had fallen into the demonic path would also greatly increase. For those who had fallen into the demonic path, the appearance of the demonic star that occurred once every 260 years was their sacred day. Legend had it that the day the demonic star shone in the sky was the day when the demonic ancestor returned. At this time, the demonic cultivators would be affected by the demonic star, and the demonic chi in their bodies would surge, becoming much stronger than usual. Every time this happened, the world would be full of demons, causing quite a bit of chaos in the world. The three great Taoist sects would also take advantage of the time when the power of the demonic star caused the power of heaven and earth to become chaotic, and the power of the seal would weaken, thus opening the space barrier of the ruined sky realm and allowing them to enter the ruined sky realm. After Dan Chenzi and the other two turned into beams of light and left, a tall young man with eyes like cold stars, who was the leader of the Xianxia sect, walked up and looked at Gu Fei. You are Gu Fei? I am Lin Xian of the Xianxia sect. I heard that you are the #1 expert of the younger generation in the Taishin sect. Now that I have seen you today, you are indeed extraordinary. I hope to have a chance to spar with you. Lin Xian's words were full of power. When the time comes, I will not disappoint you. Gu Fei looked at Lin Xian. He felt some pressure from Lin Xian. This person was an expert. Both of them were extremely powerful figures, and their words were full of the smell of gunpowder. When their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly in the air. The bystanders couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the two of them fighting. Brother Gu, we meet again. At this time, a young man with a long sword on his back walked out from the crowd of the Guangqing Immortal sect. So it is Brother Lu. When Gu Fei heard this, his attention immediately moved away from Lin Xian. He recognized the young man with a sword on his back at a glance. This young man was Lu Yunhe, who had once fought with Gu Fei in the Yunming Mountain against the ghost cultivators of Fengdu. At this time, a thought flashed in Gu Fei's mind. No wonder he felt a familiar aura on Lu Ruhai. It turned out that the person who had been chased by Zhao Xuanji that night and hurriedly rescued Lu Yunhe was Lu Ruhai, Uncle Lu. Brother Gu, come, let me introduce you. This is our eldest senior brother, Ren Wuming. This is our little junior sister, Li Mengyao. This is... Lu Yunhe introduced the disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect who had come to participate in the trial in the ruined sky to Gu Fei. Chapter 134. A group of promising young cultivators gathered together. The atmosphere was not that harmonious. No one was willing to admit that they were not as good as others. They were all young Xianxia who stood out among their peers. Youthful vigor, youthful frivolity, these were the strong points of youths, but also the weak points of youths. Young people had a drive and were not afraid of anything. It was a good thing to be courageous in cultivation. However, if this drive was used elsewhere, it would become arrogance. In the eyes of some people, Gu Fei's behavior was a bit arrogant. Although they witnessed the process of Gu Fei breaking through the cultivation barrier, it did not mean that the Shangqing sect and Guangqing Immortal sect would be afraid of him. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian left with the Shangqing sect. Then Ren Wuming also left with the Guangqing Immortal sect. Among the disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect, only Lu Yunhe seemed to get along well with Gu Fei. After a short meeting, Gu Fei remembered a few outstanding figures from the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect. Lin Xian from the Shangqing sect, Ren Wuming from the Guangqing Immortal sect, and Li Mengyao. These people were all geniuses. Among the younger generation of their respective sects, it was hard to find a worthy opponent. It was not hard to imagine that in 20 or 30 years, they would become powerful figures in the cultivation world. After the people from the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect left, only Gu Fei and the other 9 people from the same sect were left. Dongfang Chen, do you know someone called Dongfang Long? After the people from the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect left, Gu Fei directly questioned Dongfang Chen. Gu Fei stared at Dongfang Chen. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. It made Dongfang Chen feel a strong sense of oppression as if there was a knife on his back. He did not deliberately reveal a powerful force. It was a natural aura. Junior Martial Brother Gu Yu. Li Lingfeng and the others could feel the tense atmosphere between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen and couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that the Dongfang Long that Gu Fei mentioned had a great relationship with Dongfang Chen. He was Dongfang Chen's elder brother. Moreover, Dongfang Long was probably in Dongfang Chen's room. It had been 7 or 8 days since Dan Qinzi took Li Lingfeng and the others to Dragon Emperor City. Dongfang Long, Dongfang Chen's elder brother, didn't appear in Dragon Emperor City until 2 days ago. Dongfang Chen's face changed and then he met Gu Fei's gaze, looked directly at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, Dongfang Long is my big brother. What, Gu Fei, do you know my big brother? Bang. Gu Fei took a step forward, and the entire ground suddenly trembled. Without any warning, an incomparably powerful aura swept out from Gu Fei's body. The oppressive aura was as heavy as a mountain, surging like a surging river and surging like the sea. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Gu Fei would be so hostile to Dongfang Chen. The surging aura made everyone feel like they were in a storm. They couldn't help but step back. Is this the power of the 9th heavenly layer? Except for Li Lingfeng, who was also in the 9th heavenly layer, everyone else was frightened by Gu Fei's aura. Dongfang Chen, who bore the brunt of it, felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook violently and he retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. This was not a physical attack, but it was equivalent to Gu Fei's attack. A great pressure directly acted on Dongfang Chen's heart, destroying his will. It was as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his chest, making him almost unable to breathe. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He looked at Dongfang Chen with undisguised anger in his eyes. Anyone could see Gu Fei's anger towards Dongfang Chen. How could I not know your good big brother? Not only do I know him, I am also very familiar with him. Gu Fei said while gritting his teeth. When he thought that he almost died in the hands of Dongfang Long, his anger burned to the 9th heavenly layer. At this time he already knew the ins and outs of the matter. Sure enough, as Chu Tian said, the people who wanted to borrow Chu Tian's hand to poison him with wine were Beitang Ao and Dongfang Long. They were really despicable and shameless, unforgivable. An incomparably tyrannical pressure enveloped Dongfang Chen, making him like a weak grass in a storm, as if he could be blown away at any time. Just when Dongfang Chen was about to fall back again, a hand was placed on Gu Fei's shoulder, and an incomparably dignified voice sounded in Gu Fei's ears. Junior brother Gu, don't hurt the harmony between fellow disciples. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. The person who spoke was Li Lingfeng. Among the people present, only Li Lingfeng could still stabilize his body and put his hand on his shoulder. Gu Fei frowned. Then, the terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone immediately retreated like a tide. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Tell your big brother I will find him to reminisce about the past. Gu Fei said in a deep voice, then turned around and walked straight to another pavilion. Killing fellow disciples was a taboo in the sect, and Gu Fei had some scruples. In the 18 courtyards of the Canvas Moon Pavilion, each courtyard had 18 independent pavilions, and each pavilion was equivalent to a set of superior rooms. And the people of the Supreme Profound Sect, including the leader Dan Qinzi, were only 11 people. In other words, in the courtyard there were 7 pavilions that no one lived in. Gu Fei easily found a locked pavilion, then directly cut open the lock and walked in. Dongfang Qin gasped for breath. At this time he realized that he didn't know when, but his clothes had been drenched in sweat. It was sticky and stuck to his body. It was very uncomfortable. Gu Fei. Dongfang Qin was furious. His fists were clenched and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He wanted to rush forward and fight Gu Fei to the death, but in the end he still forcefully suppressed his anger. Gu Fei, who had already broken through to the 9th level of awakening, was simply undefeatable. Dongfang Qin sadly discovered that he didn't even seem to have the qualifications to fight Gu Fei to the death. Junior brother Dongfang, what the hell is going on? Li Lingfeng said to Dongfang Qin with a gloomy face. Dongfang Qin and Gu Fei, these two people were very strange. Ziyu, Song Ruochen, and the others also looked at Dongfang Qin in surprise. Just now, if it wasn't for big brother Li Lingfeng's timely words, looking at Gu Fei's posture, he might have directly attacked Dongfang Qin at any time. Dongfang Qin glanced at Li Lingfeng, then looked at the crowd, then let out a long sigh and helplessly said, My big brother, maybe there is some misunderstanding with Gu Fei. I don't know the details. Of course, Dongfang Qin wouldn't say that his big brother conspired with others to poison Gu Fei with wine. Everyone looked at each other. How could things be so simple? There must be something fishy about this. Otherwise Gu Fei wouldn't be so angry. Everyone dispersed and Dongfang Qin also returned to his room with a bad expression. He closed the door and sat down at the table. Chapter 135. At noon, a figure in white silently rushed out of Dongfang Qin's room. It was a young man with a treasured saber on his waist. He was Dongfang Long. Dongfang Long coldly glanced at the pavilion Gu Fei was in and revealed an expression that was not a smile. Then he walked out of the courtyard and directly left the canvas lunar pavilion, drifting away. After a short while, a youth in white clothes arrived in front of a magnificent mansion in the central region of Dragon Emperor City. After looking around for a short while, the youth entered this extremely magnificent mansion. There were 4 soldiers dressed in winter iron armor standing on either side of the main gate of the mansion. However, they seemed to be unable to see the young man in white and allowed him to walk into the mansion. On the banners above the main doors of the mansion, there were 3 large golden words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Regional King's Mansion. No wonder this mansion was so magnificent and even had armored guards. It turned out that this was the Prefecture King's mansion of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King Yang Yuandao. The young man in white was obviously a frequent visitor of the Prefecture King's mansion. The guards outside the gate recognized him. Therefore, no one stopped him and allowed him to enter the Prefecture King's mansion. In the evening, in the Canvassing Moon Pavilion, 9 young disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects received invitations from the Southern Desolate Prefecture King's mansion at the same time. The Prefecture King's Crown Prince Yang Sun would invite them to a banquet in the Prefecture King's courtyard. Among these 9 people, including Gu Fei, were the top 3 most outstanding disciples among the young disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects. Inside the pavilion, Gu Fei looked at the invitation in his hand and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know this Prefecture King's Crown Prince. Why did he invite him? He threw the invitation in his hand onto the table in front of him, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on his bed. Because of his breakthrough, he needed to familiarize himself with his new strength. He didn't care about the Prefecture King's Crown Prince. Prefecture King? So what if he was the emperor? The monarch of the secular world only had a great deterrent force to the common people. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, there was no difference between the monarch and the common people. Even these large empires with thousands of miles of territory had to pay tribute to some of the large sects within their borders. The state of Qi, where the Supreme Mystery Sect was located, had to pay tribute to the Supreme Mystery Sect every year. In the early evening, tens of thousands of households in Dragon Emperor City had lit up their lights. If someone watched Dragon Emperor City from afar, he would find that Dragon Emperor City was like a bright lamp in the endless primeval woods in the night. The pitch-dark, high city wall of Dragon Emperor City isolated the two different worlds. Outside the city wall, it was an endless wilderness covered with dense primitive woods. Inside the city wall, it was a prosperous human world. Of course, there were also foreign cultivators in Dragon Emperor City. Although humans occupied the majority of the population, it was not the southern wilderness prefecture conferred by the royal households of Yen country, but the hundreds of clans in southern wilderness. Actually, it was more appropriate to call them the Southern Wasteland Barbarians. The Southern Wasteland Prefecture King's Palace was located in a courtyard in the west of the city. It occupied a vast area and the layout was very particular. There were pavilions, terraces, small bridges, flowing rivers, strange rocks, fake mountains and verdant trees. It was completely in the style of the Central Plains. After passing through the garden, there was a small lake at the back of the courtyard. Although it was a small lake, it had a circumference of several hundred mu. In the middle of the lake, there was a pavilion and a white jade bridge that spanned across the surface of the lake, connecting both sides. At this moment, melodious music drifted out from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. In the hall on the second floor of the pavilion, the ground was covered with a thick golden silk carpet. There were 9 tables on both sides of the hall. Each distinguished guest had his own table and sat cross-legged. As the host, Yang Sun, the son of the Southern Wasteland Prefecture King, was sitting at the head of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there were glamorous singers singing and dancing. There were only a few people sitting on both sides of the hall. Most of the seats were empty. Those sitting on the seats were all young men with dignified chi and strong vitality. As they looked around, their eyes flickered with shrewd light. These young men were all in their early 20s. Obviously, they were the outstanding figures of the young generation in southern wilderness. Report: Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan has arrived. At this moment, a vigorous voice drifted from outside the pavilion. Invite him in. Yang Sun stood up. The other young men in the hall also stood up. The White Tiger clan of the southern wilderness was one of the 4 great saint clans. That Hu Zhan could be said to be the most outstanding character in the White Tiger clan. Among those of the same age as him, it was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent. He was an extremely powerful character. Why did Yang Sun invite him as well? The few young men mumbled in low voices. One could tell that they were very wary of this Hu Zhan. Ah, old brother Yang. A resonant voice rang out from outside the pavilion as a tall and sturdy figure walked in. The entire pavilion, and even the air above the lake, was reverberating with the voice of this person. Those singers who were in the midst of dancing were all frightened by this sudden voice. They subconsciously halted their movements. Michem? What's going on? Where are the people from the 3 great Taoist sects? The person who came was a young man with a stocky build, thick eyebrows and a pair of tiger eyes. His gaze was like that of a ferocious beast. This young man also appeared to be in his early 20s. However, he had a head of white hair that casually flowed behind his back. His entire body exuded an oppressive aura. The eyes of that young man were as sharp as blades. He swept his gaze around the great hall as his countenance turned somewhat unsightly. "Oh brother Yang, what do you mean by this? I'm here for the people from the 3 great Taoist sects. Where are they?" When the few young men in the great hall saw this young man who resembled a ferocious tiger, their countenances involuntarily changed. As for the son of the Jiangling king Yang Sun, he hurriedly walked over. Brother Hu Zhan, please be seated. Don't be impatient, the people from the 3 great Taoist sects should be arriving soon. Yang Sun smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me. You should know the consequences of making fun of me. This Hu Zhan basically didn't give any face to Yang Sun, the son of the Jiangling king. He directly sat down on the first seat on the left. That fellow Dongfang Long only knows how to come up with rotten ideas. Before the 3 great Taoist sects and the 100 races of the southern desolate region started fighting, I already have a stomach full of anger. Yang Sun was already cursing Dongfang Long in his heart. However, this idea of Dongfang Long's really moved Yang Sun. With the people from the 3 great Taoist sects, it could be considered a good plan to deal with these arrogant fellows from the southern desolate regions. Yang Jian had an ugly expression on his face as he returned to his seat unhappily. Just when he sat down, that booming voice rang out again. Reporting. Gui Teng of the Black Tortoise race has arrived. MHM? Why is that bastard Gui Teng here as well? When Hu Zhan heard the name Gui Teng, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out from outside. It was as though a gigantic monster was walking in from the outside. The entire pavilion seemed to be trembling along with the sound of footsteps. However, when the person outside entered the great hall, everyone discovered that the person who made such heavy footsteps was actually a yellow-skinned young man who was less than 5 chi tall. His hands hung down to his knees, and he had a pointy head and a narrow forehead. "Smelly tiger, I didn't expect you to be here as well." The strange-looking young man treated Yang Sun, his master, as though he was transparent. After sweeping his gaze across the great hall, his gaze landed on Hu Zhan. "What's wrong? Is your turtle shell itching again? Do you want to get beaten up?" Hu Zhan glared at Gui Teng with his tiger-like eyes. A fierce killing intent immediately spread out from his body. "Smelly tiger, what's the use of being fierce to me? If you have the guts, go and beat up the people from the 3 great Taoist sects." Gui Teng took heavy steps towards Hu Zhan and directly sat down on the seat beside Hu Zhan. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that there was a bulge on Gui Teng's back. It seemed as though there was something like a pot hidden under his clothes. Could it be that he was still carrying his turtle shell? Everyone present was an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the southern desolate regions. Naturally, they knew the cultivation method of the Black Tortoise clan. Seeing how heavy Gui Teng's steps were, he should still be carrying his turtle shell. Reporting. The Guangqing celestial sects Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Li Mengyao have arrived. When the elites of the southern desolate regions in the pavilion heard this, their expressions immediately turned solemn. They all looked towards the entrance of the pavilion. The people from the 3 great Tao sects had finally arrived. Chapter 136. Ah! The friends from the Guangqing Immortal sect have arrived. Quickly invite them in. Quickly invite them in. That Yang Sun smiled. His smile was incomparably radiant. He passionately stood up from his seat and walked towards the 3 white-robed young men and women with treasured swords on their backs. The 3 young men and women who walked into the hall were none other than Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Li Mengyao of the Guangqing Immortal sect. The prince of the Jiangling king Yang Sun was clearly much more enthusiastic towards Ren Wuming and the other 2 compared to Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan and Gui Teng of the Black Tortoise clan. Yang Sun personally led Ren Wuming and the other 2 to the row of empty seats on the right. Ren Wuming was the eldest apprentice brother of the Guangqing Immortal sect. Hence he sat on the first seat on the right. Lu Yunhe sat below Ren Wuming, followed by Li Mengyao. The junior apprentice sister of Guangqing, Li Mengyao, wore white clothes that fluttered in the wind. Her skin was whiter than snow. At the instant she walked in, the eyes of the disciples from the major powers of the southern desolate region all lit up. She had a pair of clear and spirited eyes, long eyelashes, rosy and sexy lips, and a head full of jet-black long hair that was like a black waterfall cascading down her back. In addition, she had been cultivating the sword Dao for many years and had a treasured sword on her back. This caused this junior apprentice sister of Guangqing to have a heroic spirit amidst her gentleness, making her disposition even more attractive. Facing the scorching gazes of those people, Li Mengyao's expression was indifferent. There wasn't the slightest bit of fluctuation on her beautiful face. She was like a fairy from the moon palace who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. At this moment, the female singers who were performing in the hall had already been ordered to retreat by Yang Sun. Reporting. Lin Xian, Zhu Yiqi, and Yi Chen from the Xianxia sect have arrived. Just as Ren Wuming and the others sat down, the welcoming voice rang out once again. At the entrance of the hall, 3 young men in their early 20s walked in. Next, the people invited by Yang Sun also arrived one after another. As the owner of this place, Yang Sun entered and exited the hall, standing up to welcome the distinguished guests. At this moment, everyone could see that Yang Sun, the Royal Highness of Duke Xing, wasn't that enthusiastic towards the young talents of the major local forces in South Wilderness. Instead, he treated the young disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects who had temporarily settled in Dragon Emperor City warmly and considerately. When Hu Zhan saw Yang Sun treating him so lightly, he couldn't help but feel angered. As for Gui Teng of the Black Tortoise clan, he didn't treat it as a big deal. His beady eyes would occasionally roam about the Tao sect's disciple. In the end, out of the 9 elites of the southern desolate regions, only 7 people came. There were 2 empty seats. Evidently, the 2 people Yang Sun invited didn't come. Perhaps, those 2 did not even deign to come. After all, the one who ruled the southern wasteland was not the southern wasteland Duke Yang Yuan Dao, who was conferred the title of the southern wasteland Duke by the Yan Kingdom. Instead, it was the various great powers behind the southern wasteland elites. Additionally, these forces were not limited to Dragon Emperor City, even the entire South Wilderness was their world. The southern wasteland was an ancient hell filled with legends. According to legends, the southern wasteland had already existed since the ancient times. In the depths of the southern wasteland was the 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range was even more mysterious. Even the barbarians of the southern wasteland weren't willing to step into it easily. The barbarians of the southern wasteland didn't obey the Yen Empire at all. Although the great Yen Empire was powerful, its power lay in the territory of the Central Plains. In this boundless wilderness, even the whip of the empire couldn't touch it. The real rulers of the southern wasteland were the clans of those people on the left in the hall of the pavilion. From a certain perspective, these people were on the same level as Duke Yang Yuandao of the southern wasteland. In the eyes of these people, Yang Sun, the Royal Highness of Duke Xing, was nothing. If it was in normal times, these elites of the southern wasteland would simply ignore Yang Sun's invitation. The reason why Hu Zhan and the others came was actually because of the people of the three major Taoist sects. Of the 9 seats on the right in the hall, only one was empty. In the end, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu still came to keep the appointment. After all, nominally, the southern wasteland Duke Xing's palace was the administrator of the southern wasteland. Therefore, they couldn't refuse the invitation of the Royal Highness of Duke Xing. However, other than cultivating, Gu Fei didn't care about the affairs of the outside world. He directly ignored the invitation of the Royal Highness of Duke Xing. Hence, it seemed that Dongfeng Long's scheme was about to fail. Yang Sun didn't see the arrival of the person Dongfeng Long spoke of. A trace of disappointment involuntarily flashed in his eyes. He heard that within the 3 major Taoist sects, only that person might be able to suppress the elites of the southern wasteland. After everyone sat down, Yang Sun, the host, didn't even say anything when Hu Zhan already spoke. What a great reputation the 3 major Taoist sects have. I, Hu Zhan, have long wanted to experience the innate techniques of the Taoist sects. As he spoke, Hu Zhan's tiger eyes gleamed with sharpness as they swept past Ren Wuming, Lin Xian and Li Lingfeng. Hu Zhan had long been itching to fight, wanting nothing more than to have a great battle with the people of the 3 major Taoist sects. From his point of view, among the elites of the 3 major Taoist sects, only these 3 were worthy for him to fight. As for the others, he had no interest at all. When Yang Sun saw that Hu Zhan's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He couldn't be bothered to say anything and was more than happy to watch the show from the side. As expected, the countenances of Li Lingfeng and the others instantly changed when they heard this. Hu Zhan's actions were undoubtedly a naked challenge to them. The southern wasteland is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. We also wish to experience the innate techniques of the experts of the southern wasteland. Although Ren Wuming's words were calm, everyone present could feel his battle intent. The path of the sword Immortal was a branch of the Taoist sects. They cultivated the Tao of the sword, and their methods were to slay demons and exterminate devils. It was very different from the Tao techniques of the Supreme Mystery sect and the High Clarity sect. Ren Wuming cultivated the sword day and night. He was like a sword and the sword was like him. Not only was the aura from his body like an unsheathed divine sword, incomparably sharp, but his temperament was also extremely sharp, unwilling to show weakness. I invited everyone here because I wanted to create an opportunity for the elites of the southern wasteland to spar with the outstanding successors of the 3 great Taoist sects. If you all wish to spar here, I have no objections. Yang Sun didn't forget to add fuel to the fire from the side. None of the people present were fools. They naturally knew that Yang Jian's invitation was definitely not that simple. However, regardless of whether it was the elites of the southern wasteland or the outstanding successors of the 3 great Taoist sects, although they knew that this might be a trap, they still came. This was because the elites of the southern wasteland were very interested in the successors of the 3 great Taoist sects who came from the Central Plains. As for Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming, and the others, they also wanted to spar with the outstanding characters of the southern wasteland. Very well. My name is Hu Zhan. From today onwards, my name will be imprinted in your heart. Even if you want to forget it, you won't be able to. Hu Zhan stood up, and a terrifying force erupted from his majestic body. The table in front of him instantly shattered, turning into sawdust. Gui Teng, who was next to Hu Zhan, dodged to the side like a startled rabbit the moment Hu Zhan stood up. At this moment, his footsteps were even lighter than a leopard's, landing on the ground without a sound. Compared to the heavy footsteps he had when he came, it was the complete opposite. I am Ren Wuming of the Guangqing Celestial Sect. If you have any skills, bring it on. Ren Wuming also stood up, and an incomparably sharp sword qi spread out from his body. Whoosh whoosh. Transparent and invisible sword qi seemed to surround his body, and in the void, there was a slight sound of something breaking through the air. Chapter 137. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped Ren Wuming. In the next instant, Hu Zhan, who was as ferocious as a tiger, directly leaped up. Tiger stripes appeared on his body as his right palm directly slammed towards Ren Wuming. There were no excessive words, no apprehension. Even if the southern desolate prefecture king's crown Prince Yangsun was present, and this was the side courtyard of the prefecture king's manor, Hu Zhan acted when he wanted to, completely treating Yangsun as transparent. His white hair fluttered wildly, ferocious, wild, and full of bestiality. This was the portrayal of this expert from the white tiger race. Hu Zhan, who looked like a ferocious tiger, had a ferocious glint in his eyes. When he struck out with his right hand, tiger stripes instantly appeared on his entire palm. A sharp tiger claw shot out from his hand, and the sound of wind instantly rose within the hall. It wasn't a true white tiger claw, but the ferocious might of the white tiger caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Under the tiger claw, the astral wind was like blades. Before the claw arrived, Ren Wuming already felt as if he was being slashed by thousands of blades. Bzz. The sword energy in Ren Wuming's body circulated. Rays of sword astral formed a dense sword net that coiled around his body, blocking the blade-like astral wind 3 feet away. Everyone's expression changed at this moment. Everyone felt an incomparably powerful pressure from Hu Zhan's body. The tiger claw that rushed out from Hu Zhan's right claw had already become as large as a small mountain, directly slamming down towards Ren Wuming's head. Under the envelopment of the tiger claw, Ren Wuming felt endless pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The huge tiger claw emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused people's hearts to palpitate, sealing an area and shaking the heavens and earth. Ren Wuming couldn't help but be shocked. This Hu Zhan was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He didn't dare to be negligent. His shoulder moved. Clang. With a loud sound, a bolt of light shot out from his back and turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed forward. The metal wind blew and the sword chi crisscrossed. Under the impact of the cold sword chi, the temperature in the great hall plummeted. Everyone felt a chill invading their bodies. Boom. The huge beast claw and the devastating sword light collided in an instant. Unparalleled sword chi exploded with a loud rumble, and the power of the claw overflowed in all directions. The ground around Ren Wuming was completely crushed by the energy storm that swept out. The people from the 3 great Taoist sects immediately retreated. Boom. Suddenly, a big hole appeared in the pavilion in the lake. Amidst the billowing dust, the sword light that Ren Wuming had sent out was directly slapped away by the tiger claw. The huge claw shadow also dissipated. Ren Wuming was sent flying out of the pavilion. He stepped on the surface of the lake and stood on the waves. Although he was forced to retreat by the powerful Hu Zhan, he did not panic. Instead, his battle intent surged. The Guangqing Immortal sect's sword manipulation art is only SOSO. Hu Zhan was extremely arrogant. His loud voice resounded on the lake. He took a step forward and directly rushed out of the huge hole, arriving on the surface of the lake. In the great hall, the countenance of Yangsun, who was seated high up, was extremely unsightly to behold. So what if a pavilion was destroyed? But what he was angry about was Hu Zhan's arrogance. After all, this was his Yangsun's place. If only I had overwhelming strength. Yangsun was filled with hatred. The feeling of being disregarded by others was extremely uncomfortable. He felt very sullen. You guys can fight to your heart's content. It's best if there are casualties on one side, forming an irreconcilable grudge. The crown prince of the Jiangling king Yangsun had always been angry with the southern desolate barbarian race who looked down on the Jiangling king manor. He wanted nothing more than to make a few powerful enemies for the southern desolate barbarian race. Hence, when Dongfang Long told him about this brilliant plan, he immediately agreed. Dongfang Long wanted to borrow the hands of the southern desolate barbarian race to deal with Gu Fei, while Yangsun wanted to borrow the power of the 3 great Taoist sects to suppress the southern desolate barbarian race. The two of them could be considered to have hit it off and worked together to push this matter forward. Swish. 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 Silhouettes flashed on the surface of the lake. The elite disciples of the 3 great Taoist sects and the elites of the southern desolate barbarian race all appeared on the surface of the lake. Everyone stood on the clear water, staring at Hu Zhan and Ren Wuming from afar. Under the hazy moonlight, the image of a white tiger was faintly discernible on Hu Zhan's body, emitting an unparalleled ferocious might. Beside Ren Wuming, a lightning-like sword light danced around him, emitting an unparalleled sword chi. You dare to look down on my Guangxing Immortal sect? I truly want to see what capabilities you have. Ren Wuming's countenance changed. His eyes stared at Hu Zhan's face, the divine light in his eyes as sharp as swords. I want you to lose wholeheartedly. Hu Zhan laughed hideously and directly punched towards Ren Wuming. The lake water in front of him suddenly sank, and then suddenly there was a monstrous wave. A powerful energy fluctuation that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas instantly exploded. A ferocious tiger image appeared in the wave, roaring as it pounced towards Ren Wuming ferociously. Hu Zhan of the white tiger race was like a ferocious tiger. His entire body emitted an unfathomable ferocious power. The image of the ferocious tiger formed by the lake water was comparable to a real ferocious tiger. Under that pounce, the entire lake trembled. It had the terrifying might of the Tiger King coming down from the mountain, frightening all the beasts. It was ferocious, overbearing, and indomitable. Flying Star Sword. Ren Wuming shouted loudly. His hand formed a sword sign and pointed forward. Wong. A crisp sound of the sword, like the cry of a crane from the 9 heavens, soared into the sky. The sword light grew 10 feet, and like a meteor streaking across the sky, it shot towards the ferocious tiger that was pouncing towards him. The lake water silently separated, and the huge waves surged to both sides. The mud at the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly. The sword seemed to tear through the void, and the entire lake surface was split in half. Pung! With a loud sound, the unparalleled meteor sword light directly split the ferocious tiger that was formed by the waves into 2 halves, bursting into a sky full of splashes. After breaking Hu Zhan's fist energy, Ren Wuming's sword aura did not stop. The sword sign in his hand changed, and a terrifying sword aura surged from his body again. 7 stars sword transformation. 7 stars illuminate the sky. Ren Wuming used his full strength, and the sword sign pointed towards the dazzling sword light. As the sword light trembled, it actually split into 7 shocking sword rainbows that were like meteors, and they flew towards Hu Zhan. The 7 sword rainbows vaguely seemed to form a formation, and they trapped Hu Zhan under the sword light. The power of the sword aura caused everyone present to be shocked. The eldest senior of the Guangxing Celestial Sect's younger generation disciples was indeed powerful. Lu Yunhe and Li Mengyao, who were watching the battle from the side, had a trace of a smile on their faces. Roar! At that moment, a tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Hu Zhan, who was trapped by the sword light, had his long white hair crazily fluttering. The baleful aura on his body soared into the sky. Tiger stripes appeared on his body, and the bright white light intertwined with each other. After that, a huge image of a white tiger was condensed on the surface of his body. An extremely ferocious aura swept out. At that moment, Hu Zhan's strength reached an extreme. It was as if he had truly transformed into a ferocious tiger. The tiger's claws tore the heavens and the earth apart, and they directly slapped towards the 7 terrifying sword lights. Bung! 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 7 consecutive sounds, and the 7 shocking sword rainbows were actually directly slapped away by Hu Zhan. The image of the white tiger on Hu Zhan's body was condensed, and it was wild, ferocious, and its murderous aura was unparalleled. The ferocious might of the white tiger shook the heavens and the earth. Ren Wuming's body violently shook, and he retreated 7 steps on the surface of the lake. With every step he retreated, he spat out a mouthful of blood, as if those 7 heavy blows had directly landed on his body. Li Lingfeng, Lin Xian, and the others only then saw how terrifying the outstanding figures of the southern wasteland barbarian tribe's younger generation were. Chapter 138. Without a doubt, Ren Wuming had suffered a heavy blow. Out of the 7 destructive sword lights that were like shooting stars, 6 of them had been shattered. Only 1 sword light hadn't been shattered. That was because it was a flying sword light that had been transformed from a real sword. That dim sword light was recalled by Ren Wuming. With a clang, it entered the scabbard on his back. At this moment, his face was deathly pale as he looked at the roaring white tiger image in front of him in disbelief. Unfortunately, he was only 1 step away from the transcending mortality realm and couldn't completely become one with the sword. Otherwise, he would be able to display an unparalleled sword formation. No matter how powerful Hu Zhan was, he would be able to defeat him. Boom! The peerless white tiger soared into the sky. The surface of the lake under its feet instantly exploded. A vast and unparalleled power burst out, causing water to splash all over the sky. The entire lake shook violently. This Hu Zhan definitely had a terrifying strength that surpassed the awakening self realm. A horrifying aura surged out in all directions in an earth-shattering manner. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the tall figure that had leapt into the sky. Hu Zhan, an outstanding young expert from the southern wasteland barbarian tribe. At this moment he transformed into a white tiger and pounced towards Ren Wuming from the sky, emitting an unparalleled and overbearing might. Ren Wuming knew that he couldn't resist, so he quickly retreated on the surface of the lake like a phantom, leaving behind a series of afterimages that hadn't dissipated in time. Boom! The tall figure swept downwards like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. The place where Ren Wuming originally stood was instantly shattered. A water pillar soared high into the sky, and the entire lake shook a few times. The huge waves slammed onto the pavilion in the lake, directly sweeping the pavilion and the white jade bridge away, shattering it into pieces. The white tiger image on Hu Zhan's body seemed as if it was about to materialize. The tiger stripes emitted a bright light. The unparalleled ferocious tiger swept everything with unstoppable force. This was the sign of the white tiger bloodline awakening in Hu Zhan's body. The southern wasteland white tiger tribe's bloodline was said to be inherited from the ancient almighty, the white tiger Saint King. The people of this tribe regarded themselves as the descendants of the white tiger, and the totem they worshipped was the white tiger. Hu Zhan ferociously turned around, and his thick and long tiger tail fiercely lashed out. The whole tail emitted a bright white light, and swept towards Ren Wuming's waist like a divine whip. The white light that shot out from the tiger's tail was several tens of feet long. It rapidly streaked across the void, emitting a sharp whistling sound that made people's scalps numb. Its imposing manner was overwhelming. Bang! Ren Wuming was directly sent flying by the tiger tail as he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The #1 expert of the younger generation of the Guangqing Immortal sect was defeated. He was defeated by the young expert of the southern desolate white tiger race, Hu Zhan. Eldest senior brother. A few exclamations came from afar. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the sky. After that, an incomparably wild power erupted. The white tiger that had appeared from Hu Zhan's body burst forth with a white light. Its claws grabbed towards Ren Wuming, who was flying backwards. The huge beast claw seemed to break the void and caught up with Ren Wuming in an instant. At the moment when he was about to be caught by the tiger claw that was surrounded by white light, Ren Wuming suddenly felt a strong wave of sword chi coming from behind him. In the blink of an eye, a bright sword light brushed past Ren Wuming's body and shot forward from behind him, meeting the terrifying tiger claw that was chasing after him. Boom! The sword light directly destroyed the tiger claw, but the sword light was also sent flying. Swish! Swish! A silhouette flashed beside Ren Wuming. A white silhouette rushed forward from his side. The sword light that was repelled was recalled by that person with a wave of his hand. One person and one sword rushed towards Hu Zhan. Eldest senior brother. A clear voice resounded beside his ear. Ren Wuming was supported by a person, and they quickly slid across the surface of the lake. In an instant, the two of them stepped onto the land on the shore. Little junior sister quickly asked junior brother Yun He to back off. He is not Hu Zhan's opponent. Ren Wuming said to Li Mengyao, who was beside him anxiously. Under the urgent situation, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was flushed. The sword Immortal Dao of Guangqing Celestial Sect was to spend his entire life as a sword. He would train his sword energy internally and cultivate his sword externally. He would use the sword energy within his body to temper his sword all day and night, causing the sword to have a spirit and become one with the sword. Ren Wuming's flying sword was closely related to him. Their chi meridians were connected. That Hu Zhan broke Ren Wuming's flying sword technique. The tyrannical power didn't directly hit Ren Wuming's body, but it still made Ren Wuming suffer a great impact. Ren Wuming wanted Li Mengyao to call Lu Yunhe down, but it was already too late. When Li Mengyao supported Ren Wuming, who was on the verge of falling back to the shore, the outcome of the battle in the lake had already been decided. The might of the white tiger wasn't something that Lu Yunhe could withstand. After a few rounds, his flying sword was caught by Hu Zhan, and he was also hit by Hu Zhan until he spat out blood and retreated. Guangqing Celestial Sect doesn't deserve its reputation. Hu Zhan grabbed Lu Yunhe's flying sword with one hand and stood in the middle of the lake with his head raised. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and the ferocious white tiger that had appeared on his body had already disappeared. However, that extremely fierce might did not disappear. When Ren Wuming heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as paper and his body trembled slightly. Hu Zhan ignored the sharpness of the flying sword and directly grabbed Lu Yunhe's flying sword. With the sharpness of the flying sword that could cut through hair and iron like mud, it actually couldn't cut through his palm. It was really shocking. The flying sword in Hu Zhan's hand was like a spiritual snake, struggling in his hand, wanting to fly into the sky. However, it was firmly held in his hand. When Li Lingfeng, Lin Xian, and the others saw that Ren Wuming was actually defeated, they were all indescribably shocked. One should know that Ren Wuming's cultivation was about the same as theirs. If he was defeated, then, Hu Zhan threw the flying sword in his hand towards Lu Yunhe. The disciples of Guangqing Celestial Sect always had their swords with them. Although this Hu Zhan was big and rough, he also had a delicate side. If he really snatched Lu Yunhe's flying sword and didn't return it, then the White Tiger race would really become enemies with Guangqing Celestial Sect. Actually, Hu Zhan still had some scruples in the end. Lu Yunhe hurriedly formed a sword seal and put the flying sword back into the sword sheath. "Both of you come at me together." Hu Zhan's tiger eyes flickered with endless ferocity as he glanced at Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian. His face revealed a trace of disdain, and he revealed his arrogance. He actually wants to challenge both of us at the same time? Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian looked at each other and they were both shocked. The three great Taoist sects were like brothers. Ren Wuming's defeat had already caused them to lose face. If they lost to Hu Zhan as well, then the reputation of the three great Taoist sects would also be damaged. The outstanding descendants of the younger generation of the three great Taoist sects were no match for the young talents of the southern wasteland. This was something that Li Lingfeng and the others absolutely could not accept. "Junior Ziyu, quickly go and invite Gu Fei," Li Lingfeng said to Ziyu, who was beside him, in a low voice. Then he stepped forward and walked towards Hu Zhan. Ziyu immediately flew onto the shore and quickly left. The number one expert of the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect was Gu Fei. When Lin Xian saw Li Lingfeng coming forward, his body also moved. He was about to go forward and join forces with Li Lingfeng to fight Hu Zhan. After all, they could not afford to lose now. Chapter 139. The Southern Wasteland barbarian tribe had inherited a trace of the bloodline of the ancient holy beast. Therefore, their starting point was naturally higher than ordinary people. This was their innate talent. It was an innate advantage that others couldn't reach. However, not all the Southern Wasteland Brute Tribe members were able to awaken the sacred beast bloodline within their bodies. After all, since the ancient times, the sacred beast bloodline had already become extremely thin. It was not easy to awaken it. However, it was very obvious that the White Tiger bloodline within Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan had already awakened. The White Tiger divine mark that had rushed out from his body was the best proof. The awakening of bloodline allowed Hu Zhan to be able to execute the White Tiger clan's unique divine abilities. Even Guangqing Celestial Sect's eldest senior brother, Ren Wuming, would be defeated by the ferocious power of his White Tiger. Although they were both at the awakening ninth heaven, Hu Zhan's strength had long surpassed the ninth heaven with the terrifying power derived from the White Tiger bloodline in his body. He was infinitely close to the transcending mortality stage and was even comparable to the cultivators who had just entered the transcending mortality stage. This was what Hu Zhan relied on to defeat Ren Wuming. It was also what he relied on to challenge the three great Taoist sects. After defeating Ren Wuming, Zhan, who was as arrogant as a tiger, actually issued a challenge to Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian. On this night, above the lake in the Jun Wang's courtyard, under the arrangement of someone, a duel between the elites of the southern wasteland and the outstanding disciples of the three main Tao sects was taking place. This matter concerned the reputation of the three great Taoist sects and the face of the southern desolate barbarian race. It was impossible for the young elites of the two factions to cower. Things seemed to be developing in the direction that Yang Sun and Dongfang Long had planned. In the end, would the young elites of the southern wasteland come out on top, or would the descendants of the Taoist gate suppress the barbarians of the southern wasteland? At this moment, no one knew the final result. But no matter what the result was, the prince of the Jiangling king Yang Sun and Dongfang Long had achieved their goal. Ren Wuming's defeat could only mean that the three great Taoist sects were temporarily at a disadvantage. The battle was not over yet. Hence, no one could come to a conclusion at this point in time. Supreme Mystery Sects Li Lingfeng, these past few days, people have often mentioned you in front of me. Hu Zhan stood on the surface of the lake. The surrounding lake water was as calm as a mirror. His powerful aura caused the lake water beneath his feet to not have the slightest ripple. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Is that so? But I've never heard of you. Li Lingfeng calmly looked at the tiger-like white-haired youth in front of him and said calmly, You will never forget my name." Hu Zhan was very confident and he wasn't being pretentious. With his battle record of defeating Ren Wuming, no one thought that his words were empty words. Li Lingfeng said no more. He formed a seal with his hand, and a vast amount of magic power rippled out from his body. 8 trigrams appeared around him, and the power of the 8 symbols of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards Li Lingfeng from all directions. Transforming Tao techniques into mystiques, using one's own strength to draw upon the might of heaven and earth. This was Tao. The 8 trigrams circled around Li Lingfeng's body, emitting a dazzling light. It made Li Lingfeng feel as if he was in 8 independent worlds, giving off a strange feeling as if he had escaped from the world and was no longer part of the 5 elements. Hu Zhan directly disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment he appeared in front of Li Lingfeng in an instant. Then his right fist punched towards Li Lingfeng's chest. Streaks of resplendent tiger stripes rushed out from Hu Zhan's fist. A tyrannical power suddenly exploded, and the air was instantly torn apart, letting out a dull explosion. White Tiger Emperor's fist. Hu Zhan shouted in a low voice. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a heart-palpitating tiger roar coming from the void. This was a deterrence that directly affected the heart. The world in front of the fist trembled. Li Lingfeng's long hair was blown back by the fist wind, and his clothes stuck tightly to his chest. Hu Zhan's fist had yet to truly land on his body, but the trigrams circling around Li Lingfeng's body had already trembled. His chest felt as if there was a 500-kilogram boulder pressing on it, making him feel incomparably oppressed. So powerful. Li Lingfeng was secretly shocked. He seemed to see Gu Fei's shadow on Hu Zhan. Both of them were incomparably powerful, and both of them were peerlessly overbearing. Li Lingfeng instantly fused with the Sun trigram. The Sun trigram represented wind, and it represented the power of wind. He seemed to have transformed into a whirlwind that soared into the sky. A pillar of water was also sucked into the sky by the whirlwind, forming a waterspout. After Li Lingfeng's body fused with the Sun trigram, the speed of his movement had already reached an unimaginable level. He was definitely like the wind and lightning, and everyone could only catch an extremely faint shadow. The extremely powerful White Tiger Emperor's fist directly shattered the waterspout. The exploding water that filled the sky was directly evaporated by the terrifying fist force, and completely disappeared in the air. Just as Hu Zhan's fist missed, Li Lingfeng had already swooped down towards him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. His right palm pressed down on Hu Zhan, and the Gen trigram appeared on his palm. The Gen trigram represented the power of mountains and rivers. Li Lingfeng's right palm seemed to have drawn in the endless mountain qi, and it was like a huge mountain was descending from the sky to suppress Hu Zhan. Rumble? Under Li Lingfeng's palm, there was the sound of 10,000 galloping horses. The water on the surface of the lake bounced continuously, and the terrifying power shook the entire space. The Tao technique and mystique that Li Lingfeng had displayed was extremely marvelous. The trigram was like a landslide and the ground seemed to sink. The terrifying mountain qi sealed the space below, and it completely enveloped Hu Zhan. When the people from the 3 main Taoist sects saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal looks of joy on their faces. Even the eyes of Lin Xian from the Xianxia sect and Gue Teng from the Black Tortoise clan, who were in a stalemate, were attracted by the battle in the lake. Lin Xian had originally wanted to fight alongside Li Lingfeng. Hu Zhan, who was incomparably domineering and arrogant, was blocked by Gue Teng from the Black Tortoise clan. The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the tiger stripes appeared. Hu Zhan felt threatened, and the image of a white tiger surged out from Hu Zhan's body. Then with a bang the surface of the lake cracked and the lake water sank. A white tiger pounced towards the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. It was extremely ferocious. The Gen trigram that was descending from the sky had already become as big as a mountain, and it gathered the mountain qi from all directions. The light illuminated half the sky, and within the trigram, there seemed to be an endless amount of mountains appearing. The white tiger and its body became one, as if an ancient sacred white tiger had descended into the world. The tiger's might shocked the heavens and earth. Hu Zhan directly rushed into the sky, pouncing towards the trigram that was suppressing him. Rumble? There was a loud rumble and Hu Zhan had gone crazy. He actually shattered the trigram and directly rushed into the endless mountain qi. Under everyone's shocked and indescribable gazes, the enormous trigram that seemed like 100,000 mountains pressing down at the same time collapsed, and the mountain qi spread out mightily in all directions. Rumble? Everything in the vicinity seemed to have been crushed by the enormous mountains, and they completely collapsed as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. The lake water was flipped up high into the sky, revealing the pitch-black silt at the bottom of the lake. Everyone retreated into the distance, and under this terrifying force, more than half of the pavilions in the courtyard collapsed. Chapter 140. Boom. The Gen trigram completely collapsed, and the endless mountain energy that was gathered by the trigram exploded with a loud bang. It was as if a level 10 storm had appeared in the sky out of nowhere, and the vast and mighty energy that was released made it seem like heaven and earth were about to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Network, in the center of the energy storm, people could faintly see a huge white tiger roaring towards the sky while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, shocking the entire space. Such a momentum had long aroused the attention of the major forces in Dragon Emperor City. Mysterious figures started to appear around Dragon Emperor Courtyard. Someone was paying attention to everything that happened here. The application of Taoist magic skills could arouse the vitality of the universe. No wonder it could arouse the attention of some people. After all, Dragon Emperor City was the center of all the competitions between major forces in South Wilderness. The spies of all the major forces were all over Dragon Emperor City. After the divinatory diagram of Gen collapsed, the divinatory diagram of Sun appeared in the energy storm. Being surrounded by the divinatory diagram of Gen, Li Lingfeng rushed out of the energy storm with the help of the wind strength induced by the divinatory diagram of Sun. In the instant that Li Lingfeng rushed out, a huge tiger claw with white tiger divine inscriptions that looked almost solid descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation as it slammed down on Li Lingfeng's head. The situation was reversed in a split second. Li Lingfeng, who had taken the upper hand, was forced to dodge away from the sharp edge of the tiger. All the onlookers were flurried and pretty intense. The magical effect of Can and Li, water and fire. Li Lingfeng would never sit and wait for death. He clenched his teeth and performed a Taoist incantation gesture with both hands. The two trigrams of Can and Li rushed out of his body in an instant, transforming into a monstrous flood and raging flame between his hands. Then they surged toward the gigantic tiger claw that was slapping down from above his head. Can trigram was water while Li trigram was fire. When the two forces intertwined, the power of water and fire increased at once. The surging water and the overwhelming immortal flames instantly destroyed the tiger claw. Rumble. Amidst the power of water and fire, a thunderous sound rang out. A tiger's claw directly broke through the seal of the 1,000 heavy waves of the Sea of Flames and clawed at Li Lingfeng below. This was a shocking scene. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. The power of the white tiger was extremely terrifying. Tao techniques and supernatural powers seemed to be unable to contend against it. It seemed to have the momentum to break through all supernatural powers. Li Lingfeng was shocked. He wanted to use the power of the Sun trigram to escape the terrifying tiger claws that were descending from the sky, but in the next moment he was indescribably shocked. He felt that he was actually imprisoned by an unfathomable force. His body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and moving was actually extremely strenuous. It was difficult for him to escape from the tiger's claws. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. His clothes were instantly drenched in sweat. Online ETN. Damn it. Li Lingfeng's heart pounded violently. This Hu Zhan was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It was hard for him to contend against him. Time to go all out. Li Lingfeng's thoughts spun rapidly. He knew that he couldn't dodge, so he could only go all out. The outcome of the battle would be decided in this moment. Terrifying waves of magic power surged out from Li Lingfeng's body, causing his figure to look blurry. Li Lingfeng performed a Tao incantation. Rays of magic power converged on his hands. The Zhen trigram that lingered around his body shone brightly as he performed the incantation. Li Lingfeng absorbed the Zhen trigram into his palms. With the Zhen trigram as thunder, Li Lingfeng's hands instantly emitted blinding electric currents. Rumble. Rumble. Rays of blinding lightning descended from the sky, directly breaking through the shackling force on his body and exploding beside Li Lingfeng. He seemed to have communicated with the power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth. Rays of lightning appeared around him. Thunder was born out of thin air, and its divine might was unfathomable. Li Lingfeng had successfully used the Zhen trigram to attract the power of thunder and lightning from the 8 phases of heaven and earth to his body. The next moment, all the power of thunder and lightning gathered towards the trigram on his palms. 2 thunder balls were condensed in his palms, and an extremely explosive and terrifying aura spread out from Li Lingfeng's body. At this moment, Li Lingfeng seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder who was punishing on behalf of the heavens. Thunder and lightning were manipulated between his hands. The balls of lightning expanded, and thousands of lightning bolts coiled around the surface of the balls of lightning like silver snakes. Li Lingfeng had no other choice. The huge balls of lightning rushed out and bombarded the tiger claws that were descending. Suddenly, thousands of silver snakes danced in the air. Thunder and lightning shook the sky, illuminating the whole world. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning surged violently. The destructive power seemed to be able to destroy everything. Bang! The tiger claws that were as huge as hills directly grabbed the two balls of lightning and exploded them. Two strong rays of light suddenly exploded in the sky. The light was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. As of this moment, the spectators in the distance couldn't see or hear anything. Heaven and earth were silent, and everything was deathly silent. In the next moment, thousands of lightning bolts exploded in an instant. Thousands of dazzling lightning bolts were like sharp blades, tearing the void apart. Of course, they also shook the huge tiger claws that were descending. Hujan furiously roared again and again. On the huge tiger claw, the white tiger divine markings emitted an unprecedentedly bright radiance, emitting an unprecedentedly powerful energy ripple. At this moment, the tiger claw seemed to have solidified, as if it was really a peerless ferocious tiger extending its unstoppable sharp claws towards its prey. On the internet, thousands of lightning bolts were instantly dispersed by the light of the white tiger divine marks that burst out from the tiger claws. They couldn't do anything to stop the tiger claws. All the spectators by the lake, whether they were the outstanding successors of the three great Taoist sects or the young talents of the southern wilderness, all gasped. Hujan was really strong, really domineering, really absolute. He was like an invincible god of war. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground undulated like waves. Li Lingfeng was actually slammed into the mud at the bottom of the lake by the huge tiger claws that were like a small mountain. The water in the lake had already been evaporated. When Hujan's claw slammed down, a huge claw print immediately appeared at the bottom of the lake. The mud scattered in all directions. The huge tiger claws gradually faded and finally disappeared. Hujan's tall and wild figure appeared. The small lake in the courtyard had completely collapsed. Cracks spread out from the claw print in the lake. The buildings on the lake had all collapsed into ruins. Pung! The huge claw print in the lake suddenly exploded. A figure rushed out from the mud and arrived in front of Hujan in an instant. You! The eyes of the person who rushed out from the mud were red. He was like an injured beast. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His chest was heaving up and down violently. He wanted to skin Hujan alive. Li Lingfeng was defeated. Moreover, he was defeated even more miserably than Ren Wuming. His whole body was covered in mud and his body was extremely dirty. This was simply a kind of humiliation to him. It made him mad. You have lost. Do you still want to fight? Hujan glanced at Li Lingfeng disdainfully and said coldly. Hujan had defeated two masters of the Taoism faction in a row. His momentum was unparalleled. Li Lingfeng was furious. He wanted to use the 8 symbols and 8 trigrams to fight Hujan. However, he could not make up his mind. He knew that if he fought again the result would be the same. Although Hujan's level of cultivation was the same as Li Lingfeng's, they were both at the 9th layer of the awakening realm. He had not reached the transcending mortality realm, but the strength he displayed was much stronger than the cultivators at the 9th layer of the awakening realm. Don't be so proud. I am not the number 1 in the younger generation of the Taishan sect. Even if you have defeated me, it does not mean that the younger generation of the Taishan sect is inferior to the young masters of the southern wasteland. Li Lingfeng's cold voice was very ruthless. Although he was unwilling, he was even more unconvinced. As soon as Li Lingfeng said this, the young masters of the southern wasteland by the lake were all shocked. Was a master like Li Lingfeng not the number 1 in the younger generation of the Taishan sect? The three great Taoism faction did not seem to be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Could it be that they really had more masters who had not come out? Yes. 8 of them came and it seems that Yang Sun invited 9 people. Could it be that the person who did not come is the number 1 in the three great Taoism faction? The owner of this place, the Duke's Crown Prince Yang Sun, had long run off somewhere. Once the battle started, the crowd threw the Duke's Crown Prince to the back of their minds and directly ignored him. It was no wonder that Yang Sun hated these young masters of the southern wasteland so much. Being ignored by others was really vexing. Some people had already seen some clues. Li Lingfeng's words did not seem to be empty words. Although Yang Sun, the Duke's Crown Prince of the Dragon Emperor City, was not a big shot, since that person dared to ignore Yang Sun's invitation, it seemed that he had some ability. If he did not have someone to rely on, if he did not have the strength to ignore the Duke's Crown Prince, that person would have already come to the appointment. Of course, the group of young masters of the southern wasteland who came to the appointment did not come because of Yang Sun. These people wanted to give the people of the three great Taoism faction a show of strength. The young masters of the southern wasteland were also not willing to lose their limelight. Haha. The 5 young masters of the southern wasteland who had yet to make a move laughed uproariously. In that case, call out the strongest person among you to come out. Let's see if the people of our southern wasteland are stronger or if the people of your Dao sect are a notch higher. A voice called out to Ren Wuming and the others. Under the willow tree by the lake, the descendants of the 3 great Taoism factions and the young masters of the southern wasteland stood in 2 different directions. The atmosphere between both parties was a little tense. At this moment, Lin Xian and Gui Teng, who were in confrontation, also retreated back to their respective camps. They could sense a power that was not any weaker than theirs from each other. The 2 of them were not willing to act rashly because they didn't have the confidence to suppress the other party. When Li Lingfeng heard the clamoring of the young masters of the southern wasteland, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. He silently thought, "Junior brother Ziyu went to invite Gu Fei. Why isn't he back yet? Don't say that I didn't give you guys a chance. I want the 3 great Taoism factions to lose wholeheartedly. You and you, the 3 of you can come at me together." Hu Zhan pointed at Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming, and Lin Xian as he spoke arrogantly. As the sound of his voice rang out, everyone was taken aback. Li Lingfeng and the others were indescribably shocked and angered. This young master of the White Tiger race, Hu Zhan, was truly arrogant to the point of not putting the most outstanding descendants of the 3 great Taoism factions in his eyes at all. In the distance, on a pavilion in the courtyard, the crown prince of the southern king Yang Sun stood shoulder to shoulder with a white-robed young man with a treasured saber hanging from his waist. They were coldly staring at the scene. "Brother Dongfang, seems like these hateful fellows from the southern wasteland are still stronger than the people from the 3 great Taoism factions." Yang Sun's voice contained a hint of unconcealable disappointment. The purpose of this Yang Sun was precisely to borrow the hands of Li Lingfeng and the others to cause the southern wasteland barbarian race to lose all face. But sadly, things didn't seem to go as he wished. Among the young experts of the southern wasteland barbarian race, only Hu Zhan from the White Tiger race acted, and it seemed that he was able to suppress the most outstanding descendants of the 3 great Taoism factions. The appearance of such a situation had already greatly exceeded Yang Sun's expectations. It wasn't that the people from the 3 great Taoism factions weren't powerful, but rather Hu Zhan was simply too powerful. Too powerful. The best part is yet to come. Dongfang Long smiled confidently. As long as that person is willing to act, that Hu Zhan will be out of luck. Is that person really so powerful? Yang Sun turned his head and stared at Dongfang Long as he asked in bewilderment. From his point of view, this Hu Zhan was already very powerful, strong enough to suppress all the outstanding descendants of the 3 great Taoism factions. Among the 3 great Taoism factions, there was a successor that was even stronger than him? Yang Sun didn't dare to believe this. Naturally, the Central Plains is extremely flourishing. Within its 10,000 miles, there are tens of millions of people. How can a desolate place like the southern wasteland be able to compare to it? Dongfang Long spoke arrogantly. Just when Yang Sun and Dongfang Long were conversing, an explosive sound that shook the entire space rang out. Boundless energy fluctuations gushed forth, erupting with intense light that illuminated the night sky. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Although the pavilion Yang Sun and Dongfang Long were in was 200 to 300 zhang away from the battlefield, their bodies swayed unstably. The pavilion under their feet was on the verge of collapse, as though it would collapse at any moment. How powerful! The cultivation bases of these people are truly terrifying. The countenances of Yang Sun and Dongfang Long changed drastically, feeling extremely shocked in their hearts. The cultivation bases of these people were sufficient to show disdain for those of the same age. The reputation of the 3 great Taoism factions wasn't undeserved. 3 figures were flung out from the center of the energy storm. A dim flying sword was sent flying over 100 zhang away. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, directly shattering a pavilion and causing it to fall into the ground. After that, a large crater also appeared on the ground. And a violet gold 8 trigrams was also blasted away by the impact. It soared through the air and smashed into a fake mountain. There were also tens of thousands of Dao talismans that were destroyed by the energy storm. A wild figure that resembled both a god and a devil stood proudly in the center of the energy storm. Bai Feiyang's gaze was like cold lightning, seemingly wanting to tear apart the void. His majestic tiger body was surrounded by numerous white tiger divine inscriptions, exuding boundless ferocity. The countenances of everyone changed. So it turned out that Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming, and Lin Xian had joined forces in the end. But sadly, even if the three of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to contend against Hu Zhan. Hu Zhan's strength far surpassed their imaginations. Slapping away the flying sword with a claw, forcing the violet gold 8 trigrams back with a punch, and destroying tens of thousands of talismans with a flip of his palm. Hu Zhan displayed a terrifying cultivation base that could be said to be invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Chapter 141. The three great Taoist schools are nothing more than this. Under the moonlight, Hu Zhan's entire body was surrounded by the white tiger divine mark. His eyes were like lightning, and his tall tiger body was like an insurmountable mountain, causing people to feel endless pressure. His words traveled far, echoing in the sky above the courtyard. Li Lingfeng and the others all paled. Li Mingyao, Yi Qin, Zhu Yiqi, and the other Taoist disciples couldn't help but take a few steps forward, glaring at Hu Zhan. A fierce battle intent suddenly burst out from their bodies. What? Even your eldest senior brother isn't a match for him. Don't tell me you want to challenge our Lord Hu? The 5 young experts from the southern wasteland all stepped forward and sneered. The descendants of the Taoist schools are not as good as the elites of the southern wasteland. This is an indisputable fact. You guys should save your energy. Another young expert from the southern wasteland said with disdain. What descendants of the Taoist schools? What a great title, but it turns out to be an undeserved reputation. Our Lord Hu alone is enough to sweep you all away. The young experts from the southern wasteland continued to attack the confidence of Li Mingyao and the others. Li Lingfeng, Ren Wuming, and the others couldn't help but become mad after hearing this. Their eyes turned red. These people were really too despicable. Meanwhile, the faces of Li Mingyao, Yi Qin, and the others became extremely ugly. The sword on Li Mingyao's back was buzzing and trembling. It seemed like it could soar into the sky at any time and turn into a flying sword. The piercingly cold sword aura caused the expressions of the young experts from the southern wasteland to change. Who said that the descendants of the Taoist schools have an undeserved reputation? At this moment, a majestic voice came from afar. Although this voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The few young people from the southern wasteland were stunned and stopped talking. Under the night sky, a white shadow flew past the many palaces and pavilions, heading towards this place. Before the person arrived, a great pressure as heavy as a mountain had already surged over. When Li Lingfeng heard this voice, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retrieved the purple gold 8 trigrams that was sent flying by Hu Zhan. And the flying sword that was also sent flying by Hu Zhan was also returned to its scabbard by Ren Wuming. In the face of absolute power, magical treasures, flying swords, and Dao techniques were all difficult to resist. Hu Zhan had used absolute power to defeat the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the 3 great Taoist sects. However, at this moment Hu Zhan, who was standing in the middle of the dried-up lake, was unable to be happy. Because a figure that emitted terrifying fluctuations, had already arrived nearby. He felt threatened from this figure. Hu Zhan, who had the bloodline of the ancient white tiger Saint King flowing in his veins, was much more sensitive to danger than ordinary people. Shwa! An indistinct silhouette appeared by the lake. The silhouette quickly became clearer. This was a dark-skinned man dressed in a white robe. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his eyebrows were long enough to reach his temples. His eyes were as bright as the stars, but his deep gaze was like an abyss, unable to see the bottom. He did not have a breathtakingly handsome appearance, but the outline of his face gave others a feeling of incomparable, unswerving determination. This was a powerful man, and his aura was somewhat similar to that of Hu Zhan. Who was the one who said those words just now? Who said that the successor of the Taoist sect has an undeserved reputation? This dark-skinned man was the reinforcement that Ziyu had brought, Gu Fei. Gu Fei's razor-sharp gaze swept across the faces of the young experts of the southern wasteland. The young experts of the southern wasteland immediately felt their hearts tremble, as if they were being stared at by a peerless, ferocious beast. Gu Fei's gaze made it difficult for them to look directly at him. No one dared to stand out. Gui Ting's expression also changed at this moment. As for the other 5 young people, other than a slender man with long purple hair, who did not reveal any expression of fear, the other 4 young people were all trembling with fear. Under the intense gaze of Gu Fei, they actually revealed cowardly expressions. Weren't you all clamoring just now? Why have you all become mute now? Yi Qin, the disciple of the Xianxia sect, took a step forward and loudly shouted while pointing at the Southern Wasteland disciples opposite him. When the 4 Southern Wasteland disciples heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of awkwardness and panic. Hu Zhan and Gui Ting also felt a wave of displeasure. On the other hand, the young man in purple still had a calm expression. The moment Gu Fei arrived, he had already instantly identified that there were 3 very powerful people among the Southern Wasteland disciples. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The Southern Wasteland was indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among the 3 people, one was a tall and sturdy young man with a white shawl that was as ferocious as a tiger. The other was a yellow-faced young man who was less than 5 feet tall, had a pair of hands that almost hung down to his knees, a pointy forehead, and a seemingly hunchback. As for the last one, it was the young man in purple with a dignified appearance. The skinny hunchback young man was Gui Ting. The young man in purple didn't reveal his identity. He seemed to be very low-key and mixed in with the 4 people. Until now, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines as if this matter had nothing to do with him and had no intention of making a move. Just at this moment, Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly turned around and looked towards a pavilion in the distance. His eyes had already narrowed into a line, and within his eyes, there was a flicker of light. Damn! Dongfang Long, who was in the pavilion, was greatly shocked. He didn't even think and immediately turned to rush out from the back of the pavilion, wanting to flee. He originally wanted to watch the battle between Gu Fei and the disciples of the Southern Wasteland coldly. However, Gu Fei had already sensed his presence. He knew that if he didn't leave now, his life would be in danger. Brother Dongfang. The Crown Prince, Yang Sun, who was beside Dongfang Long, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Dongfang Long suddenly turning around and leaving without saying a word. However, just when Yang Sun wanted to urge Dongfang Long to stay, a cold killing intent gushed forth, causing his entire body to tremble. This feeling was like being stared at by a venomous snake. His entire body turned cold as a terrifying pressure appeared in his heart. Swish! Gu Fei's silhouette instantly vanished from his original location. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and gushed forth. Everyone was shocked. Hu Zhan even thought that Gu Fei was going to act against those silk pants. His countenance involuntarily changed. Brr! A tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth. The image of a white tiger appeared. Hu Zhan was like a peerless ferocious tiger as he ferociously pounced out from the lake. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone felt the ground violently quaking. Hu Zhan had instantly traversed over a distance of several dozens of meters and directly pounced down from the sky, blocking in front of those silk pants. Although those silk pants were ignorant and incompetent, relying on the power of their clans, they ran amok in Dragon Emperor City. If it was in normal times, Hu Zhan wouldn't even care about them. However, tonight was different from the past. If these guys were injured by someone else, he would also lose face. Gui Ting and the purple-haired young man instantly prepared for battle. Streaks of blue energy surrounded Gui Ting's body, and a huge black tortoise's image was faintly discernible in the water-like energy waves, emitting a terrifying wave that was as heavy as a mountain. However, the purple youth's battle form was very strange. On his back there was a pair of purple energy wings. It was as if he could soar into the sky and fly above the 9 heavens in the next moment. However, they were wrong. Gu Fei was not going to attack those good-for-nothings. Instead, he was going to use the 8 Desolation Steps and chase after Dongfang Long with the speed of the 8 Desolation Steps. Swish! 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 Like a phantom, Gu Fei flitted across the void as if he had teleported. In an instant he arrived at the bottom of the pavilion. At this moment, Dongfang Long had just rushed out from the back of the pavilion. Dongfang Long didn't even look back. Instead, he directly rushed forward. He was very clear that he was definitely not able to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei flew up and directly leaped over the pavilion. He immediately caught sight of Dongfang Long, who was escaping in the rockery in the garden. Dongfang Long die. With a loud shout, Gu Fei descended from the sky like a god descending to the mortal world. The 5 elements extermination seal was displayed between his hands. A glaring aura that was like raging flames suddenly surged out from the seal that Gu Fei had formed. This was the fire seal of the 5 elements extermination seal. Vast yuan qi rippled out, and the power of the fire element was like a surging river, rushing down from the sky, sweeping towards Dongfang Long. This wasn't a real flame, but the power of fire that Gu Fei had used to communicate with the 5 elements inside and outside. This was the combination of martial and Dao. The terrifyingly high temperature could melt gold and melt iron. The all-encompassing fire seemed to want to ignite the void. The grass, trees and rocks below all crumbled into the tiniest dust and dissipated into the air. Dongfang Long, who was shrouded in raging flames, sensed the terrifying power that surged down from the sky, and immediately felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Gu Fei, whose cultivation had greatly improved, was really too powerful. In the distance, the expert of the White Tiger clan, Hu Zhan, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. Ah, you want to kill me? You Gu Fei don't have that qualification. The next time we meet, I will definitely chop off your head. A scroll unfolded in Dongfang Long's hand, and the power of the Tao immediately surged out from the scroll. A water blue light screen immediately enveloped Dongfang Long. In the next moment, the space that was enveloped by the light screen trembled. Swoosh! The light faded and Dongfang Long disappeared into thin air. Rumble! The fire covered the sky and the earth, and fiercely swooped down, enveloping the place where Dongfang Long was originally standing. The earth trembled, and all the tangible things that were enveloped by the blazing aura were all turned into dust. Outrageous, it's another scroll of the Tao of space. A figure shrouded in raging flames walked out from the sea of fire. The surging power of fire, following his footsteps, retreated like the tide and entered into his body. Behind Gu Fei, a garden was completely burned, and a pitch-black pit with a diameter of 10 feet was revealed on the ground, and it was still emitting smoke. It was black and that was the scorched earth. There's another person in the pavilion. Gu Fei inclined his head and glanced at the pavilion in front of him. Swoosh! His silhouette directly disappeared from where he stood. See? On the pavilion, the crown prince, Yang Sun, involuntarily drew in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. After that, he turned and fled. His martial arts were also quite outstanding. With a flash of his silhouette, he had already rushed to the window, and was about to directly jump down from the pavilion. However, before he could jump, he felt the back of his neck being grabbed by 5 fingers, and he was lifted up, his feet leaving the ground. At this moment, Yang Sun felt the aura of death. And at this moment, an old man dressed in green silently appeared on the pavilion. Young man, don't be rash. Do you know who he is? That old man spoke. Michem? This person. Gu Fei turned his head and glanced at the old man. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. He was secretly on guard. Even with his sharp spiritual sense, which had awakened the 9th heavenly layer, he actually couldn't sense the appearance of this old man. An expert at the transcending mortality realm? Gu Fei felt the threat from the old man. Chapter 142. I don't care who he is. Since he's Dongfang Long's friend, he's my, Gu Fei's enemy. The best way to deal with enemies is to destroy them completely. How shuck. Gu Fei lifted Yang Sun like he was grabbing a little chick as he spoke in a sinister tone. Yang Sun's neck was grabbed by Gu Fei and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even speak. At this moment he was extremely embarrassed and enraged to the extreme. No matter what, he was the crown prince of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King. In the future, he would inherit the title of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King. How could someone as arrogant as him not feel ashamed and enraged after being humiliated like this? He's the eldest son of the Southern Desolate Prefecture King Yang Yuandao. If you kill him, it'll be very troublesome. The green-robed old man calmly spoke. He didn't seem to be anxious at all. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard this. To think that it was this fellow who gave him the invitation. It seemed like the commotion tonight was definitely caused by this fellow, and Dongfang Long. Gu Fei had already guessed most of the situation. That Dongfang Long merely wanted to borrow Yang Sun's strength to deal with him. Despicable bastard, if he lands in my hands, I'll definitely make him beg for death. Gu Fei had never hated someone so much before. Dongfang Long was the first. Gu Fei, I Hu Zhan challenge you now. If you have the guts, don't be a coward. An insolent voice rang out from outside the pavilion. Damn it, who is this Hu Zhan? Gu Fei wasn't present earlier and didn't know where Hu Zhan came from. However, there was no need to doubt Hu Zhan's strength. You're the expert protecting this fellow in the dark? Gu Fei's eyes were deep and cold. At this moment, he was glaring at the green-robed old man. You can say that. The old man replied. Umph. Gu Fei coldly laughed. He didn't say anything else and directly threw Yang Sun towards the green-robed old man like a broken sack. Just like what the green-robed old man had said, if he killed Yang Sun, he would be in great trouble. After all, the overlord of Dragon Emperor City was Yang Yuandao. If Zhang Tai killed his son, Yang Yuandao would never let it go. The power behind the Southern Desolate Prefecture King was Yen Country, a super empire with a territory of 10,000 miles. If he offended the royal clan of Yen country because of killing Yang Sun, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The green-robed old man stretched out his hand and caught Yang Sun. After that, he directly leaped out of the pavilion like a wisp of smoke, silently disappearing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night sky. It was as if the people outside the pavilion did not notice the old man's appearance and departure. It seemed that the people outside did not notice the old man's appearance or his departure. Even Gu Fei, who had already broken into the awakened ninth heaven, found it hard to see through the depth of this old man. This old man's cultivation was a lot stronger than Beitang Yi from the Beitang clan. He should be on the same level as Zhao Xuanji. Gu Fei knew how terrifying Zhao Xuanji was. Gu Fei knew that even if he met Zhao Xuanji now, he might not be able to contend against him and could only retreat. Of course, with Gu Fei's current strength that was comparable to a cultivator who had just entered the ascended mortality stage, he was confident that he could retreat even if he couldn't defeat Zhao Xuanji. Good. Among the practitioners of the younger generation, there has never been anyone who dares to ignore me, Hu Zhan. Gu Fei, you are the first. Hu Zhan's cold words came from outside the building. His words were filled with rage. Gu Fei looked out of the window and saw a dozen people gathered in front of the pavilion. They were divided into two camps, one for the young cultivators of the southern desolate prefecture, and the other for the three great Dao sects. The one standing in front of the southern desolate prefecture cultivators was the white-haired young man. The white-haired young man coldly snorted and directly punched forward. A violent force suddenly erupted like a volcano. White tiger runes condensed in front of his fist to form a huge white tiger, which fiercely pounced toward Gu Fei. When the white tiger appeared, a strong wind rose. Its ferocious power was unfathomable, and an extremely fierce killing intent filled the air. Everyone quickly retreated to the distance. In a battle between two great experts, it would not be worth it if they were careless and ended up in a disaster. Gu Fei's feet stepped on the ground, and his body suddenly shot into the sky like an arrow. With a boom, he directly broke a big hole in the roof of the pavilion and rushed out. In the instant that Gu Fei rushed out of the pavilion, a huge tremor came from below. In the midst of a muffled rumble, dust soared into the sky. The ferocious white tiger condensed from the unparalleled fist energy actually completely collapsed the entire pavilion in an instant. 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He directly stepped out in the air. Swoosh. With a swoosh sound, he left an afterimage in his original position and instantly appeared above Hu Zhan's head. He took a step towards Hu Zhan's head. A terrifying force was vast and mighty under Gu Fei's feet. It was as if a huge mountain was descending from the sky, causing Hu Zhan's expression to instantly change. Gu Fei's strength made him feel a great pressure. The temperament of Gu Fei and Hu Zhan were somewhat similar. Both of them were extremely powerful figures, and both of them were similarly belligerent. When these two people met, brilliant sparks were bound to appear. Roar! Hu Zhan roared, and the white tiger divine crest rushed out of his body. His tall body was as if it was cast from iron, and it was incomparably domineering. He directly smashed his fist upwards, and a resplendent white light lit up the night sky. The terrifying force went against the sky and attacked. Boom! A loud sound shook the heavens, and the surging force shook the heaven and earth. The resplendent and dazzling light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The huge wave of air that exploded out caused the sky to seem like it was blowing up, and an enormous pressure enveloped all directions. Rumble! The ground under Hu Zhan's feet instantly shattered, and the soil fragments scattered in all directions. The spectators cried out in surprise and dodged even further away. The ground was directly stomped by Hu Zhan, and a huge pit with a diameter of 15 meters was directly formed. As for Gu Fei, he instead soared into the sky, and he was blasted high up into the sky by the explosive force. At the same time, his second step was immediately taken downwards. Swoosh! Like teleportation, Gu Fei instantly closed in on top of Hu Zhan's head. Rumble! Under Gu Fei's feet, there was a dull sound of wind and thunder. Compared to the previous step, this second step was even stronger, fiercer, and more terrifying. The space under Gu Fei's feet trembled. 8 desolate steps, 8 steps, 8 kills. Every step he took, the force would superimpose with the force of the previous step, wave after wave. It was truly a killing technique. White Tiger Emperor's Fist. Hu Zhan shouted in a deep voice. His face was solemn, and the white tiger divine crest on his right fist unceasingly revolved, bursting out with resplendent light. When he punched out, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. That indomitable tyrannical momentum made everyone's heart palpitate. Boom. With another loud sound, Hu Zhan's fist and Gu Fei's foot instantly collided. Where they collided, ripples spread out. That was a terrifying destructive force. But the ripples spread out, and everywhere they passed, the ground collapsed. The soil and stones silently turned into dust. It was extremely terrifying. The extremely compressed force exploded. This force was too strong, it shook the heaven and earth. Hu Zhan continuously took 3 steps back, and the powerful rebounding force was directed to his feet, and then to the ground. With every step Hu Zhan took, the ground under his feet would tremble. Hideous cracks spread out from his feet, and the nearby buildings all cracked and collapsed. Gu Fei flew hundreds of feet back. Before he landed, he flipped over, and both his feet forcefully supported himself on a fake mountain. Boom. The fake mountain under his feet instantly exploded, and Gu Fei used this force to support himself again, and fiercely rushed towards Hu Zhan. Hu Zhan's expression changed. He coldly looked at Gu Fei, who was rushing over, and indifferently wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, then took a deep breath. Hu Zhan's abdomen suddenly swelled up, his face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. His abdomen was like a pregnant woman who was 10 months pregnant. 8 steps to the extreme, Gu Fei's movement speed was extremely fast. He left behind a series of afterimages in the void, emitting a mighty pressure, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Hu Zhan. Gu Fei was about to make a move. Roar! At this moment, Hu Zhan let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. In the void, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. Everyone present, including Gu Fei, could not hear any sound in their ears in that instant. The heavens and the earth seemed to have suddenly become silent. It was absolute silence. The white tiger roared at the sky, and its ferocious might dominated the heavens and the earth. This kind of terrifying sound wave could destroy everything, and it could not be resisted. The sound of killing was formless, but it could cause terrifying damage to people. The sound of killing intent that covered the heavens and the earth instantly enveloped the charging Gu Fei. Ah! Gu Fei roared and covered his ears with both hands as he flew backwards. The terrifying sound wave destroyed everything, shattered everything, and strangled everything. Not only did it cause Gu Fei to suffer a great impact, but the surrounding rocks and plants also turned into dust silently like snowflakes. The earth trembled violently, undulating like waves, and did not calm down for a long time. Boom! The flying Gu Fei directly smashed through a fake mountain, and then smashed through a half-collapsed pavilion before stopping his retreat. The sound was silent, and the great Tao was formless. Although this tiger roar sound killing technique was not directed at the spectators, not a single person present was spared. All of them instantly lost their hearing, and felt a splitting headache as if thousands of heavy hammers were pounding on their heads. It was extremely unbearable. Apart from Li Lingfeng and the other Taoism disciples, Gui Teng of the Black Tortoise clan of the southern wilderness, and the purple-haired young man who could still barely hold on, the 4 profligate sons of the southern wilderness had already fallen to the ground when the sound wave appeared, rolling around in pain. Seeing the 4 fellows in such a sorry state, Gui Teng could not help but feel ashamed. Only the purple-haired young man still had a calm expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 143. The power of the tiger roar sonic kill was extremely terrifying. The destructive sound wave could destroy everything. Gu Fei, who was caught off guard, was directly blown away and his divine soul was shaken. The terrifying sound wave made him suffer a great impact. His 6 senses were shaken violently, especially his ears. For a moment, Gu Fei couldn't hear anything. Even when he saw things, he could only see double. Roar! Gu Fei immediately operated the Xianxia in his body to protect his entire body and stabilize his 6 senses. The power of the 5 elements circulated in his body, instantly relieving the discomfort in his body. Whoosh! At that instant, a gust of wind blew at Gu Fei's face, raising a cloud of dust. The ferocious aura in the wind made Gu Fei feel threatened. Retreat! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei decisively retreated. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The ground trembled violently. The ground where he was standing was shattered and turned into a huge pit in an instant. It was as if he was hit by a meteorite that fell from the sky. A tall figure walked out of the pit. White tiger divine runes circled around his body. His imposing figure exuded a majestic aura. Bai Feiwu's tiger eyes were filled with endless ferocity. No one dared to look at him directly. Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan, this young expert who was like a fierce tiger, actually displayed a disdainful aura. Seeing this, Gu Fei's pupils shrank. This Hu Zhan is definitely a rare opponent. Unfortunately, he will become my whetstone. Hu Zhan, the southern wasteland expert, was only in his early 20s. However, he already had a peerless cultivation base that allowed him to look down on his peers. His tall body seemed to be made of steel, giving people an extremely strong feeling. His bronze-colored skin shone brilliantly. That was the bloodline of the ancient holy beast, the white tiger, emitting a strong power, making people feel that he was strong and terrifying. The might of the ancient holy beast made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Is this crazy tiger going to risk his life? Gui Ting, the young expert of the Black Tortoise clan, who was watching the battle from afar, said. At this moment, even the mysterious young man in purple revealed a trace of nervousness, and his eyes were filled with splendor. As for Li Lingfeng and the rest, they were watching the scene in the distance nervously. No one knew better than them how powerful Hu Zhan was. The white tiger mystical ability could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Li Lingfeng, the eldest senior brother of the Taishan sect, Ren Wuming, the eldest senior brother of the Guangqing Celestial sect, and the eldest senior brother of the Shanqing sect represented the strongest of the younger generation of the three great Taoist sects. But even with the three of them working together and using all their treasures, they were still defeated by Hu Zhan's white tiger's ferocious might. This was enough to show how terrifying Hu Zhan was. The successors of the Dao sect all broke out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. Guangqing's junior Li Mengyao bit her lower lip and clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes, which were filled with endless spirit, looked at Gu Fei nervously. Junior brother Gu Fei will definitely win. Ziyu murmured. He was very confident in Gu Fei. After all, to Ziyu, Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled among those of the same age. In the 9 vein trials, Gu Fei's majestic appearance of obtaining first place had long been deeply imprinted in Ziyu's mind. As a level 8 awakening plane cultivator, he defeated Li Lingfeng, a level 9 eldest senior brother. This was something that had never happened in the Taishan sect. Ziyu believed that nothing was impossible when it came to Gu Fei. At this moment, a loud roar came from the field. Hu Zhan's white hair danced wildly, and 2 terrifying rays of light shone from his eyes. He was wild and incomparably ferocious, and his appearance was frightening to the extreme. Hu Zhan's shirt instantly exploded, turning into thousands of pieces that danced in the air. Tiger stripes began to appear on his naked upper body. They were the white tiger divine tattoos. You're very strong. You're the first person to make me use my full strength. Hu Zhan's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he stared at Gu Fei and said in a low voice. His sharp and forceful eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible madness. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that in the previous battle, Hu Zhan held back? He didn't use his full strength? If that was really the case, then this Hu Zhan was really too terrifying. Is that so? You're not bad yourself. At this moment, Gu Fei's 6 senses, which had been thrown into chaos by Hu Zhan's shocking roar, had already gradually recovered. Next, you must be prepared to die because even I cannot completely control this power. Hu Zhan's strength was unparalleled, and his murderous aura filled the sky. His words were not a threat but the truth. Very good. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Fei did not have any expression because he would not hold back either. He just happened to use this Hu Zhan to verify the 5 elements annihilation seal technique that he had just comprehended. Divine tiger form. Bloodline awakening. Hu Zhan let out a loud roar that shook the heavens and earth. The white tiger divine tattoo appeared on his body. This time the divine tattoo did not rush out from his body. The white tiger divine tattoo began to emit a dazzling divine light. Every divine tattoo emitted a vast and mighty energy wave. At this moment, everyone had an illusion that Hu Zhan seemed to have turned into a peerless ferocious tiger. A horrifying and violent aura swept out. The space where Hu Zhan was at began to tremble, as if a prehistoric giant beast had awakened in his body. His entire body was covered with dragon-like muscles, and a layer of dazzling brilliance flowed on his skin. His aura was monstrous and invincible. Yes, the current Hu Zhan gave off a shocking feeling of invincibility. He seemed to be able to shake the heavens and earth with every step he took. This is his true strength? Not only Li Lingfeng and the other successors of the 3 great Dao sects, but also the southern wilderness cultivators who were present were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Gu Fei's expression also became incomparably solemn. He felt a great pressure from Hu Zhan's body. Whoosh! The dust on the ground suddenly rose up and then spread in all directions. Without any warning, Hu Zhan disappeared from where he stood. Gu Fei's eyelids twitched. So fast. Without thinking too much, Gu Fei's mind could no longer keep up with the rhythm of his movements. Instinctively he threw a punch forward to block. A dazzling golden aura appeared in front of his fist, and then surged forward like a surging river. This was not a theurgy nor was it a Taoist technique. It was a power that originated from martial. It was this kind of most direct power that shook the heavens and earth in front of him. A strong wind swept out with Gu Fei as the center, sweeping up the dust and even the shattered mountain rocks at his feet. Boom! It was like a muffled thunder coming from the horizon. The sound was not loud, but it was equally shocking. The explosive power tore through the void and the air also exploded. A tiger claw, a real tiger claw with flesh and blood, violently collided with Gu Fei's fist, which was as resplendent as the sun. The two figures flew back like lightning and then immediately pounced at each other. Roar! The white tiger roared to the sky, and divine markings appeared. A huge tiger claw surrounded by the divine markings of the white tiger directly slammed down at Gu Fei. Under the tiger claw, a strong wind blew, and the powerful force shook the void. 8 desolation steps, 8 extreme steps. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, and transformed into an extremely faint light shadow. In an instant he rushed out from under the tiger claw. 5 elements extermination, all things exterminate. Mysterious seals were formed between Gu Fei's hands, and a 5-colored light appeared on his body. The seals formed between Gu Fei's hands seemed to communicate with the 5 elements of heaven and earth, drawing in the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and annihilating it towards Hu Zhan. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements interacted, reinforcing and restraining each other, forming a terrifying power that could exterminate everything. Gu Fei displayed the terrifying battle technique of technique nearing Dao. The power of the 5 elements flowed between his hands, but they were clearly separated. There was no fusion of the power, only the impact of the power. When the power collided with each other, the power displayed was even more terrifying than a single power. Bang! Hu Zhan was directly sent flying. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The unparalleled Hu Zhan was actually sent flying. This was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? Gui Ting murmured. He knew that Hu Zhan had already used his trump card. The power of the bloodline awakening could definitely nearly double Hu Zhan's strength. A doubling of strength, what kind of concept was that? Gui Ting did not dare to imagine, but Hu Zhan was still sent flying. This was an indisputable fact. This person called Gu Fei. Gui Ting could not help but feel fear towards Gu Fei. Junior brother Gu, good job. Ziyu could not help but shout. Seeing that Gu Fei had the upper hand, the crowd of Dao Gate disciples was extremely excited. The battle between Gu Fei and Hu Zhan was related to the reputation of the 3 great Dao Gates. At this moment, the descendants of the 3 great Dao Gates temporarily put aside their sectarian bias and cheered for Gu Fei together. However, the expressions of the southern wilderness cultivators at the scene were not so good. Swoosh! Gu Fei's movement technique was as fast as lightning. In the next moment he was in front of Hu Zhan again. Without any words he directly formed a seal. Earth Element Seal Technique. The power of the thick earth surged between Gu Fei's hands. Gray air waves like waves drowned Hu Zhan in an instant. The gray air enveloped the surroundings. Gu Fei seemed to have connected with the earth. With his own earth element power, he communicated with the earth element power of heaven and earth, guiding the endless thick earth chi of the earth to obliterate Hu Zhan. Under the envelopment of the thick earth chi, Hu Zhan roared again and again. Indistinctly, one could see a white tiger pouncing ferociously under the gray brilliance, setting off endless ferocious might. Hu Zhan roared. With a pair of tiger claws, he directly tore apart the seal of the earth element power and rushed out from the envelopment of the gray air. The white tiger divine marks emitted a dazzling divine light. In the next moment, the white tiger divine marks rushed out of Hu Zhan's body and turned into light blades, slashing towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Every light blade was like a heavenly blade, emitting a vast and terrifying energy wave. As they hurriedly slashed across the void, an extremely dense sound of tearing through the air could be heard. 5 elements as one, break all divine powers. Gu Fei lightly shouted. He completely ignored the thousands of light blades that were slashing towards him. He directly formed a seal and temporarily combined the power of the 5 elements into one, unleashing the strongest power he could currently display. With the 5 elements annihilation seal, Gu Fei could temporarily combine the 5 elements, but he could only maintain it for an extremely short period of time. If he wanted to truly use the battle technique of combining the 5 elements as one, unless he broke through to the transcending mortality realm, it was absolutely difficult to do so. A short period of combining the 5 elements as one was already Gu Fei's limit. He could not maintain it for long. The power of combining the 5 elements as one was unimaginable. As Gu Fei formed a profound seal, a terrifying energy storm filled with the aura of destruction surged out from his hand seal. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled. Wu Zhan felt a great danger. All the hair on his body instantly stood on end. This was an extreme crisis that was enough to endanger his life. Rumble? The energy storm of combining the 5 elements as one directly shattered the light blades formed by the white tiger divine marks. Gu Fei's hands formed a profound seal that streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly imprinting itself onto Wu Zhan's chest. Bang!